Namaste. Good morning. Yeah, that was a good one, Sujata. A warm welcome to everybody. And to take the time and effort to come here together for a very, very important cause. But before we begin, it's important that we invoke the divine, the spirit, the divinity in us. So I'm going to chant a few mantras in Sanskrit. I think most of them are known by probably all of you or most of you. So you may chant together or you may chant in your mind. And let's invoke the divine. Okay? Close your eyes and soak in the vibrations of the mantra. The one that I'm going to chant now says, lead me from the untruth to the truth. Lead me from darkness to light. Lead me from death to immortality. Om Asato Ma Sat Gamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotir Gamaya Mrityormamritam Gamaya Asato Ma Sat Gamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotir Gamaya Mrityormamritam Gamaya Asato Ma Sat Gamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotir Gamaya Mrityormamritam Gamaya. Together may we move in our studies. Together may we relish our studies. Together may we perform our studies with vigor and deep concentration for whatever we learn from our experiences in life. May what we study be filled with the brilliance of understanding, leading to knowledge. May it not give rise to hostility due to lack of understanding. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunattu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunattu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunattu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let's all together pledge to be somebody in the form, but praise the formless in us, which is without any intellect, ego, or the memory. Someone who is overpowered by the sense of hearing, tasting, smelling, or seeing. Let us not be that today. Let us not be the space, nor the earth, nor fire, nor the air. Let us all be the form of pure consciousness, pure love and bliss. Shivoham, Shivoham, Shiva Swarupoham. Shivoham, Shivoham, Shiva Swarupoham. Nityoham, Shuddhoham, Buddhoham, Muktoham. Nityoham, Shuddhoham, Buddhoham, Shivaswarupoham Advaitamananda Rupam Marupam Advaitamananda Rupam Marupam Brahmoham Brahmoham Brahmaswarupoham Brahmoham Brahmoham Brahmaswarupoham Chidoham Chidoham Sachidanandoham Shivoham Shivoham Shivaswarupoham Shivoham Shivoham Shivaswarupoham How do you feel? How do you feel? Okay, great. So good morning once again. Namaste. And a very, very warm welcome to all of you from Karista and our partner Seni by TZMO South. It's totally a pleasure, and we feel privileged and honored that all of you have gathered here today. I was told to do the invocation by our Master of Ceremonies, Vatsalaji, that nobody else will do it, Shilpi, you will do it, so I was honored. Thank you so much. Good job? Somebody said good job. Okay, Habiba. Okay, so how many of you knew before coming here that today is the International Day of Older Persons? Did anybody know that? Seni knew that. Yeah. Seni team knew that. Anybody else knew it? Okay, Brinda. Yeah, okay. Okay, quite a few people knew it. Yes, sir, Achal sir. Okay. But most of us did not know it, right? Okay, so when we grow up, we plan for our children, which school they are going to go, what they're going to study, what they're going to eat, what they're going to wear, and which college they're going to go, when they're going to get married, who they're going to get married, and children say, okay, we will decide who we want to get married, which college we want to go. We are always making these choices. But how many of us here who are already in the senior age category or moving towards it like me, I am just 10 years away from being a senior, and the younger generation are thinking about how are you going to live when you are 60 plus? Is anybody thinking about that? We are all old. But we need some planning, because when we don't think, we stop a lot of things when we don't think. Yeah. So Colonel, thank you so much for coming. Did you read just now? Okay. We have a very, very special guest today with us, and it is an honor to have Padma Shri Dr. Syed Kirmani here with us. Please, all of us, give him a standing ovation. He is accompanied by his better half, Habibaji. It is an honor to have him as the torchbearer of this cause today. Thank you so much, Kirmani ji, for being here with us. It only adds much more sense and value to what we are trying to achieve with your presence, Habibaji's presence. We have among us Colonel Sridharan, the Managing Director and founder of Kauai Care Retirement Homes, the founder of the concept of active living. We also have with us, Shabina hasn't come yet, I think. Sujata Balakrishnan, our panel moderator. Please show your face to everybody. She's the founder of Theatre for Change, an activist. We have with us Brinda Adige, a panel speaker. She is a social activist too and founder of Global Concerns India. We have with us Professor Ajit Mani, another esteemed panel speaker. He is an evaluation research and public policy analyst. You will soon listen to them speaking in the panel. Dr. Saket is not here right now. Okay. Did I miss anybody from the morning session? Mr. Bala Gandhekar, one of our guest of honors. He is a filmmaker from FTI Pune. He's made some amazing films for very, very important social causes. We have Kenny's beautiful face, Alina with us, the managing director of Seni TZMO with us. And the marketing head, Mache, standing at the back. Thank you for partnering with us. And we have Carista's managing trustee, Anil, who is the backbone of Carista. I will now hand it over to Vatsala and Reena, our hosting team. This is Vatsala. And she is a senior. She is a retired professor of English. She has been teaching for 33 years and has transformed the lives of many students. She has been an integral part of designing the entire flow of the program and what she is going to speak and how she is going to keep you engaged. And assisting her is Reena. Come, Reena. Reena is another senior. She is an active person in this stage of life. She travels solo. She has traveled around 40 countries all by herself, and she loves learning about other cultures. She also bikes. Anybody wants to go on a bike ride with her? Okay.
Have your helmet ready.
We have a very distinguished panel of audience over here, the esteemed panelists, our esteemed guests. We have a very distinguished audience here. Everybody is a stalwart in their own fields, and we are happy to be here brainstorming with you. Receiving your responses here and your participation is very, very important. I will now hand it over to Vatsala.
Thank you, Shilpi. A very, very good morning to all of you and a hearty welcome every one of you here. Can I hear the good mornings back? Thank you. Okay, so we'll begin today's program with the traditional lighting of the lamp. We have just now invoked the blessings of our higher forces. Let us now begin with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I request all the guests to come on to the stage. And all the organizers too.
Biba, please.
Yeah.
Colonel, please come. Please come.
The more the merrier. Please come.
Sujata, please come, Sujata. Bala, please come.
Sujata?
Habiba, are you?
Even if you don't light the lamp, come on the stage. Yeah. Let everybody take a
Anybody
look
from
at
the audience, please come.
One of the student volunteers also,
Please, yeah.
please.
Students, one of the students,
One of
please
the
come.
student volunteers.
We have a lot of students here.
Any one of you?
Okay, I'm going to take the student's name. I think I remember some. Adriana. Where is she?
Yeah.
Come.
Yeah. Please come, please come.
Rohit, please come. We have an amazing actor in the midst of us. Rohit, the Seni man. Candle? देखते हैं. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Come. Come. Alina, come. Come, Alina. Check. Colonel. Shall we click a picture, all of us? Please. On the stage, come. Come. Let's click a picture. Yeah. You are heavyweight, any which ways. Irrespective. Kirmani ji center में. Come, Alina, come next to him. Big smile. Thank you very much. Ahí está. Come.
Shall we begin? Yes? Awareness will keep burning from now to, will keep burning from now to whoever wants to take the baton and take it forward. I'm not too happy with the applause, but I hope I'll keep enthusing you. Now I'm fairly certain all of you have had your breakfast. So let us begin. Let us begin today's event. So let us start by counting our blessings. Are we not the luckiest people in the world today to be here at the right time, at the right place, to be alive at the cusp of evolution of consciousness, to have had the best benefits of technology, also to be living in times when people have realized the limitations of technology, have rediscovered the amazing potential that human beings possess. To be in times when information of every kind is at your fingertips. To be here when different sections of the society are coming together as an integral whole to support one another. Put your hands together for Karishta and Seni for arranging this wonderful program. They are creating history and you are part of history. I would first of all like to begin today's event with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Life's most persistent and most urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Martin Luther King's question, life's most persistent question and most urgent question is, what are you doing for others? I'm here to showcase Karishta Foundation and Seni and the remarkable service they are providing society. Karishta is a Greek word which means charity, giving and caring. This foundation is born out of a deep desire of the founders to bring about a healthy, wholesome society. The prerequisites for a flourishing society is caring for its elders, preserving its culture, and improving the environment by creating stable ecosystems and supporting sustainable resources. The founders' concern and contribution for elderly care has prompted Karishta Foundation to conduct group and private sound healing therapy sessions for senior citizens and their caregivers in particular, and for seekers in general. In order to preserve our declining artistic culture, Karishta is doing its best to revive art, artists, and artisans. Through Jalsa, a group of intellectuals, the foundation organizes regular fundraising activities and arranges performances where talented artists who have not had too much visibility perform. The foundation is also doing its best to identify artistic talent among the underprivileged and making attempts to provide them with opportunities to receive artistic education. Karishta is also negotiating with governments to adopt villages in Telangana to revive dying art forms and give production and marketing film in order to help artisans. Founded on passion, compassion, empathy, and service, the four strongest pillars of social welfare, Karishta warmly and earnestly welcomes all your support for its future endeavors. Thank you, Karishta. I'm now happy to present Seni to you, without whose help this program would have never seen daylight. I would like to thank Seni in advance once and much later again. TZMO Group is the largest Polish investor in India. The company, a leading manufacturer and supplier of sanitary articles, cosmetics, and medical devices in the global market, has about 70 plus years of history and market presence. In 2020, they were rated 9th among 100 largest Polish companies by Forbes magazine. Seni brand is well known worldwide for its products related to adult incontinence and other issues. With the tagline, Created with care for better life, TZMO has flourished with esteemed brands like Bella, Seni, Happy, and Matupat in the Indian market. TZMO has, over the decade, managed to create hygiene awareness in which over 200,000 girls and women have participated throughout India. Very, very difficult. Please, hands together. Bringing people together under a single cause is the most difficult thing to achieve, especially in a country like India. Among their efforts to bring about positive effects in the society, the most notable has been the International Long-Term Care Conference. This program includes long-term care institution management, training medical therapeutic staff for social assistance, and they have also arranged several symposiums for medical staff, which has been attended by over 1,000 participants. Put your hands together for me. And now a brief introduction of Shilpi and Anil, the organizers of Karishta Foundation. I have great pleasure in introducing Shilpi Das Chauhan, the fulcrum of Karishta Foundation. Shilpi is many, many things. Shilpi is a C-suite voice coach, voice artist, and sound healing practitioner, and most importantly, a philanthropist. Her heart really beats for philanthropy. According to Shilpi, I quote, "Human voice is the most powerful instrument in the world." Yes, and I cannot agree with her more. She has also voice coached many business leaders, and all of you can see that it's a foregone conclusion that they've all been very successful. She has been a committed philanthropist, actively contributing to social causes. As a co-founder of Karishta Foundation, she has done amazing work. Her passion for sound healing has led her to conduct many sessions for people from different sections of the society, including the underprivileged. Presenting Shilpi, the voice woman with the captivating voice. Shilpi, where are you? Come on stage. Having breakfast? Okay. I'll now introduce, I just wanted you to show your face. Are you telling me that you're not even listening to what I'm saying about you?
Somebody said that I am at breakfast. I heard that.
Yes.
Hi, Raghu. Are you here? Okay.
Much before the breakfast part, you should have heard what I said about you. But
I
never
heard.
mind.
I'm backstage.
I'll make sure.
Thank you so
I'll make
much.
sure I'll give you a copy.
Thank you so much for the
Yeah.
kind words.
I'll now introduce Anil, a man after my own heart. This is a secret. Mr. Anil Kumar P. is a seasoned marketing professional with varied interests like reading, writing, traveling, and please, all the women, hold your hearts, cooking too. Karishta is a result of his passion to work for senior care. Presenting Anil to you. Please come on stage, Anil, and allow people to applaud. You're here, okay. You are supposed to be here. Yes. Give them a big... I now invite Mr. Anil to deliver Karishta's vision and mission statement along with the future plans. Over to Anil.
Good morning, everyone. And all that Vatsala has said about me is a lie. Okay?
Even what I said, a man after my own heart.
Possibly.
No, yaar, don't make me cry
I
now.
don't meet you anymore.
It doesn't always have to be over meetings.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so we formed Karishta 3 years ago. The rest already she has told you what Karishta stands for, what the what they're doing and what they're not doing. At the same time, I would like to put forward something which we are looking at as a vision. One is we are looking at a huge sustainable community which supports not only seniors but also people who have been, I would say, downtrodden or like suffering in the society for whatever reasons. For example, you see the farmers today, such kind of people. Maybe the women who have been left alone. So it is still under a plan. It's still being planned. Probably we are looking at it 5 years ahead. And in the shorter vision, we are looking at giving a multi-nodal support to all seniors in the sense of, not in the sense of physical support, but in the sense of psychological support, where things like, the legalities and the finances, etc. come into the picture. So we are looking at forming a helpline or a group of people who can help them over a call. And the rest, I think Vasilati has already told you. So thank you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Anil. I now present to you a very charismatic woman, Ms. Alina Posluzny, the Managing Director of India South Private Limited. She has been instrumental in leading the company's expansion across India. She has been recognized as a key driving force behind TZMO's operations. A dynamic business leader, she has been continually steering the company towards growth and innovation, and she looks every inch like a woman who is steering the company towards growth and innovation. Presenting Alina to you, I request Reena to escort her to the stage. I want all of you to beat your own records and clap harder.
Dzień dobry, good morning and namaste.
Dobre utro. Yeah, I now request Alina to deliver her speech to you.
Okay. Good morning to everyone who are present here, and thank you so much, and welcome for joining us at this National Symposium of Elderly Well-being. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm really glad to be here. I'm really pleasant, and it's a big pleasure to be here with all guests, speakers, and people who are connected with aging, who are coming here today to share knowledge, experience, as well as all challenges and options around elderly well-being. The main aim of SENI brand is to enchant aging, and this is what we would like to do. Our goal and our company goal is to continue provide products as well as service that meet customer expectation and make life of dependent people and their caregivers much more easier. This symposium like this plays a critical role in bringing awareness about incontinence, because not everyone knows this problem, and awareness have a crucial part of that. That is why SENI and our solution playing major role here. Although this task is not very easy, and definitely it's a lot of things to do in front of us. So I'm really, really grateful for this opportunity, and it's a pleasure to be here. So let's have a great time. And with this short movie which we prepared, I hope you will know more about TZMO, and you will catch the blue thread which we would like to throw in your way and spread all over the world. Thank you.
Creating a unique mosaic of experiences, knowledge and achievements.
The production of the dressing material for the Ministry of National Defence and the Central Mining Office Supply started in Torun in 1951.
In 1991, TZMO was transformed into TZMO SA, a joint stock company. It means that business assets from the National Treasury were bought by the employees and representatives of the academic and medical environment.
From now on, we looked boldly ahead into the future, and with the belief that our presence on foreign markets would give us a chance to develop, and we took advantage of this opportunity.
Today, TZMO Group has more than 70 years of business experience. We are present in the area inhabited by 1/3 of the world's population.
Our company strives to be close to our customers around the world. We operate in 18 countries, providing the highest quality of services and products.
Sales organisation in countries where TZMO SA does not have its own subsidiary companies is based on local distributors. These are trusted, professional partners who have been cooperating with us for years.
Integration of production, distribution and service processes within the TZMO Group allows us to guarantee the highest standard of products and services of all TZMO brands. TZMO presence in India is a huge opportunity to reach over 1 billion potential suppliers, but it is also a major challenge. India's culture, everyday lifestyle, as well as expectations to the products largely differs from the European standard. That is why we tailor our products to their needs while preserving the European quality.
In our various daily activities, we remember about the world around us and the environment.
We are with those who need us. We offer products for each stage of the life cycle. We are with our customers from the very beginning. We accompany throughout their lives. As people's needs change, our products and services are also changing.
Women can count on us when they become mothers. For the postpartum period, we have prepared a special line of Bella Mamma, and for children baby diapers and cosmetics, Bella Baby Happy. Due to different women's needs, we offer them a lot of different products, like sanitary pads, traditional, ultra-thin and bio-based, tampons, menstrual cups or period panties. A Bella brand motto is your cycle, your choice. So we make it possible to choose the product tailored according to each woman's needs and preferences. We create absorbent products under the Seni brand for children, women and men who suffer incontinence. We ensure the appropriate absorbency and discretion of our products. Protective and regenerative cosmetics are suitable for the needs of demanding and sensitive skin. This is the Seni Care line. For many years, we have been implementing various educational initiatives on a local and international scale because we know that education is the key to development. From the beginning, we actively participate in developing the area of long-term care. We organised the largest meeting of European long-term care leaders. Our international conference is a place where we discuss its future. We also want every woman to have access to reliable knowledge about urinary incontinence, know which specialists to seek support from, and how to deal with incontinence. That's why we closely cooperate with Euro-physiotherapists in this area. The organisational culture. Make both employees and business partners stay with us for a long time. Thanks to our vision, innovation and commitment, the future of our company is bright, full of new opportunities and successes that will inspire generations to come.
That was a very crisply made video, and I think all of us are aware of TZMO Group's reach into the society. If you look at world history, Poland has always played a very, very crucial role. Though it's just a strip of land, it has played a very crucial history in the world. And I'm so happy that the Polish continue to be relevant in various ways to the society even today. With that, we are going to felicitate Mazalina. Yes.
Sita? Sita? Look at the tap. It's leaking.
Where?
There. Sita? Sita? The ceiling's giving up. It's seeping water.
Where?
There.
Loss of bladder control playing with your mind? Take charge with Seniman Incontinence Pads. Experience comfort and confidence with Seniman Bladder Control Pads for men. Anatomically shaped, super absorbent, breathable, odor locking and leak proof. Choose life, choose Seni.
Well, we all saw him on screen. Who is he, you might ask? And I'm sure many of us in the audience recognize him. He's right here, Mr. Rohit Nair, an actor with a history as a dancer, a choreographer for over 2 decades in styles like Bollywood, Indian freestyle, and many more. Apart from dance, he's also done ramp shows and modeling. He has worked with some of the big names in the industry, namely Prasad Vidappa, Rahul Dev Shetty, Sheetal Sharma, Rohit Bal, and a few others later forayed into the field of acting. He's featured in many TV commercials. He's also featured as the negative lead in the Hindi feature film Sting, the movie in Tamil Sadhuram 2, in which he played the protagonist, which is available on Amazon Prime. Currently, Kannada movie May, first a horror flick, Tamil movie Anati with the legendary Rajinikanth. He played the negative lead in the Kannada serial Gattimela on Zee Kannada and currently doing the serial Shambhavi on Udaya TV and Bhairavi on Gemini TV. Welcome, Mr. Rohit Nair. I hope you have your diapers on.
He doesn't need it.
How do you know?
I can see him.
Hi, good morning, everybody. First of all, excuse my throat. I had a action sequence 2-3 days ago, and I had to scream and shout, so my throat is in a bad situation. Okay, I'm really nervous. Nervous not because of the speech, because I'm among such amazing personalities here in their own field, and I feel I'm really honored to be here among all of them, and I feel I'm taking baby steps into this world where such successful people are there. So yeah, I'm nervous right now, so excuse me if I make any mistakes. My throat is not really helping right now. All right, so the guy you saw in the ad, that was me. When I was offered, as a model, and we speak to coordinators, model coordinators, and they ask us, are you available for an ad for so-and-so ad, so-and-so brand, etc., etc. So I would say, yes, I would be available, and etc. So then when I was approached for this, there were a lot of people who said that, are you sure you want to do this ad? I was like, what's wrong in the ad? I mean, it's an ad about sanitary pad that guys would wear. This is the exact words that they used. A sanitary pad for guys. I was like, would you please explain? It is like, if you can't have control of bladder, you use this. I said, so what? I mean, what's the harm in that? Then he looked at me shocked, and he was like, are you really saying this, that it's okay? I said, why not? I'm an actor. I should be open to do every sort of a role. If it requires me to be a superhero, if a Shah Rukh Khan and a Hrithik Roshan can be a superhero in a movie, and Amrish Puri can be Gambo, and all of that. If Amitabh can act in a song, Mere Angane Mein, right, in different roles of a girl, why not me do an ad for something for men? Because in our Indian society, we are very shy, because there is this male ego that holds men back. You know, a man is like an icon. He can't be shown in a compromising situation in any ways. So that is the feel that people have in our Indian society even now. I'll come back to the details later. Let me just get to what I'm here for initially. Loneliness in older adults and its impact on mental health. In a world where social media and technology are fostering relationships, loneliness still exists and affects one of the most important populations, the elderly, the most. The hidden battle of loneliness among the elders often goes unrecognized as we navigate through our fast-paced modern life, but its impact on mental health is significant and widespread. Although aging is something that we can't do anything about, it is an aspect of our life. It frequently brings about major changes that might lead to isolation from the society. The severe emotion of loneliness that many seniors endure, it can be aggravated by retirement, physical restrictions, the loss of a spouse or a friend, or separation from their loved ones. As we see in movies, father is here, mother is there, I can afford to look only after the father, I can afford to look after the mother, so they are separated, and so on. Although isolation and feeling alone may seem similar, they are not. Physical separation can be described as isolation, while the emotion of lacking meaningful relationships is known as loneliness. Even though they might be surrounded by a lot of people, a lot of seniors find themselves in settings where they feel extremely alone and desire for real connections and meaningful interactions. So, caregiving is a committed role that focuses on providing the required support and care to a care receiver, either ill, disabled, or dependent to the extent that they are incapable of independent functioning. The topic of care extensively studied worldwide, mainly focused on the negative aspects of caregiving, like caregiver, the stress, the burden, the role conflicts, and the burnout among them. However, limited efforts have been made to understand the positive aspects of it among informal caregivers who spend most of their time in this unpaid role. In a study, a sampling technique was used and a total of 100 families. Caregivers participated from 4 cities in India, namely Mumbai, Pune, Visakhapatnam, and Bangalore. 25 family caregivers between the age of 30 and 50 participated from each of these 4 cities. Data was collected using six semi-structured interview questions on positive aspects of caregiving based on the lived experiences of theirs. The interview schedule was developed based on the PERMA model, and after a pilot study, each interview took around 30 to 50 minutes and was recorded, the result of which was analyzed under thematic analysis. Some differences and some common factors were discovered. The 4 major themes that emerged from this are nature of positive caregiving. 1. Caregivers' attitude, their compassion, roles and responsibilities, beliefs and values. 4 significant themes for the factors contributing to positive caregiving and meaningfulness in life, sense of belongingness, personal growth, and empathetic attention. So, is caregiving mainly a woman's job? In our Indian society it is. In 2016, an IT professional, Nalini Kumar, her mother had a fall and she broke her femur bone. She lived in Delhi and she packed her bags and she moved to Agra to stay with her mom. In 2019, she is still at her house looking after her mom and working out of home in Agra for her job in Delhi. Then she had to leave her job because her mom was 84 years old and she wasn't able to move around on her own. So, unable to do work around the clock, she took a part-time job, and her younger sibling helped in, but he felt that his financial help is the only support that he can give, and he felt his sister is better suited for the role of looking after the ill mother. That is how our Indian society works. So, in many situations that has happened, it's either the daughter or the daughter-in-law who will do this. A survey that shows across the national level, 28 to 68% of daughter-in-laws are providing care, such as preparing meals, helping with the phone, housekeeping, looking after the medicines, managing the money, and the help from the son. From in these regions, based percentages around 10% to 51% only. So you see the difference from 28% for the women, right? It is it goes through emotional phase because at times a caregiver, when you hire somebody to look after your mom or your dad, you're not very sure as to how they would behave with them. They might speak to them in a sweet way. Some people do that in them. They would look after them in a sweet way. People might be literally rude to them. In absence, obviously in front of you they would be sweet, but behind your back they would just throw the food in front of them, ask them to eat. And when a child is back home, or the son, the daughter is back home, and when they would say something about it, they would be like, I don't think she would do something like that, because I see her looking after you. So I doubt it if what you're saying is right. So there have been situations like that comes into play. Now, as professionals, we see clients asking for female caregivers and therapists. But how does this actually help in the long run? Do the caregivers give enough attention to them, the family? That depends on our perspective and the person who's looking after the parent. Now, the reason why I chose to speak about this topic is for one very personal reason. My father-in-law, who is no more, he passed away 2 years ago. He was a very strong man. He was a very successful person. Around him, you would see a lot of people who would interact with him. He would always be smiling. He would interact with people in a very nice way. He was like the ideal man of the house. He was the ideal man of the house. I would look up to him. I would say, "Uncle, you're fantastic." This is when I used to just visit the house regularly as a friend. Excuse me. So, he was also diabetic. He used to travel a lot because of his work. And all of a sudden, a pandemic happened, which affected people. It affected him also. He fell ill. He got his vaccinations done. After the vaccines also, it didn't really help because obviously he was diabetic. He had an injury on his leg, which ended up in us having to chop off his leg. And that's where he lost half his self-esteem. Even though a leg missing out for him didn't make much of a difference, but the way he would look at people, he would feel like, is this person feeling empathetic towards me because I don't have a leg? Is this the reason they are showing me a little extra affection? We would show him the same affection that we would have shown him earlier also. But he would mistake that to be a little extra affection because he's lost a leg. Eventually, it so happened that his diabetes it took over. He fell ill and he required constant care. My mom-in-law had passed off a few years earlier before, so he was all alone. My brother-in-law was working, so he had to travel. So my father-in-law was alone at home. We had someone to look after him at home, but eventually it so happened when I would go all of a sudden, like a surprise visit, I would see this guy on the phone and not looking after my father-in-law. He would make food. Food is there on the table. He wouldn't eat it for like hours. I would go serve food for him in the afternoon. When I go back in the evening, the food is right there. He would have had a bowl, rasam. That's about it. Just to explain to him, "Uncle, you cannot do this. You need to look after your health." And eventually, when we didn't have any help at home, we figured this boy who was looking after him wasn't doing a good enough job. We decided he needs to go to a home for the elderly. So in Hennur, there was a home for the old. I went there, inquired, had a look at the place, examined everything, interacted with the others there to understand as to how the ambience is and all that. Looked at their kitchen as to what sort of food they make. Because more than my mom and dad, I was close to my in-laws. I was like, when I lost my mom-in-law, I was shedding tears for literally a week. Because I felt so close to her. And when my father-in-law passed, I felt exactly the same. He had a heart attack eventually and he passed. But during the last few days of his life, one thing I would notice in him was that when I would help him wear adult diapers, because he wasn't able to walk to the loo, and whenever he would have someone in the old age home ask him, "Do you want to go to the loo?" it would hit his pride that he would not want to take somebody's help to go to the loo. So he would pee in the bed, he would shit right there. So we started making him wear adult diapers. When I would go and make him wear adult diapers, he would feel embarrassed. I used to say to him, "Uncle, I'm your son. Why do you need to feel embarrassed if I'm making you wear an adult diaper? It's absolutely all right." The reason why I spoke about this is because this was one of the major reasons why I decided to do Seni ad, because in our day and age, a man, for example me, I would go to a medical store, pick up a packet of pads for my wife and come. I would do that for my sister. I would do that for my mother. I will do that for my daughter also. I am not ashamed of it. But I'm sure a lot of men would also do it, right? But when it comes to a man, we are not okay with the idea that, we will go to a shop and say, "I want this." The shopkeeper will look at you and you feel embarrassed at, "Oh yeah, it's for me." There are a lot of people who still face that. Now, what is the solution to this? The solution to this is us ourselves. We need to make people aware that it is okay if you can go to, I'm sorry to use these examples, if you can go to a medical store and buy pads, if you can go to a medical store and buy condoms, if you can go to a medical store and buy Viagra, you can go to a store and buy a pad for yourself too. There is no harm in that. So if you can do something like that for yourself, we should start from ourselves. If we can do that for ourselves, I think we will help India overcome this kind of problems in the future, and our elders, especially the male elders, will feel a lot more happier and sick in the future. Thank you so much.
Mr. Rohit, I would request you to be on stage. Thank you for sharing a personal experience with us. It made the whole thing more real. And Seni now has a new product to worry about, lozenges for Rohit's bad throat. Yeah. 1 second. Just give me 1 minute. Mr. Rohit is going to be felicitated by Mrs. Brinda Adige, social activist, founder of Concerns India. I request her to come to the stage. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, Brinda. So since this happens to be a symposium for the psychological well-being of elders, I'm now going to share some astounding information with you that's going to make you sit up in seats, and you will cease to be the same people that you were when you walked in. This information has a profound impact on what we think about aging and its psychological impact. How many of you here know that only our bodies age and our brains do not? Yes, what we know about the brain and its functions has drastically changed over the years. Did you know that each time you learn a new skill, you alter your brain? That's why it's important to keep doing crossword puzzles, trying to learn dance at the age of 60, even though the class doesn't want you. Okay? Did you know that even when you're not doing anything, your brain continues to be active? These are researches done in the last 2 decades, but path-breaking research because it completely, radically changes our opinion about how we look at the aged. And we must remember what I'm trying to tell you in a nutshell. See, we are very, very hard up for time. And in a nutshell, in one sentence, I'm going to tell you that our brains are constantly shaped by the world around us. So, let this information sink in, and we now present to you an absolute surprise package, a fusion of science, art, Dr. Tony. A medical graduate from Bangalore, he's also a student of Bharatnatyam. Currently learning under Guru Chitra Chandrasekhar Dasarathi. He likes to involve himself in creative projects which are layered, with narrations weaved into fabric, challenging the artist and thus creating art which is compelling. I'm sure you are hearing the gungru in the background. He's part of a Maya, the performing wing under his Guru Chittasharati, and the principal dancer at Vyuti Dance Company under choreographer Srimati Aranyani Bhargav. He has also choreographed a lot of dance pieces himself. He has a long list of accomplishments, one of the most noticeable being part of an NGO, Moksha, which is with differently abled people, creating equal opportunity for them through performing arts. Just imagine, I again reiterate how lucky we are, where there are different sections of the society coming together to make one another's life easy. And I want all of us to appreciate the fact that we live in very lucky times. I'm sure all of you are impatiently waiting for this amazing performance, presenting Dr. Invocatory Dance.
Shri Guru Namaha. A very good morning to Shri Namaha. Good morning to everybody assembled here. As part of my inaugural showcase, I'll be presenting 2 pieces. The first piece is a Kirtanam called Baro Krishnaya. Kanakadasa Kirti. Brief introduction to the piece, an enhanced experience, viewing experience. Child, Krishna, to grace his home with his presence. Krishna, engaged in his childhood frolic, flaunts his shiny jewels. As a young man, he with his mastery over his flute. Kanakadasa describes the majesty of the Udupi Vasa, an abode occupied by the Supreme. Our Krishna, who mesmerizes in all his forms, the poet is struck by his divinity, as are we. Baro Krishnaya in Ragamalika Aditala.
అందుకే పాడగవు కాలందుకే కిరుకెచ్చే అందుకే పాడగవు కాలందుకే కిరుకెచ్చే ధిమ్ ధిమి 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 రేణుకా అందుకే ಬಾರೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಾಸ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಾಸ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ವಾಸ ಉಡುಪಿಲಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವನೇ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಾಸ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಪದದಾಸ ಸದಗನು ಪಾರಯ್ಯ ಬಾರೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಬಾರೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಭಕ್ತರ ಮನೆಗೀಗ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಬಾರೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಬಾರೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಬಾರೋ
Okay, while I catch my breath too and catch a sip of water. The next piece I'll be presenting is a Tilana in the Ragam Nata Bhairavi. This is composed by, in honor of Srimati Rukmini Devi Arundel. So, Tilana primarily has a lot of nritta, a lot of dancing, and at the very end, a little bit of sahitya, a little bit of words. And the word goes in praise of Srimati Rukmini Devi, calling her the protector of the arts and a severe patron and the preserver of the arts. To that pursuit, her establishing of Kalakshetra and hence the safeguarding of our art forms. Presenting to you Tilana in the Raga Nata Bhairavi. Thank you.
दुदरदीं तदरदीं तदरतन तेरे नारे यारे हारे 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 दुदरदीं तदरदीं వసుధను భరత శాస్త్రమును ప్రబల పరచుడగే కళాక్షేత్రమును వేగమే పూనికతో స్థాపించి పాలించు రూపిణీ దేవి వేగమే పూనికతో స్థాపించి పాలించు రూపిణీ దేవిని వంటి కారుణ్య శిలురా ఎవరు లేదనుచు మదిలో నడలచియే బగలనై నా వ్యధ తీర్చి మానము కాపాడుతువని రచితి సా నిదడ నిరద పద గమ పా పద నిద గమ పద నిద నిద పమ గమ గమ మగరి నిగరి మగరి కరి గమ పమ మగరి గమ పద మగ పద ని మ పద ని పద నిద ని స నిద పద ని ని స ద నిద గరి గమ గరి స గరి స ద ని గరి స నిద ద నిద పమ గమ పద ని ని ఏ తద జం తిన తిన్న దజం తీను తద దిని దిని తాత తజం కావిద గది గిట దిని దన్ గిట దగ దిని దగిట దగ దగ దిన దత్తి దలంగు దగజం దత్తి దలంగు దగజం దత్తి దలంగు దగజం దత్తి దగది దగద నరే రే నారే యారే హారే దగది దగది దగద నరే నారే యారే హారే దగది దగది దగద నరే నారే యారే హారే
Wow. Wow, that was an amazing performance. You know what is the best performance? One in which you don't see the dancer, you see the dance. Which means that if he was dancing for a song of Krishna, you saw Krishna. You didn't see the dancer at all. So I think we had that experience. Please put up your hands together.
Let's then play the videos. Then he's taking a breather. So let
Who's
him play
taking
it.
a breather?
Tony.
Let him. I'm going to. So, and I was very, very happy that he played this Tilana as a tribute to Rukmini Arundale, Rukmini Devi Arundale. For one thing, it makes a lot of relevance that you are paying tribute to your past masters. And in a place where you are trying to celebrate elder care, it makes a lot of sense that we remember what people in the past have given us and how we stand on the shoulders of the people who have given us everything we can possibly stand on. So that was an amazing performance. And I think between doctoring and dancing, Tony has managed to understand everything that the body can be capable of. So amazing. It's such a wonderful combination, a doctor and a dancer. So before we felicitate Tony, let us now have two more videos by TZMO Group. Yeah, Seni is going to present a couple of more videos.
Mom, Dad, here's your magical night. Have a great time.
Bad bladder leakage can occur to anyone.
Guys, you are ready for this.
Now you can live an active life while maintaining your self-respect. Try our semi-active normal pant-style diapers that is breathable, fits like an underwear, super absorbent with odor locking system. Experience a new life with semi-active normal pant-style diapers. This is not a sanitary pad ad, but don't let bladder leaks dampen your spirit. Seni Lady Bladder Control Pad for women designed specifically with your unique needs in mind. Anatomically shaped, super absorbent, breathable, odor locking and leak proof for comfort and confidence. Choose life, choose Seni.
Just these small videos to remind you what Seni is doing for elder care. Okay, I will share a small bit of information regarding the way brains function before we do the felicitation. One more life-changing fact is that contrary to the earlier belief that brain cells are finite and slowly die as we age, recent research has shown us that our brains can grow new neurons. I don't know if you understand what a big path-breaking research is, that you can do neurons, that you don't have a limited number of neurons, that they are not going to be destroyed forever is an amazing fact. And more importantly, you don't need any wonder drug to grow neurons. What's exciting about this is that we can keep our brains and thriving, albeit through conscious effort and adopting certain habits, which I shall enumerate shortly, or as the neurophysicist Lara Boyd says, build the brain you want. All of us have the capacity to build the brain we want. Let me take you through these little changes that we need to make to take care of our psychological well-being. This can be a fitting tribute to all the organizers here who are striving to make this happen at a community level. I call this nuggets of wisdom for a happy life. So in between, I will be giving you all these small nuggets. But now I think it's time to celebrate Dr. Tony and felicitate him. Dr. Tony on stage. I request Mrs. Habiba Kirmani to do the honors. Give her a big hand while she comes on stage. I request Reena to escort her on the stage. Dr. Tony was meant to be a dancer. Look at his eyes. He has got very, very expressive eyes, don't you think? Yeah, put up your hands together for that. Yes. That was wonderful, Dr. Tony. That was wonderful. Amazing, man. You want to say a few words? I'm sure the audience would like to hear you.
Thank you so much for making this happen for me, to me, for me. greetings to the very esteemed members seated in front of me and working behind the scenes. Behind all of this, we do understand what we are assembled here for. A very well-worthy cause, worth discussing, debating, and hashing it out and figuring out how to make the road ahead much more better, a scenic route. And coming from the medical background, I cannot vouch even more so about the importance that the cause is being projected today is. And I just, in the morning when I came, I just hugged Shilpi ji and I said, thank you for doing what you're doing. Because there's not many people who so passionately, so emphatically is profound, vocal about the cause. And this is very heartening to see that BIC is almost at its full capacity on day one at the symposium. And it just makes my heart full, brimming with joy and pride. Adding to that, to the pieces that I chose today, if you saw, I'm just going to be very honest. The last piece, I was gasping for breath. I thought I'd die on stage. Promise, honest to God. But then there is something that pushes you forward. It could be your guru's blessings, your karma, however you'd like to decipher it. But why I'm quoting this is my guru, Srimati Chitra Chandrasekhar Dasarathi. Her father is a legend in the Bharatanatyam field, Professor C.V. Chandrasekhar, late Professor C.V. Chandrasekhar. He passed away, we lost him recently. But when I was dying on stage, I only had his visuals. He was dancing till age 85 at an national platform. And at the psychological well-being and the physical well-being that he enjoyed, to be able to pull off that what I did almost dead at age 85. I wish for all of us, irrespective of the age spectrum, irrespective of the age category, pediatric, geriatric, everything, that we enjoy health to its fullest, to be able to give out art, receive art, and love. That's all. On that note, I thank Shilpi ji and the Karista Foundation for having me over. I was in the oblivion until Shilpi ji pulled me up and said, listen, I want you performing. I'm extremely grateful for that, Shilpi ji. Shilpi ji. I saw her there when I walked in. Now she's here. You see, what I'm talking about, she's omnipresent. Thank you, Shilpi ji, and to the entire team for thinking of me. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Sometimes God is obscenely kind to some people. And Dr. Tony, apart from dance and doctoring, he's also a very good, very articulate speaker. He spoke really well. Yeah. Sometimes God is very obscenely kind to some people. Too many talents in one person. Anyway, so now, all along, you've had everything predictable. So we want to break the monotony and have a surprise video for you. Surprise video, please. I hope all of you are sitting on the edge of your seats.
He was declared best wicketkeeper in the world, scalping 198 victims, also known as the crisis man, match winner, and victory snatcher. Syed Kirmani. Here we go! And he, opening batsman, wicketkeeper par excellence. Best batsman, Karnataka Premier League 2015, 338 runs. Orange cap in Banglore Premier League, 341 runs. Sadiq Kirmani. And when the formidable father and son duo come together for an unforgettable innings of cricket chat down the ages, prepare to be stumped. Kirmani's Pitch Perfect, coming soon on YouTube, Instagram and LinkedIn. And every game begins with a power play. So here's the first power play question. विकेट कीपर की हैसियत से आपकी शुरुआत, हमने सुना ग्लव्स की जगह ऑपोजिशन की आपने ईंट से ईंट बजाई।
जी 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 बिल्कुल, वाह क्या बात है। ईंट से ईंट बजाई, ये ऐसा ईंट से ईंट बजाई, कई ईंटें हमने तोड़ दी।
फिल्मी दुनिया से भी आप कभी अजनबी न थे?
संदीप पाटिल जब हीरो बनने लगे तो हमने उनसे मजाक से कहा कि यार तुम तो हीरो बन गए बॉलीवुड के, हमें भी कोई एक मौका दे दो। एक चांस मिल गया हमारे को उस पिक्चर का, कभी अजनबी थे, और उसमें मैं थोड़ा सा कराटे, बहुत बड़ा फैन था मैं कराटे का।
शुरुआत जो हुई थी स्टेट स्कूल से, मैसूर स्टेट स्कूल, वहाँ से साउथ जोन का सिलेक्शन हुआ, फिर वहाँ से इंडियन स्कूल। सबसे पहला मैच हमारा टूर का, इंग्लैंड टूर का, हैम्पशायर स्कूल से जो खेले हम, तो वहाँ पे मैंने 104 नॉट आउट शतक लगाई वहाँ से। और मेरा सारा इंग्लिश टूर का, हमारी भारत की इंडियन स्कूल्स टीम कोई मैच नहीं हारी उस दौरे पर। इट्स अ रिकॉर्ड बाय इटसेल्फ। स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया बैंगलोर स्पोर्ट्स सेक्रेटरी ने आके मेरे को बोला कि यार कैन यू जॉइन स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया।
आप 10th स्टैंडर्ड में थे और आपको जॉब ऑफर आ गया।
क्या बात,
माशाल्लाह। कितने लोग होंगे जिनको ऐसा ऑफर आता है?
आई हैव माय ओन डाउट।
लुक हु वी गॉट हियर।
The international walk. How nice to see you.
Very good. People, the wall of fame himself, Rahul Dravid, Mr. Dependable, Jamie, and what have you got? I'm so pleased, so honored to have you here, Rahul.
Kiribai was a hero for all of us, growing up. I mean, I was a 10-year-old boy when Kiribai's team won the 1983 World Cup. So that for me was a huge inspiration to actually take up the game and to play it seriously.
Not so long ago, our cricket squad had a galaxy of shining stars. The Master Blaster, the Wall among those leading with the bat, spearheading the bowling attack for over a decade and a half, was a jumbo spinner of the ball, who became the world's third highest wicket taker, scalping 619 wickets in 132 tests, picking 10 wickets against arch rival Pakistan, becoming the stuff of legend, Anil Kumble.
Legend. Growing up, we used to, the first memory of Kiri was, of course, the 1983 World Cup.
Oh, yeah.
In the finals, taking that catch. That changed the course of how Indian was looked at. And I never thought that one day I would be playing alongside with him. and he was my captain.
The Anil Kumble, the bowler. Sadiq Kirmani on strike. Said Kirmani keeping.
बहुत ही आगे बॉल, ये खतरनाक शॉट।
Sadiq Kirmani drives and sent through the covers like a tracer bullet.
वाह क्या बात है, क्या हसीन चेहरा है। ओह माय गॉड, क्या बात है। वाह 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 वाह, बिल्कुल बढ़िया लेकर आए हैं आप। वाह,
शुक्रिया।
व्यूअर्स,
Kitty saw me when I was enjoying myself with all my cousins, because it happened to be one of my cousin's first birthday.
Husainabad, that's where they all lived, in a huge palatial house on Langford Road. Gate ke andar utre, so all the girls were playing around. As she mentioned, there was a birthday party going on. I told my dad, that's the girl who ran inside, that's Habiba. Oh, okay. So my dad was very clever.
It was a very interesting exchange.
That was a lovely 1942 love story. Lovely 1942 love story.
Ishad, Mehnaz and Sadiq, the three children of and Habiba Kirman.
And ours three.
Awesome. Lovely to hear. Lovely, interesting to hear. Fortunate to be born to such lovely parents.
Oh, great.
Great, great.
डर मुझे भी लगा फासला देखकर, मगर बढ़ता गया रास्ता देखकर, खुद ब खुद दीवाने लगी मंजिल मेरी। यकीनन शायर ने सैयद किरमानी साहब जैसी ही किसी मकबूल ये शेर लिखा। Till we meet next time.
We now know that we are going to meet special lights by. Why did you switch off the lights? I have a specs, but I can't read in dark. Arey, we are celebrating Bollywood today. Yes. So we now know we are going to meet a very, very special person. You know who it is. Looking at the video, I'm sure all of you love the video. Lovers of cricket would definitely know him. The ones who do not also know him because he's a household name in India. And this is India, and India's love for cricket is legendary. Arey yaar. I hope all of you here Indians. Okay. He is the only wicket keeper in the world to receive Best Wicketkeeper Award in 1983. He is the crisis man who has salvaged the Indian team from humiliating defeats. He is the man who has broken many national records. He is the man who has a national and international presence. He is the man who, in spite of all his achievements, emerged as a thorough gentleman and a human being in the public eye. His accomplishments, rewards, and recognitions run into several pages, and I could go on for half a day. But this is information which all of you can browse through in time. Instead, let's make the most of his magical presence, the biggest that Seni and Karishta are offering to us. Over to Mr. Anil, Managing Trustee Karishta Foundation, to do the honor of presenting Sani to this august gathering. Come on, put up your hand up and clap till the man is on. Anil and Shilpi will be bringing the man on stage. Yes. Welcome, Dr. Syed Kirmani. Welcome. I now request Ms. Alina to felicitate Kirmani. Alina. We have one more surprise for you after the felicitation is over, and Dr. Syed Kirmani is going to deliver his keynote address. We have a small surprise at the end of it again. Yeah. I now request Anil to share his thoughts on the Padma Shri awardee.
So there is no need to introduce Dr. Kirmani to anybody. But I would like to know, what comes in when you hear this name? Yeah? Anyone else? Anyone else? All that comes to my mind in 1983. And I think, apart from Kapil Dev, Kirmani was instrumental in getting us to that world. Just 2 months that you to remember. One was, as the gentleman rightly said, Zimbabwe. 24 not out and sitting in the front seat looking at history being made. He's lucky. So that's all right. Kapil Dev actually made another 100 runs after Kirmani sir came to crease. So he was an inspiration and he stood there, stood tall. If we did not win that match, we would have been nowhere. And secondly, he took that catch in the finals. Faust Bacchus. Faust Bacchus, okay. Sorry. So he took that catch of Faust Bacchus single-handedly. And that was the turning point. So,
yeah, I'm here, right here.
I would leave the stage to Dr. Kirmani. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. A very good morning to one and all present out here. Yeah, normally, right from my tender age, I've been used to standing behind the wickets, so that's how I was standing behind Anil here. Right, first of all, let me thank the managing trustees, volunteers, and of course the distinguished guests who are present out here into this audience for having invited me on this very auspicious day, which is the World Elders Day is today. And how many elders are there? Can you put your hands up? All elders. All elders here? How many youngsters are here?
One wicket keeper behind you.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant, yes. And how many are married out here? And how many are not married? All the youngsters? Yes, good. Lovely, lovely. It's lovely to have an audience with elders, middle-aged, and college-going students, of course. How many are college students out here? Oh, lovely, great. Well, thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Where are you?
I'm the wicket keeper.
Oh.
I'm the wicket keeper.
Oh, yeah.
For you.
I thought I was the only guy who always goes behind and not be in the front. Nevertheless, thank you very much for, and of course, Anil and Shilpa, who have been very kind to have invited me on this wonderful day of the Elders' Day. And I don't know where I should be starting, with the elders, with the middle age, and the youngsters of today. Where I should be starting, I wouldn't know. Nevertheless, I'm sure all of you have parents. How many don't have parents? A few, very few, very few, very few. And the rest have parents? Yes, the rest of them have parents, grandparents, and relatives. Lovely. It's this particular day is dedicated to the elders who are, majority of them, I won't go into the percentage because I'm very poor in the numbers. You see, I was a backbencher and out of the class in the maths period. So on those bases, the numbers are very difficult for me. Nevertheless, so it is very, very important. I will come to the point straight away as to how the elders, how they should look after themselves. You see, there's no time to fret, frown, crib, and cry. One should learn to take care of oneself in the right perspective. I've used the word right perspective. Every house has a different upbringing, old, different
children with different upbringing come into this world, for us to learn from one another. It's very, very important. You see, it is the children of today, or otherwise also, don't know how their parents brought them up, the kind of sacrifices they have made to see children flourish, reach stardom, bring name to themselves, bring name to their family, bring name to the state and the country and so on. So it is very, very important that children don't know how the parents sacrificed right from the time they were born. They should be made to realize the sacrifices the parents have done. Until and unless they are made to realize, they don't understand the value of the parents. We are unfortunately following the foreign culture, with due respects to the foreign culture. As soon as a child is out of the school, the parents say, go find your own way. So when the children grow up, when they see their parents grow old, they put them into the home for the aged and not take care of the parents who have sacrificed so much of their lives right from the time they were born. How much the parents have struggled to see the child grow hale and hearty. Of course, we are all very fortunate. All here who are present are very lucky, very fortunate to have been brought into this world through the Almighty and the parents, hale and hearty. And we have to be grateful. The children of today have to be very, very dedicated to the parents and be with them as much as possible and not leave them alone. Put them into the home for the aged. We, the children, are indebted to the parents until life for what they have done to us. Right from the time they were born, right from the time of Pampers, it was advertised beautifully by the Saini, and so many things have happened. And it is very, very important. I'll quote one incident. I was invited by one startup gentleman. I'm talking about 12 years ago. He said, I want you to talk to my students. I'm starting a small little startup software company. And I would like you to inspire and motivate my staff members as well. So on that count, he picked me up while we were on the way. I said, what made you? When I found out from him that he was a very high-profile executive in a very high-profile corporate, he said, he was taking me to his startup. It was a little outskirts of Banglore. He was driving his CMD, Chairman Managing Director. And he said, at one place, my CMD asked me to stop the car. And he said, why should I stop the car? He said, can you see that home for the aged? Yes. He said, my parents are there. I want to visit them, just see them, and come back. And he said, this struck me so hard. Okay, a man, CMD, owning a corporate, who has all the facilities, a big bungalow, cars, servants, everybody at service in his house, keeping his parents, old aged parents, in a home for the aged. Now, this man, he took out his attache, his letterhead, put a resignation letter, instant resignation letter, and said, as the CMD came in and walked to get into the car, he gave that resignation letter to his CMD, gave his attache to him, and said, "You carry on, I'm no more with you." Left the CMD on the road, took off from there. I mean, this is where it is required, the kind of respect and regard. He made the CMD realize what the parents are all about. And I really appreciated what he did to his CMD. Wow. I mean, this is what everybody should be doing to the parents. Looking at them in their old age. Why do we get married? We get married to support one another, husband and wife. And of course, it goes without saying, the children are born, etc. and etc. The children should take care of the parents in their old age, which is the talk of the day. For the youngsters of today who are present out here. And please carry on passing on these messages to your friends to take care of their parents, to take care of the elders. The hands that serve are better than the lips that pray. And this is what the Karishta Foundation is doing. And I really appreciate and congratulate the Karishta and the members, the volunteers who have come forward. Many congratulations and the very best luck in your endeavors. And I would like to put another incident. I was traveling in my playing days, Bangalore to Kolkata. In those days, it was only Indian Airlines. No other airlines were around. 1 hour, 40 minutes to Kolkata, I think. Or the times have changed now. The technology, the faster aircraft, everything is changed these days. So one hour airborne we are, and we are just about another 40 minutes before we could land. An air hostess announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there any doctor on board?" With her sweet voice. And right from the first row to the last row, everybody turned around. No doctor. She informed that there is a passenger who's showing signs of an heart attack. Any doctor on board? Nobody is getting up. On the third announcement, one doctor got up and everybody had a good sigh of relief. By that time, the passenger was put on the oxygen and he was breathing heavily, sweating profusely. Right, and now everybody started praying at the same time. And the hands that serve were working. See the wonderful combination of the prayers, the duas, and the hands working at the same time. 15 minutes before touchdown, before landing, everybody were concerned in the aircraft. I'm sitting also, I'm worried, kya ho raha hai bhai, koi doctor nahi hai, magar ek doctor utha. The air hostess came on and said, it's good news that the passenger is breathing normally, and we are very grateful and thankful to the doctor for having come on time to help a passenger. The doctor came, everybody clapped, well done, good job done. Then the passenger came up, folded his hand, thanked everybody for the prayer. The doctor thanked everybody, got down, and I was very curious and intrigued to know why this doctor got up on the third call, why not first call? Looking out for him at the conveyor belt for the luggage, etc., and I spotted him. And normally when I travel, I sport a hat for people not to recognize me immediately, and So on those basis, I went up to him, introduced myself. Oh, you're so-and-so, okay. Right, sir, if you don't mind, may I ask a few questions to you? Yeah, most welcome. I said, why you got up at the third call? Why not on the first call? He looked around left, right, came into my ears, said, I am no doctor. I said, doctor. And what? He said, second call, there was no doctor. And I said, I must help this man. Came into my mind, and what do you pray the Almighty? I asked him. He said, oh Lord, I'm going to help your creation. Please help me to save his life. Wow. And then, yes, fine, that's super. And then what medicine did you give him? He said, generally I carry general ailments like Saradon for headache, some painkillers here and there. And I said, let me take these and give him a Saradon or a Panadol or whatever he had. And look at the belief and the faith in the Almighty, and the belief in that Saradon, which is not a heart curing medicine. He played on the psychology of the patient, as he makes a impact on anybody. The faith and the belief in anything does wonders. So you got to believe in yourself first. After that, we come on to that later on. So he went on, and now the man in oxygen, the passenger breathing heavily, and now he gave that Saradon to him, and the patient definitely knows that he's giving the right medicine and he's the right doctor. The faith in that doctor. So the moral here is the belief in the Almighty by the so-called doctor, and the passenger believing that he is the right doctor to give me the right medicine. So these are things which make, I congratulate him for that. He took a chance on Saradon. Heart attack and pain in the heart, etc., and etc. So on those basis, that was one of the incidences, and of course I like the humor of the master of ceremonies. She was terrific. Where are you again? Not behind me. Oh, there. Stand beside me, please. You'll be a moral support to me. Yeah, that's right. So on those basis, she had a wonderful sense of humor. And on this humor part of it, another incident which happened in Kathak. We were playing South Zone versus the East Zone match. So one of our players, I was out early and sitting in the pavilion, and one of our leagues batting with 60 plus. We were on the winning note. And we suddenly saw him remove his pads, and two guys hold him and bringing him to the pavilion, and he was rubbing his chest. So anyway, he brought the pavilion, and they said, okay, he said, I want to go to the hospital. I said,
matter? I've got some pain and I'm feeling very uneasy. So I accompanied my very dear friend to the hospital. Not to go in the details of it, he's alive, he's still alive, he's doing fine. Okay. Now, at the entrance of the hospital, there was a wonderful quote which got engraved into my head. And it said, a little bit of common sense, which is uncommon, a little bit of tolerance, and a little bit of good humor. See what good life you lead. And believe me, the three words, common sense, so much of depth into that. Every second we have to use that common sense. We speak. And the tolerance, like you're tolerating me standing in front of you. कि भाई बस हो गया यार कितना बोलेंगे. You know, you're tolerating. We are tolerant. We have to tolerate every second with one another. So on those basis, I think this was a fantastic quote for all of us, and humor. You got to be humorous with good humor. You know, when I was the CM, Chief Manager of State Bank of India, in charge of 3 departments, community services, which I was blessed with, and general administration, and official languages. Of course, I'm not very familiar with all the languages. So on those basis, all those colleagues of mine who were under my 3 departments, I used to call them into my cabin, come prepared with a good joke, coffee and biscuits to all of them, and each one will tell a good joke. And leave all those, whatever has happened at home, those problems, etc., and etc. Start your day with a good laugh. You know, that's a very good, healthy exercise. You know, I sometimes, if I'm in town for a week or 2 days I play golf and walk 8 kilometers on the golf course, 2 days, and the rest of the days, one day in Kabban Park, one day in Lal. So I was doing my exercises, little exercises in Lal Bagh. Suddenly I heard laughter of guys, ha, 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 laughing. I looked left and right, kidhar se awaaz aa rahi hai bhai bol ke. Suddenly at a distance I saw, elderly people. Elderly people and a few youngsters in that as well. So I was waiting for another big laughter from them, and then they laughed. I was wondering, why are they laughing? Each one is looking at one another and ha ha ha, different laughter and different, come on, each one of you laugh. Okay, I also joined the group. And I also laughed, and each one of us are looking at one another and laughing. And then the guru of laughter, I went up to him, why is this laughter going on? Sir, it's a beautiful exercise for your entire system, sir, and you should start your day with a good laughter, He said, oh, okay, that's good. So, laughter is a good exercise. So start your day with a good humor. With your wives, of course, you should start with your wife first at home. You see, the school starts at home. So it's very, very important to have a good smile and a good laughter to start with at home itself. You see, life starts at home, actually. So on basis, this is what laughter does. And of course, I think along with the laughter, I don't know if I could ask everybody to give a good laugh wherever you are and clap for all ourselves. It's a good exercise. It gives a good, clapping gives a good blood circulation into your system. So never hesitate to clap whenever you get an opportunity, right? And so on, and my very
I wouldn't know how to tell this, for the elders who are present out here, and of course for the youngsters up there as well. So you got to follow a disciplined life. You know, like a timetable in the college, like a timetable in the school, like a timetable in the offices, in the corporates. There is a time for everything. You are streamlined into that. So continue the same way. Continue the same way even after retirement. Take a good walk. Go into the parks. Socialize. Talk to one another. Problems are there in everybody's walk of life. You got to have a very positive frame of mind to accept every setback into your lives. Look ahead on the brighter side of things. That is what is very important, particularly to the elders who have been left into the loneliness, into this thing. Never feel bad. Never moan or brood into it. क्या यार कोई देखने वाला नहीं है मेरे को. अरे पैदा किए जाते हैं, ऊपर वाला देखने वाला है. You see, one should look after oneself in the right perspective, which I said earlier, into a good disciplined life. Walk around, exercise to your own limitations, and that's how you got to have a positivity in every aspect of your lives. And this is very, very important. And control on each and everything. One should learn to draw a line somewhere in all activities of life. Right, so on those bases, I think on the lighter side of things, I think it is the team spirit which the Krista Foundation have brought about all of us together here, a team effort, a great team effort. This is where we had this great team effort during the 1983 World Cup. We had 7 seniors to Kapil Dev, who was the junior. He was made the captain. Right, so now, 3-letter word is the global problem. Can anybody say which is the 3-letter word? That's it. That is a problem globally. So, now 7 seniors in the team to Kapil Dev, who is a junior. The ego should be there or not? Okay, yaar, kamal hai yaar. The best batsman in the world. The
best wicketkeeper.
Well, I won't go into the details of who all, but, you know, there were many turning points to our victory. The most unexpected. We ourselves didn't ever imagine that we even will go to the knockout stage, because we were the 4th weakest team in the competition. And before departure to England, one of them said, hey, I'm going to go on my honeymoon. The other one said, yeah, well, I'm going to have a lot of fun. Another one said, I'm going to enjoy myself, etc. and etc. This was the mindset we had when we went into the Prudential World Cup 1983. The very first match, I'll only go to the very first match. Of course, Mr. Anil did mention about the Zimbabwe, and you all are aware, I'm sure you all must have seen the 83 World Cup. I'm just talking on the team spirit, which we inculcated after the very first match. Very first match, we were in the group with the mighty West Indians who ruled cricket for nearly 2 decades. Right, and they were the world champions, inaugural 1975. They won the World Cup ODI, 60 overs those days, right? And second World Cup 1979, they were the champions, and they were gunning for a victory in 1983. So on that count, we were put into that group where we are playing the very first match of the tournament against the mighty world champions, West Indies. And we beat them comprehensively, believe me. And Yeah. You see, also should be nice and loud so that the blood circulation continues to flow. Not. So that's it. So on those basis, you see, now we were in the dressing room not believing that we have beaten the world champions. So one of them in the washroom, hey, we have beaten the world champions, man, bolke, he screamed. We were all sitting, changing happily, and we all went into the chorus. Believe me, the entire team, hey, we have beaten the world champions. And from there, we never looked back. And now here is, and I won't go to the rest of it, it was history after that. And so on those bases, now the best thing which the captain said, Kapil Dev, in the very first meeting of our tournament. You see, now shirking away the captaincy ego, Kapil Dev said, gentlemen, I have 7 seniors with me. You see, normally captains don't say all these things. I've never heard a captain. I've played under many captains. I've been under many branch managers, big heads, CEOs, etc. and etc. I've never heard any one of this to the colleagues or to the juniors, right? Kapil Dev said, I have 7 seniors to me, my dear friends, and I don't have to tell you all what your responsibilities are, what you should be doing, and very confident. This is what he brought and kept all the seniors' ego away by this statement of his. He said, I would like all the seniors to guide me. Will the CEO say this? So this statement of Kapil Dev brought all of us together. He said, wow, we have to guide this young man. We will do that. It went into their mindsets. And there's match by match we won. And then it was history all along. Now on another lighter side of thing, on the tour of West Indies, am I taking too much of time? Are you all tolerating me? My wife says enough of yours. Because she has heard me many a times like this. All these jokes she has heard. Okay. All right. Now, my first tour, 1976 to West Indies, and believe me, the West Indians are a very rhythmic lot. They are born athletes, and they move with, in those days, 1976, I'm talking about, I'm running my 20th or 21st year, right? They huge transistors in their hands and walk on the roads, and suddenly 3-4 guys will stop around, play the big music there and start dancing on the roads, right? So on those bases, they are very rhythmic and very great lovers of music and dance. Right now, I'm practicing at the Barbados cricket ground, and behind the nets, I was just judging the pace of the pitch, etc. and etc. So one youngster from the ground, West Indian, maybe of my age, right, came around and he distracted me. And so I looked at him and said, yes, hi. Hey, how you doing, man? I know this is how they speak. The lingo is, we say, hi, man, we say. So they say, hi, man. They say, in a rhythmic way, hi, man, swaying around. And, hey, how you doing, man? This is how they talk. So he came and said, hi. Hey, what's your name, man? He said, I said, Syed Kirmani. Oh, you're the wicket keeper, man. You did pretty well in New Zealand, blah, 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 blah. How are you going to go here in West Indies, Naman? He said. I said, well, I'll do my best. It's okay. So he said, the next question he asked me took the floor off my feet, He said, hey,
are you married, man? He said. I said, excuse me, I'm as young as you are, man, and I'm just building my cricketing career. And what do you mean saying, are you married, man? I said, no, man. You see, he pointed out, and the next question, after that, are you married, man? And I'm not married, man. Don't disturb me. He stood for a while, he said, how many children you have now, man? I got a little angry there when he said, hey, I'm not married. How can I have children, man? Without marriage, I cannot have any children. Why are you talking about marriage? Get lost, man. I told him, hey, don't. He went back a little bit. He said, can you see that girl at a far distance? There was a young girl, and two tiny tots were playing around there. Hey, you see that girl, man? Yes, I see that girl. What's wrong? You see those two kids, no, man? He said, yes, I see, man. So what are you trying to tell me? He said, those are my kids. I'm not married, man, he said. Hey, you are in a very funny country, no, man. So, one of those things which happen, a lot of anecdotes which have taken place in my entire journey to cricket, entire life. And of course, my wife has been bearing with me all this along. And
45 years.
Haji?
45 years.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, and now one more incident of 83 World Cup finals. Okay, Balwinder Singh Sandhu, I'm at the non-striker end, the last wicket. Okay, now Malcolm Marshall, the fastest bowler in the world, along with Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, and Joel Gardner, 7-footer. We have to watch from there, and the ball comes down and then play. So on those bases, the first ball, Balwinder Singh Sandhu facing. Those days, there was no proper equipment, no proper helmet, nothing, no gear, no proper gear at all. So on those bases, one helmet he was wearing, I was also wearing one. The first ball by Malcolm Marshall was a bouncer to him. And by the time Balu could do this, it hit him on his helmet. And Balu was seeing stars during day. I ran up to him, and at the same time, Balu moved away from the stump, and he's rubbing his helmet. Hey, Balu, tu kya kar raha hai yaar? Helmet ko kyun lagad raha hai yaar? Oh, okay, he removed his helmet, he started rubbing his turban. And then in the meantime, Dickie Bird, the best umpire of our time, he was firing the hell out of Malcolm Marshall and walking towards Balwinder Singh Sandhu. Finals going on, last wicket, right? So on those bases, here is the sense of humor of Balwinder Singh Sandhu, which I am going to present to you all. Dickie Bird umpire, Malcolm Marshall walking across, Dickie Bird firing Malcolm Marshall inside out. Words to him, go and say sorry to him. Go and say sorry. Malcolm comes, hey man, I didn't mean to hit you now. Balu turns around and says, hey Malcolm, you think my brain is up here? My brain is here, Naman, he said. Wow, Balu, kya baat hai yaar? Acha usko. Then he laughed a little bit and walked around. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tolerating me with all the small little things here and there. But I congratulate all those elderly gentlemen and the ladies who are present out here. Please do not worry about yourself. Look after yourself. Walk around. Do a little bit of exercise here and there. And laugh a little bit. Ha, ha, ha. Early morning, get up and be cheerful. That's what is required. And of course, the youngsters of today who are going to be married and looking after their parents is very, very important. You are indebted to your parents until life. Just realize and ask your parents what they did to you to get employed, to flourish into your lives.
right from the birth, what they did to you to see you bring name to yourself, to your parents, etc. and etc. Ask them. You hear the sacrifices, you will have tears rolling out of your eyes. The kind of sacrifices the parents have gone to see their children flourish. So please take care of your parents. Look after yourselves. That's important. Life is meant to enjoy, not to fret, crib and cry. So with these few words, I wish Karista Foundation and the trustees and the volunteers the very best of luck in your endeavors. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to share the wellness of the elders, World's Elders Day. With these few words, I sign off. Thank you so much.
One moment, sir. One moment. We have some gifts for you. Some gifts for you.
Yeah.
दे रहे ना. आपने इतना बोला है हमारे लिए.
I would request Dr. Kirmani to come
in the center,
at the center of the page. Yes.
Your love for plants. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh my God. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Kirmani. I think all of us more than tolerated you. We loved you every minute. It's amazing. Yeah. But I also like the fact that he was sharing so many things and his advice for youngsters, which that is what is keeping him young, Habiba. Wives stop appreciating. They will keep saying, "Arey, 45 years se tolerate kiya." So, girlfriends are necessary. Anyway, so whatever Dr. Kirmani was sharing, I remembered this Japanese story called The Wooden Bowl. I don't know how many of you have heard that story, where, you know, there is a father and a mother and a small son. There is a grandfather who shares the dining table at dinner every evening. And slowly what happens is the grandfather becomes very awkward socially. After some time, he's unable to eat without saliva pouring out of his mouth, and he's making a lot of noises, he's belching. He's a social embarrassment to the parents. So finally, they decide to put him in a room. They make a special bowl for him where he's allowed to eat every evening in his own room without any company. The family eats separately and the grandfather eats all by himself. And one day, the grandfather dies. And after that, the small son is sitting doing something. And the father is very curious to know what the boy is doing. And he asks him, "What are you doing, son?" He says, "I'm making a bowl for you to eat dinner in your room." So what we do sends powerful messages to our children. And it's a very touching story where, you know, what goes round comes back to all of us. So now I promised all of you that I will have a surprise for you. Yeah, here's the surprise. Mrs. Habiba Kirmani. You may have heard a lot about the man in the public forum, but Mrs. Habiba will be saying a few words to showcase the human side, the husband side of Dr. Kirmani.
Before that, let me just introduce Habiba to everyone.
Yes.
She has tolerated Dr. Syed Kirmani for 45 years. And you got a timekeeper with you. You did not listen to her.
It was lovely listening to you, sir. And we watched in the video that Habiba was barely 16. You just cradle snatched her. Right, Habiba? But, silently she has been behind this amazing man who has made India proud. And we must know that she is a great philanthropist herself. You didn't know that about your wife? You were busy playing cricket.
That is a sense of humor.
In fact, she said to me that she loved cricket before even she married a celebrity cricketer. Yeah, she was in love with cricket. And good, you married a cricketer. Okay, so Habiba belongs to a very traditional family, but secrets are being revealed after 45 years. But a very broad-minded family. Her great-grandfather was the Diwan of Mysore state then in around 1926. And her grandfather was the Justice of Karnataka. She belongs to a family of sportsmen. Her father was into badminton, billiards, snooker, shuttle player, and whatnot. Her uncles were sportsmen too. For Habiba, it was very important to become a doctor. But she took that service attitude towards serving the underprivileged and poor. She still teaches her staff's children. She does something very unique. You must all know she bathes the dead bodies of the underprivileged and the poor. How many have the courage to do that? I'm getting goosebumps as I say this about you, Habiba. You're here with your better half for a very important day. Please tell us a few words and please time keep yourself.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste, namaskar, adab. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests and valued participants, in the name of the Creator of the universe, who is one, Allah, God, Ishwar, Bhagwan, I begin this important discussion on a pressing issue, loneliness, which has reached epidemic proportions in a modern world. But before I begin, I'm not quite the seasoned speaker, my one and only husband, who's been captivating audiences for years. I'd like to apologize in advance for any mistakes I may make.
Can I just stop you there? I'm not a speaker, I just shared my experiences. I'm
But
not a
you've been-
speaker as well.
No, you've been doing that for years, so you're the speaker.
No.
I'd like to apologize in advance for any mistakes I may make. You see, I was still in school when I got married, and the day I tied the knot, I received a PhD in sports. It is fascinating to reflect on the multifaceted roles women play throughout their lives. From the moment she is born, a woman embodies joy as a daughter, a sister, and later a wife, a mother. Each role is significant, yet often women find themselves categorized merely as the plus one in the families, defined by relationships rather than the individualities. Yes, we must recognize that women are so much more. They are creators, leaders, and warriors. Throughout history, remarkable women have made profound contributions, many of which remained unrecorded. The Quran acknowledges the spiritual equality of men and women, emphasizing that women have always been at the forefront of societal change, even when their contributions were overlooked. As we address loneliness, particularly among our elders, we should take inspiration from strong women like Lady Khadija, who was not just the wife of Prophet Muhammad, but a successful businesswoman who supported unwaveringly. Lady Fatima too exemplified strength and virtue, standing against injustice of her time. And Lady Zainab, who despite facing unimaginable hardships, became a beacon of resilience and leadership, reminding us that true strength often emerges from adversity. Today, as we face the reality of loneliness, especially among the elderly, let us remember our responsibility to connect and uplift those around us. In India alone, we have over 104 million elders, with projections indicating this will rise significantly in the coming years. It is our duty to ensure they are not isolated, but celebrated and engaged members of society. The National Symposium on Elder Psychological Well-being aims to tackle this issue head-on. We must unite individuals, communities, corporations, and governments to create environments where our elders can thrive. Community programs, regular check-ins, and initiatives that foster intergenerational connections are essential. As women, we have a unique opportunity to lead in this endeavor, just as we honor the legacy of women like Indira Gandhi and Kalpana Chawla. We must also inspire our communities to value and support our elders. Let us commit to fostering a culture of love and respect, ensuring that our elders receive the joy and companionship they deserve. Today, we can transform loneliness into a sense of belonging, despair into hope. And even more importantly, let us commit to honoring the women around us, the mothers, daughters, and sisters who are strong, intelligent, and capable. They are more than their titles. They are the backbone of our families and communities. In closing, let us embrace our shared responsibility to combat loneliness among our others, and in doing so, we empower ourselves and generations to come. Thank you for your commitment in this vital cause. Together, we can make a profound difference. Thank you very much. I hope it was a T20 innings. I didn't wanted to make it a test match innings. So it's like I've always been imbibed by my elders, by my family, that good deeds and blessings never, never end. They go on for generations. Thank you.
I thank you, Mrs. Habiba. For a person who doesn't claim to be a speaker like her husband, she did pretty well. Give her a big hand. I now request Shilpi to honor her, to felicitate her. I was just whispering to her that she's such a beautiful woman. And she was telling inner beauty is important. I said, we just now discovered your inner beauty is also very good. I request Mrs. Habiba to stand there. We want to celebrate this 45 years. We request Dr. Kirmani to come on stage. We want a special photograph of you together. Yes. Huh? Can we have all the dignitaries up on the stage? The reporter from Deccan Herald wants a special picture. Yeah.
Brinda, come on stage. Vasanti,
Yes.
please come on stage.
Colonel Bala.
Colonel Bala, Raghu.
Yes.
Ramani.
Sujata.
Sujata.
Yes.
Have we left anybody?
If anybody is left out, please volunteer. This picture will go to the papers.
Have you checked the list?
What list?
Forward, please, all of us. Two of you in the center, please. The Kirmani is in the center. Colonel? No, you're not seen. A little wider.
Yes, please don't rush. Thank you, all the dignitaries, for being such sports. picture to be shared with them so that, they can share this with their children. Yes. And grandchildren. Oh, wow. How lucky. As enthusiastic as you were when you walked in the morning? The yes is sounding very weak. Not too happy. Work up an appetite, please. Work up an appetite for your lunch. The yes should be yes. Yes. Thank you. So I see some youngsters getting pretty bored and going to their mobiles and talking with their friends, and especially when Dr. Kirmani was telling that you should take care of your parents. I mean, that's the part I wanted the kids to hear, and I hope they have heard it. They're so good at multitasking. I'm sure they're using their phones and they're still able to listen to what was being said. Okay? Yeah. Now, before we spring one more surprise on you, I just want to share another bit of nugget with you. The ability of the brain to change is termed neuroplasticity. I'm sure all of you have heard this. It keeps getting dropped everywhere. Neuroplasticity is how the brain can change with certain inputs. So, let us now see what are the things that we can do to see how neuroplasticity can be enhanced in every one of us. I'll only be briefly touching for this all these points because we are seriously behind time. Okay, before Shilpi has a fit, let me finish soon. Dr. Saket, of course, is going to be shedding more light on this. Now let us begin at the physical level. Exercise. Dr. Tani took away most of my notes and said all this, but I'm just going to reiterate once more from the point of view of neuroplasticity. Exercise is one of the ways in which both the body and the mind can be influenced to stay young. Please, please discover the joys of exercise if you haven't already done it. Nutrition also plays a big part, as Ayurveda believes that the finest of what we eat becomes our mind. The finest of what we eat becomes our mind. So self-control is only two things: what goes into the mouth and what comes out of it. Our talking and this. These are the only two things. Intermittent fasting is believed to promote neuron growth and create new connections in the brain. But of course, more research would be needed to establish this, because it has become the new mantra. Everybody is talking about intermittent fasting. I don't know how many of them are capable of doing it, and we don't know in what unexpected ways it's being helped. Feast? Yes, but intermittent fasting is, you fast and then you feast. So, yeah. Now, we have a fireside chat, okay? And I will get MC Reena to give you all the details and monitor the fireside chat. Over to Reena.
Sorry to disappoint you, Vatsala, but I don't know any detail. It's a surprise to me, just as much as it's a surprise to you. Well, what is the content of the fireside chat? I have no clue, and I'm serious about that. It's my pleasure to introduce to you two tall personalities who are with us today, who are going to conduct this chat for us and take us and fill us with the warmth of the fireside. And just imagine there is one here. May I invite you both to come to the stage? I will introduce you while you are seated. We have on your right Colonel A. Sridharan. He's an army officer who served the Indian Army for 30 years. As a graduate of the Defense Services Staff College, he was also a member of the faculty of that prestigious institution at Wellington. He was awarded the Vishishta Seva Mandal by the President in 1992 for exceptional devotion to duty. We salute you, sir. After retiring prematurely from the Army in 1995, he entered into the real estate and development business in Coimbatore. In 2001, Kovai Property Care India Private Limited was incorporated. Colonel is regarded as the pioneer who made the concept of active life for seniors very popular, and he did that with his creation of retirement communities since 2004. During the past 15 years, Colonel has his signatures in over 17 retirement communities in South India. We must give a big hand to that. Kovai Care has also evolved a concept for senior citizens with special needs, that's special needs children, that's autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and the like. Care to elders in various retirement communities. Technology has been absorbed in senior living and care of retirement communities. The Kovai Smart app, telemedicine, use of sensors for effective monitoring of elder care, emergency alert through mobile phones and wearable devices are some of the innovations by the team Kovai Care. Colonel Sridharan is a member of the Confederation of Indian Industries at the CII Coimbatore Zone and a fellow of the Indian Green Building Council, Coimbatore chapter. Let's give him a hand before I take you on to our next guest. Our other tall guest is Balchandar M. Gandekar, or Bala as he is commonly known. He's a very different personalities, as you can see as I go down the profile. Bala is a known filmmaker and an alumnus of the Film and Television Institute of India. He's a photographer, a writer, an entrepreneur. His passion is directing documentaries around mental health. He's the founder of 4C Multimedia, Banglore's oldest film production house, and Hoopsters, which is one of its kind non-academic hybrid educational platform, also with a focus on mental health, parenting, life skills, and sustainability. A product that evolved from the children's magazine Hoopla, of which he was a publisher. He has produced and directed over 2,000 films. Can you believe that? 2,000 films across genres like ad films, documentaries, corporate films, etc. He has been the video producer of 18 concerts. Now listen to this, which includes the likes of Roger Waters, Rolling Stones, Bryan Adams, Elton John, Aerosmith, to name just a few. He has also published 5 coffee table books, which have also been made into films. He has won many advertising and media awards for his work. The list of achievements can go on. Hoopsters is also involved in creating an ecosystem that will bring forth the potential of senior citizens and engage them in the role of change catalysts in the lives of the next generation. May I now invite both of you to open up your surprise and warm us up to your fireside chat. Over to you.
Thanks, Bina. The surprise is we don't know what we are speaking. Okay? That's where we begin, because I think Mr. Kirmani actually told us exactly what you require to, to have psychological well-being. I don't think there's anything more left to say. He had everything going for him in terms of he had passion, he has purpose, he's got a great family, he knows how to laugh, he does things. And that, I think, is the core of, a well-being. Is there more? We can go on and on about a lot of things, but the essentials is he has a purpose, had a purpose, great family, which actually, it takes people to build a family. It doesn't just happen. So there's an effort that goes into it. And he laughs, he likes people, he meets people, he talks, he's comfortable, no egos. I think, that solves your problem. I think we should go home. Okay? So I think he really represents that. But having been asked to come on the what is it called?
Fireside chat.
Fireside chat.
We
There's
want
no
to bring a
fire.
fire brigade here.
The fire is in your bellies.
There is
Correct.
no physical fire here.
Okay.
It's in your bellies.
Bala, smile, Bala.
Oh my God, she's after my smile. Okay, ठीक है.
Smile, Bala.
Is it better? Okay. But since I'm somebody who's really pioneered the whole concept of senior citizens living together and having a great time in their life, I would just like to ask you a few things of what has his experiences been? Because an army professional, coming down, setting up, okay, real estate, great business and all that, but he would have done something else too. But then he took on this whole mantle of doing something for the senior citizens. The problem with me is I don't like the word senior citizens. I don't like the word retirement. I think the word retirement is the main cause of physical unwell-being. Look at all the Indians, mostly Indians, by the time they are 50, एक कीड़ा घुस गया दिमाग में ना कि I am retiring. And at 55, I know my friends who keep saying, 3 more years I got to retire, I have to settle my children, I have to settle this thing, I have to settle that thing. And they're getting old at that age itself. At 50s, my friends actually are getting old. At 60s, they're given up on life. They look at least 10 years older than me. So I personally believe that, how we removed things like blind became visually challenged, something became some other challenge. I think we should remove the word retirement and call it something else. If anybody's got ideas, please, let's put up a proposal. But having come to this, I would like to ask Colonel about his experiences of setting up the whole place. What does he get when he meets those people? See, it's nice to sit and talk from an outside point of view of what the senior citizens feel or do, what they require. It's very easy. But he's been amongst them, and he calls himself 15 years old because he's got his own logic to it. And I would like to know from him, from the horse's mouth, as they call it, he is, quote unquote, senior citizen. He lives amongst them, he's interacted with them for 15 odd years. So if you got questions, please ask him. I think the fireside might be more interesting there. But it's all yours, Colonel.
Thank you, Baba. Firstly, I've been in this business of aging and not old age. The word old, the word age is just a natural phenomenon. Now, many of you say, how old are you? You say, I'm 48 years old. My actual age is 75. That is, my wife is not here, but I got my Aadhaar card. So you can see my age. But today I wore this bush shirt, basically to say that I'm not 75. I'm 15 years. How, thank you. How did I arrive at this number 15? In my 20 years of dealing with these young people, I don't call them old. Some of them have lived up to 106. 90 is the median age I feel that all of us should live at least. My age is 75. I subtract 75 from 90. I'm 15 today. Next year I will be 14. Somebody said 16 because he's adding. In my case, it is subtraction. And actually, if you really see, a guy who is 90, 91, 92, 93, he starts behaving like a baby, the reverse. Truly speaking, when we were young, we were brought up by the parents, and we wore the so-called nappies, which is not known as diapers from Seni. But take it from me, the whole thing gets repeated, the other side. Now, at one stage, we all become like a child. We don't remember many things. We don't know when to, we use the diapers and be happy. But at the same time, we are also aging. Let us not talk about this aging. I don't like it. Second childhood, or maybe, ma'am, I would like to go back into the same cradle. Unfortunately, my wife doesn't permit me to be in a cradle. So, I'll just tell you a few anecdotes of my life with my elders, what I started and why I started it. It was just an idea. Everybody says old age home. My wife and I used to go to an old age home called St. Joseph's Home for the Aged in Coimbatore. My two daughters were studying, and one was in Delhi, one was in Australia. I'm married for 49 years to the same girl. I've beaten Mr. and Mrs. Kirmani by 4 years. But on our 25th wedding anniversary, my younger daughter was in Warwickshire. She was studying there on a scholarship. And she rang up and asked me, Papa, how can you stay with the same woman for 25 years? I said, it's a very good question, and you must ask this to your mother. So age is nothing, we don't consider it. My senior citizens with whom I moved, they are remarkably, the way they behave at times. I'll just tell you one or two anecdotes. We have, one thing is that I'm very popular with only two kinds of people. One is the doctors, that is the deans of all medical institutions in Coimbatore, or Bangalore, or Mysore, or Chennai, or Pondicherry. And the other segment, other person is the crematorium fellows. Because we take bodies for cremation, be it cremation or burial or whatever it is. One day, when I went for a cremation, I normally attend any cremation because I always say that I should share your sorrow and you need not share your joy with me. So when I went to the crematorium, and that crematorium fellow tells me, Saab, aapko dekh ke bahut din ho gaya. I'm not sorry for speaking in Hindi. He said, sir, I've not seen you for long. I said, yeah, please keep quiet. They will think that I'm your commission agent, bringing bodies here. But that is how this whole senior life is all about. There are fantastic anecdotes I can tell you. We have still a lady, I can name her also. Her name is Kalyani. Not an elephant, which it was in the movie, but she's Kalyani. And she's a single woman. She told us, I said, ma'am, I'm going to Dehradun for my regimental raising day. She said, will you go to Haridwar? I said, definitely. He says, will you take a dip? I said, sure. It was January, very cold. So he said, you'll remember me? I said, yes, definitely. So I went, along with my regimental officers and ladies. I took a dip in the Ganges. My heart was in my mouth. It was so cold. But then I took 3 dips. I came out. Again I went back. My wife said, why are you going back? I said, I didn't think of Kalyani when I took the dip. And frankly speaking, there are instances like this, when I went back, she said, you must have forgotten. I said, yes, I forgot. But then what did you do? I said, again I went back. The only thing is when I thought about you and then took the dip, the whole Ganges turned red in color. She says, what do you mean red in color? I said, आपने इतना पाप किया है, you've done so much of पाप, वो पूरा धुलाई करके it became red in color. And they also laugh with you, they don't mind whether you say any of these things. And yes, Bala, you can ask me anything else.
And what I feel we need to really talk about is, how do you rediscover the purposes at every stage? I mean, I don't know if the youngsters, most of us don't seem to have purpose in life. Okay, we just go along. But then there are people like Colonel who keeps rediscovering, So
I'll tell you the only purpose.
It's not just about you. You meet a lot of people in your community. How do these people really rediscover? Well, it takes me back to what Mr. Kirmani said about life in terms of common sense, tolerance, humor, which again leads to somewhere a purpose.
See, one thing is, my only purpose in life after I got married is to try to keep my wife happy. And so far I failed. So purpose is there in anything that you do. You want to do it well. I mean, definitely, when Dr. Kirmani was playing, he had a purpose to be the best wicket keeper, the best in everything that he did. And he entertained us by his jumping one side, the other side, and catching and bringing it back. So as far as purpose is concerned in life, it is predictable and you have to have a purpose. I didn't have any purpose when I left the army. And I started with real estate, I gone into senior living, and today we are also taking care of special adults with autism, Down syndrome and cerebral palsy, whose parents live with us and they are no more. And we take care of them until their demise. So this is, what is the purpose behind this? There was a need. There was a need which had to be addressed. I thought that in our own way, if we can address that need, I think my purpose would have been served. When you say my purpose, my team's purpose. It's always teamwork.
Okay, loneliness is the biggest word that's being used across generation. I don't know why we keep bringing senior citizens in the whole picture. I think the youngsters here are far more lonely than we are. Okay, do you agree?
Very true.
Do you agree? Yeah, great. So, I think we should stop talking about loneliness because I think purpose also helps you overcome loneliness and it gives you a way to interact with people. Like we're all sitting here, we had a purpose, so we got together, we have spent half a day. None of us feeling lonely here, are we? So, I think that's what is missing. Getting together.
See, one thing is loneliness happens to all of us at some point in a day, in any day if you take. You do feel suddenly, you're helpless or lonely. But as senior citizens, we are, lived with your spouse, and suddenly, he or she kicks the bucket, and thereafter you say, I'm very lonely. I had to take care of one general in one of my relevant communities. Two things happens with loneliness. Men get very lonely when the wives die, and most of them get depression. Women are bindas when the husband dies. That story, no, that story.
What do they do the first 2 days?
They're looking for the. They're looking for the wives.
I will tell you, ma'am. My wife once asked me, "What will happen when I die?" I said, "I'll cremate you." Then she said, what do you mean cremation? I said, no, we got fantastic crematoriums in Coimbatore. They're all gas-based and nothing will come out except in the ashes. And then I said, next day, as per the Hindu custom, I have to go and immerse the ash. So I will do that. And then we are supposed to be mourning for 13 days in our community. 11 or 13 days. In ours is 13. In Coimbatore, there are people who mourn for 16 days. But the men keep mourning about their wife after the demise forever. So I said, then what will you do? I said, I'll get married. She said, what do you mean you'll get married? I said, listen, you are in heaven or hell. I don't know where you will be because that's where you will be. How does it bother you if I get married or don't get married? But then she said, no, there's a movie long back where that wife is in that photograph and her husband gets married and she pops out of the photograph and says, and tells him only what to do with, why he shouldn't, how to treat his second wife. So she said, I'll also become like that and come. I said, I have a very simple solution for that. She says, what is it? Of course, there'll be your photograph. I'll not put mala every day because it's expensive. We'll buy mala from Bangalore or Mysore. वो चंदन का माला जो होता है, वो डाल देंगे. I said, since you told me that you come out of the photograph, I said, I'll just cover it with a white cloth. So that is the end of your seeing me or me seeing you. That is the lighter part of it. But I can tell you one thing, ma'am. Our single men become very lonely after their wife. As long as the wife is there, they always keep, something or the other that keep complaining about the wife. But after she goes, single men are disaster, depression. I had a general, I said, and he lost his wife. I said, so why are you so depressed? I lost my wife. I said, so what? No. I said, so what, sir? You know, in this community of 200 seniors, they're all well-to-do, very well educated, exceptionally well-read. I said 27 single, unattached ladies whose husbands, So I said, why don't you have somebody like that and be a companion for you so that you don't miss. And you know what he told me? Shri, what an atrocious thought you're planting in my brain. I said, what do you mean atrocious thought, sir? I said, companionship doesn't mean that you have to hit the bed. I said, companionship is in daytime also. Everywhere you want somebody to talk to, somebody to share your feelings. But why can't you do that? Ma'am, in my 20 years of senior living, this is one thing I have not seen happening. That somebody says, okay, I'll marry one of the ladies here, or excepting one girl, she got her mother married to a man in our community because he said both of you should stay together. Doesn't matter if my father has gone away. So loneliness can be...
He has done that with my aunt. He was very young when I lost my uncle. After a few years, my uncle, we lost my uncle because of cancer, glandular cancer. And we got our aunt married again to a person who, his wife died of cancer. So we made pair there so that, but unfortunately, my aunt lost my uncle as well as the person whom she got married.
Very sad. But anyway, that was his destiny.
No,
Lately with the youngsters, there was my niece who got married, who had 2 children going to school. She died during COVID. And her elder sister had her husband with cancer. He died of cancer, and both the second sister after her death, I saw to it that the person whom the sister had lost, that and the sister who had died, so they are married and they are living happily now.
Excellent,
that's
ma'am.
interesting.
The sisters
No, I think...
have got their partners now. One died, the other, her husband was dead. So both the husband who lost his wife and the wife who lost her husband.
Yeah.
We saw to it that they got together and we got
Nothing wrong. Absolutely.
No, I think that's where we need to really work on this word loneliness, feeling whatever. I think it's all not only individual but also social structure around us that influences all of us. And I think sometimes we need to break out of those and really create a niche for yourself and follow the path you want. Ultimately, it's your life at one level, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. So I think I've been told to shut up. And
Yeah, before I shut up actually, because in my house I can't speak, because my wife is all around, and I get an opportunity to speak here because she is not here. So
don't turn all of us into your wives.
So, normally in my conversation, in senior living, we can't, when a prospective client comes, we can't say, sir, if your wife dies. He says, what do you mean my wife dies? He takes offense to it. So every time I have to teach my sales and marketing people, you have to say, in case let us assume that my wife is dead. I normally kill her first, so that she's not there. And thereafter I can continue the conversation. But life is full of, I think one thing I want to just tell you all, please don't think about the future. All Buddhas are with a walking stick, and they have got so many problems and so many doctors, nurses. I don't think so. I think we guys fall less sick. Today, statistics shows people who are around 45 in the corporate world, they are just die of heart attack. We guys don't die. We live long. One example is in front of you.
I think we are happier than the younger generation, but...
Thank you so much. I'm sure you both had a lot of things to share, but the thing is we have packed so many things. We are very greedy that you should get every possible kind of experience, and we've tried to pack too many things. And now we're going to have the screening of the short film, Poonam, which is... Okay. And just before we start the screening, let's felicitate these two gentlemen and thank them for being here.
I just want to say one thing before they all set up the whole thing.
Yes.
Especially youngsters. There's a wealth of knowledge that is there in the people who are older. I won't call them seniors, but older. Learn to exploit it. There's an old Red Indian saying, when an old man dies, our library is buried along with him.
Wonderful.
So please discover the library, exploit it. It's good for you.
Could I please call Ramani on stage?
Only one thing. Today's Hindu carries a beautiful article about why the senior citizens have to be employed or get jobs or work as long as they can. Because of the knowledge that we have, and not that we are very great, today's the youngsters I see are more knowledgeable than me. Most of us are tottering around, putting the keys in here and there. But definitely the knowledge which we have, please harness it so that your grandparents or great-grandparents don't become senile. Thank you.
I now request Ramani, who's the Executive Director of Dementia India. She's doing some wonderful work. And all of you know how difficult it is to manage dementia patients at home. And she's doing a lot of work in that area. And yeah. Yeah. So, we've heard through our various guests a lot about loneliness. And Karishta, instead of speaking about loneliness, has done something to show how important it is to have companionship when you're older. And toward that end, they have produced this short film called Poonam, which is going to be screened shortly. And by the time the people get everything together, I just want you to wait for 2 minutes, get everything ready. Call Shakti to share a little ode to her grandmother that she has written. It's so touching that she was brought up by her grandmother, and it's a very, very short poem. By the time everything gets ready, she will finish it. Yeah, I could have read it, but I think she needs to read what she has written about her grandmother. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me here today. So since today is Older Person's Day, the old person that I love the most is my grandmom, and this is for her. I know to the woman who has always loved me. I don't know about others, but she's one person who definitely makes me a part of her thinking every day. What can I say? She raised me for the 12 years that I've been naughty, spoiled as I could be. Arguably, that makes it the best 12 years of my life. She is the one who taught me that even just rasam rice is, a big difference in a person's day. I can happily and proudly say I'm the one who's filled her curiosity with answers. She once asked me, how does it rain? Now, believe me, the rain cycle I've been studied since more than 10 years or more. But I've never felt so joyous explaining the rain cycle to her. I thought being naive never sounded more cuter. She's loved me no matter what, giving me a head massage every time I sat next to her chair, taking my side through everything, every time me and my mom argued, taking my side through everything, making more dosas no matter what, and I could never not be hungry for more of her dosas. To my grandmom, your food will always be the highest standard set, just like your love. Your chair and plate is always kept aside for you, for when you're coming home, and I can't wait for that to happen. Your garden misses you. It's waiting to greet you with the greenest of leaves and the pinkest of hibiscuses. The house has never felt fuller with just another person's presence. I want you to see another generation of the Iyer family, that's us, and of course it'll be a dog, but I'll let you name it. I'll make you dosas and wait for your vacation. Speedy recovery, Ram Lakshmi. We love you so much, and we want to see you again, healthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was especially meaningful because Shakti has a single parent who is taking care of her. She doesn't have a father, and she's the most balanced kid I've ever come across. And that was wonderful. And I think let's make it universal to all the grandmoms in this world from Shakti. Please put up. Yeah. Are we ready for the screening? Yes. I hope you get more hungry with the screening, and then we can all do justice for the lunch. We are planning to break for lunch after the screening, and after Shilpi speaks a couple of words about the movie. We don't want your memory to suffer. After you eat and come back, you may not remember the movie. So we are going to allow her to say her two bit before we break for lunch. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the movie. And we also want to have an audience engagement, which we're going to have post-lunch. We want at least 2 or 3 of you, especially the youngsters, to respond to the movie. Yeah? Poonam.
बात कहता हूँ, जो दिल कहता है वही कहता हूँ। ओ मेरी पूनम, ओ मेरी पूनम,
सुनो दिल की बात कहती हूँ, जो दिल कहता है वो ही कहती हूँ। ओ मेरे सूरज, ओ मेरे सूरज,
देखो ये नजारे सब हमको निहारे, देते हैं गवाही हम प्यार के हमराही। तू सच मान कहता हूँ, तेरे लिए जीता मरता हूँ। मेरी पूनम, ओ मेरी पूनम,
तेरा एक बार कर लो, चाहे आज मांग भर दो।
तुम वहां खड़े कर क्या रहे थे? मरने जा रहे थे? और इतने साल कहाँ थे? और अब वापस क्यों आया? एकदम बदल गए हो तुम सूरज। You started looking so old. सफेद बाल, उड़ गए आगे।
तुम बिल्कुल नहीं बदली, वही चेहरा, वही अदा, वही मुस्कुराहट।
नहीं, थोड़ा बदल गई हूँ मैं। ये सब डेंटिंग पेंटिंग का कमाल है।
नहीं, मेरा दीवानापन तो नहीं।
दीवानापन? तो फिर ये दीवाना एक दिन मुझे छोड़ के क्यों चला गया? दो बच्चे हैं मेरे। The boy is in Canada, the girl is in Australia. दोनों की शादी हो चुकी है, बच्चे हैं। So, actually, मैं नानी भी हूँ और दादी भी। लेकिन मैं यहीं रहती हूँ अब। शुरू के दिनों में जाती थी, बुलाते थे वो। You know how it is. कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें आपकी जरूरत है भी और नहीं भी है। आप आ जाते तो आप अपने आप को एकदम कुछ समय बाद फालतू सा महसूस करने लगते हैं। यहाँ आते हैं तो फिर वही अजीब सा अकेलापन। तो मैंने कहा छोड़ो, यहीं रहते अपने दम पर, अकेले और तन्हा।
और तुम्हारे पति?
डाइवोर्स हो चुका था हमारा।
डाइवोर्स? क्यों?
छोड़ो, अपनी सुनाओ। You really want to hear? उनका अफेयर चल रहा था किसी और के साथ। वो चाहते ही नहीं थे कि वो बच्चों और मेरे साथ रहे। So it was.
I'm just coming. Yeah.
भाड़ में गया तेरा वास्ता।
फिर एक दिन तो हद ही हो गई। माउंटेनियरिंग बॉयज ने मुझे वहां से निकाला। वो नहीं होते उस दिन तो मेरी जंगली जानवर का लंच बन गई होती। कुछ महीने बाद जब अस्पताल से निकली फाइनली, मुझे लगा अब बस बहुत हो गया, इनफ। I asked for the divorce, got it. फिर मैं यहीं बस गई। शुरू में एक घर किराए पे लिया। दोनों बच्चे मेरे साथ ही थे। उनको बड़ा किया, पढ़ाया, they went to college, got married. That's it.
जॉब की नौकरी?
हाँ, नहीं तो कैसे पालती। एक संस्था के साथ लगी रही काफी सालों तक। They took care of a lot of things. प्रोफेसर साहब ने तो कहा था, मैं जिस दिन प्रोफेसर बन जाऊंगा उस दिन तुम्हें जॉब करने की जरूरत नहीं। फिर प्रोफेसर साहब भाग गए। You remember that? मैं बीएससी कर रही थी और आप प्रोफेसर बनने ही वाले थे। You know, today I have an NGO of my own. ये सारे पेड़ देख रहे हो? ये हमने लगाए। Can you see that? Bareness there. लेकिन जहाँ पेड़ है वहाँ लैंडस्लाइड नहीं हो सकता। So our NGO takes care of all this. We plant the trees, prevent deforestation, all of that. This whole mountain is thanks to the work of my lovely people. आज मैं अपने लगाए पौधे देखने आ रही थी। तुम दिख गए। क्या कर रहे थे यहाँ?
ऐसे ही घूमने आया था, तुम मिल गई।
तुमने शादी वादी की? बच्चे बच्चे हैं?
की थी, सरिता चल बसी, एक लड़का है।
वो आ गया, मेरा बेटा आ गया। मैंने कहा था ना, वो जरूर आएगा। वो मुझे यहां से ले जाएगा। बहुत प्यार करता है वो मुझसे। 3 साल का था तब से सीने से लगा के उसे रखा है, पाला है। मुझे याद है, एक बार वो बहुत थक गया था। मैं उसे कंधे पर लेकर घूम रहा था, सुसु कर दी थी उसने। मैंने कपड़े ही नहीं पोंछे। आज तक मेरी सासू में वो महक है। मैं तुम्हें मिलने जरूर आऊंगा। अच्छा, ख्याल रखना। चलो, ठीक है, ख्याल रखना। मेरा बेटा आया था ना?
हाँ, आया तो था। आपके बारे में नहीं पूछा उसने। वो आपके अंतिम संस्कार का खर्चा देने के लिए आया था। ये लीजिए।
अंतिम संस्कार?
वो मुझे यहां से ले जाएगा। बहुत प्यार करता है वो मुझसे। 3 साल का था तब से सीने से लगा के उसे रखा है, पाला है। वो आ गया, मेरा बेटा आ गया। मैंने कहा था ना वो जरूर आएगा। कोई नहीं, नो वन।
सूरज,
रिटायर्ड।
मेरे घर चले?
मैं क्या करूंगा वहां?
लंच करेंगे, लंच टाइम भी हो रहा है। चलो, और सवाल नहीं पूछूंगी। कम
सुनो दिल की बात कहता, जो दिल कहता है वही कहता हूँ। ओ मेरी पूनम,
बच्चों को तो एक दिन घोंसला छोड़ना ही है और लौटने की संभावना भी लगभग दुर्लभ। सबको समान अधिकार है ना अकेलेपन को दूर करने का। तो क्यों ना बाकी जिंदगी हंसते हंसते कट जाए किसी साथी के साथ, पूनम और सूरज की तरह। चिड़िया जिस पेड़ पर घोंसला बनाएगी उसे उसी में रहना भी पड़ेगा। लेकिन आज के ग्लोबल कल्चर का कॉमर्स बच्चों को घर से दूर विदेशों में ले जाकर घोंसले बनवा देता है और यह समस्या इसी तरह बढ़ती चली जा रही है। वार्ता और भूल सुधार से हर समस्या का निदान है।
Is a disease like any other disease. It's like dementia and Alzheimer's. Or it's like Parkinson's disease. Because if you're lonely, the body and the mind shut down.
Children are moving away. They may be moving to a neighboring state even. But there is loneliness. Even in homes where the elders stay with the children themselves. If a person of 25 or 20 makes a choice of a companion, nobody questions that. Why then for an elderly person? Companionship, social interaction is well within the human context. And if somebody wishes to have a companion in elderly life, I think everybody should welcome.
I think the time has come when our society needs to be sensitized about elderly companionship.
Everyone needs a companion till you walk into the sunset.
I hope the message was loud and clear and all of you enjoyed it. Shilpi, would you like to say a couple things? Or yeah. After Shilpi shares what she would like to say with you, I would like to ask 2 people in the audience for a feedback. Earlier we had thought we could do 5, but I know all of you are very, very hungry, and then I don't want you cursing me. Okay? So, but audience engagement, feedback is so very important, especially I would like both the speakers or both the persons who are going to give a feedback to be youngsters, preferably, to see how well this has gone down with the youngsters. Okay? Yeah, preferably youngsters. So I hope 2 people will volunteer and then give us a feedback. Yeah? Please be prepared when Shilpi speaks.
Thank you so much. And I hope that this has left you with some emotional response, the film, because it was an emotional journey for us to create this film, shoot it, find the right artists, so that we could project what we want to say through this effort, National Symposium of Elder Psychological Wellbeing. We believe that empathy is the core of life and living. And every solution, whether it's a business idea or a social idea, the root is at empathy. So it's when we feel ourselves that problem, do we think of solutions? So we have tried to gather you all here to find solutions, to be a part of this movement, to be a part of this initiative, to come forward and think about solutions, because we need to design a better future for ourselves. And we have to begin now with the current population that is aging. We cannot wait for our time to come and then sit, cry, brood, beg, complain. I don't intend to do that. So I would want all of us to do something now so that we don't have to brood, cry, complain, but live happily in a dignified manner, with the satisfaction that we have done something, with the satisfaction that we have started understanding what our seniors go through, and be more empathetic towards any elderly person that we see anywhere, whether it's in the metro, in the buses, in the trains, in the airports, anywhere. See yourself in that place. You will be there sooner or later. We all will be there. I'm just 10 years away from being 60. So I'm just foreseeing all that. Okay? Thank you so much. Yes, Habiba. That's why you're here. I know, but I'm just following you. I'm following you. Okay, so anybody from the students? We have a lot of students here from psychology and sociology of various colleges, NMKRV, St. Joseph's, Christ, and Jain University. Yes?
There's a hand going up here. 2 young hands will get the mic. Yeah. One from this side and one from this side, preferably. Yeah.
This video made me very emotional, and what I think is my generation is not thankful to parents. They don't see where they come from. And one major difference between parents and children is, no matter how many mistakes we make, our parents will still accept us and forgive and forget. But they are also humans, they also make mistakes. But if they make mistakes, we are not able to forget and forgive. I mean, we choose to leave. And especially leave when they need us. It's not that we are doing something out of charity for them. I think it is our duty. And we owe it to them by being there when they need us. And the video also explained about what is known as empty nest. So parents, their entire life is revolving around us. My parents, they are always asking me, how was your day? What did you do? What did you eat? Did you eat on time? Sometimes I do lie. We all do, right? I mean, but what about them? Where is their space? Where is their individuality? What is their hobby? I've seen my mom cooking so passionately and with all the love, but I really don't know what is her passion. It is sad. But when I reflect, I don't know, and it will be more sad for me to listen from her that even she doesn't know. So, I mean, they have given us everything, all the emotions, all that they could provide us to bring up, and financially, emotionally, mentally, in all aspects. So we owe it to them.
Thank you. Yeah. That was really very touching. And when I was teaching, I would always tell my students, look at your mothers. They say, today is your birthday, I have cooked for you. Today your brother, has achieved something, I've cooked for you. Today is your father's birthday. But has any mother ever said, today I like to eat what I like to eat, so I'm going to cook for myself? So, I mean, when a child is able to see the spices and the joys of what the parents do for the children, that's very, very touching. Thank you so much. I didn't get you. Arushi. Thank you, Arushi. That was very, very warm. And I should thank your parents also that they are able to inculcate this in you, that they are able to make you see this. A big thank you to your parents too. Anybody from this side? I want the hand go up like this. Anybody from this side? No? Should I? Oh, thank you. I would have, my next statement was going to be, should I choose the koli for the masala? So, yes, stand up please, you will get your mic. Yeah. Yes.
For me, the short film was rather inspiring, and I also respect my dad because both my grandparents, my father's side, they both are no more. And every time I talk to him about about my grandparents, one thing which he says about is like he's very satisfied in his life when it comes to his grandparents, when it comes to my grandparents, when his parents. So he was like, whatever my grandparents, like my grandfather always had a dream that he wanted to send my father to Middle East or somewhere where he can work well. But because of their financial thing, they couldn't do that. But when it came to my dad's thing, he made sure that nothing they wanted, they lacked. So even before both my grandfathers, even during their last breath, they died in my father's shoulder. So that's something which he's always proud of. And while seeing the whole thing, I was all the more proud that I have a parent who is satisfied about taking care of his parents. And me and my brother will make sure we also have the same satisfaction which we see in our parents.
Thank you so much. I hope, your name?
Aksa.
Akhtar. Akhtar. Aksa. Okay, I am not able to hear without the mic here. Yeah, Aksa, thank you so much. I hope whatever that you pledged in front of this audience will get reverberated again and again and become many, many young voices who are going to say, I and my siblings will take care of our parents. This is what we need to hear from the youngsters. Yeah? Thank you so much. I wish I could have, I'm sure there are lots of people who could have, given us excellent feedbacks, but for lack of time, we need to stop and break for lunch. Reena is going to announce how much time you have to finish your lunch and what time you're expected back. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we are now going to take a break for lunch, and it is 1:45. I've told 2 minutes extra. So 2:15, I want all of us to be back here. Yeah, I know. That's a challenge. So let's see. All of you will try and finish and be back by 2:15 so that the second part of the day we can maintain time. Thank you. Have a nice lunch, all of you. And come back. Please keep looking at your watches. School of Design, USA. She has hosted a 38-episode reality show on Times Now and acted in films too. Mrs. Kirloskar has made her mark in the field of sports too. She's a golfer, a badminton, tennis, and basketball player. She's also a writer who runs her own blog. Apart from writing on socio-economic topics, her article celebrating loss went viral on the net. I urge every one of you to read it. I read it before coming here and announcing this. Amazing article. Very sincerely written and from the bottom of your heart. But the biggest contribution to after her husband's demise, she has managed to balance her grief and worked hard to carry forward the legacy left by her husband. And it was not a small legacy. She had a lot of burden on her shoulders, which she has so bravely managed. But her biggest contribution to the society has been her philanthropic work. She has helped rehabilitate children of sex workers and also provided vocational training for destitute women. Her concern for elder care is noteworthy, and we are very happy to have her here with us, presenting Mrs. Geetanjali Kirloskar to you. Please come on stage, madam. Please come on stage. Yeah. I would want Reena to walk her to the stage. I request Shilpa and Alina to felicitate. Yeah. I would now request Mrs. Geeta Kirloskar to say a few words. Yeah. Yeah.
2 minutes, 3 minutes. Little more maybe, I don't know. Thank you, Shilpa, for this warm introduction. Perhaps a little exaggerated maybe. And I thank Karista Foundation for inviting me here today to speak on the very important occasion of the National Symposium on Elder Psychological Wellbeing 2024. I call it Gross National Happiness and the Silver Dividend. India's 60-plus population is not a problem to be solved. It is a treasure trove of wisdom, experience, and resilience that we must cherish and support in our journey. Today, they are 150 million strong. By 2030, they will be 195 million, and by 2050, they will be 348 million. This asset can yield a silver dividend in the form of GDP and what I call gross national happiness growth. Our elderly population is not homogeneous. They come from diverse income strata and age segments, each with unique needs and challenges that require our understanding and support. I am giving these figures not because you don't have access for them or it's not known to you, they're all on public domain, but just to make the point that it's a huge demographic dividend that we should not ever ignore. About 40% of them belong to the unprivileged class, have led a hard life, are in failing health, have little or no savings or pension, and become the sole responsibilities totally dependent on their children and their families who themselves have little financial leeway. This segment of older people needs focused government aid in the form of senior homes that shelter them, give them sustenance, healthcare, company, and where responsible, work that utilizes their skills and talents. The government currently has several programs for healthcare and the elderly. We know the PHCE, the Atal Vayo Abhyudaya Yojana to care for needy elders. Civil society and NGOs could engage more with the government to plan and nurture a chain of senior homes across. Attached to these senior homes could be hospices which can provide end-of-life care. These senior homes and hospices can be run as private-public partnerships with corporations contributing from their mandatory community service budgets. The point is the entire ecosystem needs to sensitize and gear up for elderly care. In the case of 60% of elders coming from the middle-affluent classes, in an upwardly mobile society, it's not financial wants alone, but psychological and emotional needs in the form of loneliness, an increasing lack of empathy from the rest of society, and a consequent loss of self-worth. Market forces are creating specialized healthcare and assisted living facilities at various price points to meet the needs of the middle class and the affluent segments. But beyond that, they suffer from a sense of isolation as children move away, often to a new geography, for economic pursuits, and that's inevitable in a globally competitive world. They become absorbed in their own families. Their loneliness is combined with a creeping loss of self-worth as downshift from active careers to first semi and then full retirement, and their social circle shrinks too. In the US, as you might know, such seniors have created and nurtured an antidote to loneliness and loss of self-worth. An influential association called the American Association of Retired Persons, AARP, provides American seniors with a powerful political and lobbying platform with the government to combat ageism in society. AARP is also a community club that offers companionship and a sense of kinship to tackling loneliness. It acts as a marketplace for seniors' skills and experience, thus bolstering their self-worth. Admits members at the age of 50, which has two advantages. It gets a cohort of members in their 50s who are at the height of their powers to aid the association in meeting its objectives. It also prepares these members for life in the 60s and beyond. An association of Indian seniors on the line of ARP, say Indian Association of Senior Persons, could be the central node that releases a whole ecosystem of initiatives to combat loneliness and erosion of self-worth, lead to a substantial contribution to both GDP and gross national happiness. IASP could lobby with the government to mandate improved financial services for seniors in banking, investments, and finance. However, at the end of all this, I believe it must start at the level of the individual. The key point to address is the eroding empathy levels between the elders and the younger generations, a symptom of postmodern societies' increasing atomization and alienation. India's seniors are as much India's strength as its young, and we speak a lot about our youth demographic dividend. If we nurture this, that would be reaping our demographic dividend whilst also enhancing the strength of our socio-cultural fabric. Somewhere along the way, in our pursuit of independent thought and living, in the greed for betterment, in the temptation to rise higher, we have diluted our core values of respect and regard for age. In our tradition, the elderly are given the deepest respect at any family function and prayer ceremony. Their blessing is crucial to the health and happiness of the young. Their hand raised in warm support, their eyes proud in the success of their children, all regarded as the mark of a perfect, good, traditional Indian happy family. I think it's very important to maintain these time values in an era where we are galloping ahead for ambition. At least these values should be timeless. I believe it's a question of responsibility. I think it's important to take responsibility for our elders and to stay accountable to their well-being. It's a little more than just the emotional range. They have immense wisdom and experience. There is, I quote, "Assuredly nothing dearer to a man than wisdom, and though age takes away all else, it undoubtedly brings us that," as Cicero rightly said. They will only share it with you with love and honesty, wanting nothing but the best for their children. We may think we don't need them and only they need us, but trust me, we need them. We are ignoring a very vital constituent factor of our growth and success if we disregard the advice and love of elders and their continued wisdom and continued presence in our lives. For humanity to stay human, I believe we need to be sensitized to the needs of those older to us. Remember, we held their hands for very long, even much after we walked and ran. Sometimes until we ourselves had the first grey hair. Today, they need to hold your hand, lean a little bit on you. I am really amazed at the resilience and resolve of our elderly. They're trying to stay relevant. They're trying to stay as independent as they can. They're learning to drive at the age of 75. They're working on the internet. They find their sources of information from the net. They're surfing the net. They have their computers. And they're also, very importantly, working hard to manage their expectations. And in fact, it is them today who offer support to the younger ones. We must remember that one day, sooner than you think, we will all get there. In the rush of the present, in the accolades and the ecstasy of success, it might slip your mind that you too will age. We will grey and wrinkle, the knees will hurt a bit, suddenly you will trip when you walk. You haven't really seen that next stone too clearly, have you? And that's when you will feel the fear of aging. It's very important to set an example for little children. When they see you give care and respect to the elders, they will do to you too when you age. Children follow what they see in the home. They imbibe the values of the family. This empathy for the old requires a lot of patience. I now find amongst the young today, there is an immense sense of impatience. It's all instant gratification. That sense of impatience has to be diluted just a little bit if you have to express your care for the elders, because that needs a lot of patience. It needs emotional agility. It needs higher EQ. Show in every little way that you care. Reach out, even if just for that moment that matters. You will get a billion blessings and continuous boundless love. And the strength that comes from knowing you are doing them right, while the elderly stay secure in the knowledge of being loved. Most importantly, it will increase the happiness quotient of our seniors, and along with it, the happiness quotient of their children and grandchildren who feel they have stayed accountable and responsible. Increasing gross national happiness, therefore, forms a virtuous cycle with increasing the country's gross domestic product. An article in the New York Times, I close, says, social science tends to define old people by their disabilities, but people don't define themselves that way. Thank you. And to all the older members of my audience, a very respectful namaskar. And I think that's where it starts from, that at every encounter, at every interaction, if you and me can start with even showing symbolic forms of respect, it will remind you that in every action and every deed, you must imbibe and remember that sense of respect. And I also wanted to add one thing which I didn't write down because it's just been very rushed for time last few days. When you have very old people in your family, somewhere along their journey, you will see that only one is left. In my case, it happened very early. It happened when I was 57. Hopefully, in the case of my older generation, my parents, my uncles and aunts who are older to me, I hope, and older members here, I hope that one is not left alone too soon. But please remember that you need a lot of more compassion, a higher incremental sense of levels of compassion needed to offer to a single old person who is left behind is much higher and much harder. And that is when your sensitivity will be put to test. And I urge every one of you to remember that anyone can be left alone at any point of time, and it wouldn't be wonderful if it's when you're old. And that's when you need the young the very most. And with those words, I would like to close today. Thank you very much, Carista Foundation, for giving me this wonderful opportunity of an exchange on a topic that of late has been very close to my heart. Because only when adversity hits you, do you learn to think deep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Geeta Kirloskar. That was wonderful, and I was amazed at all the statistics that was so intelligently combined with a lot of her own emotional experience. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I now call Dr. Manjula Raman to come and felicitate. Thank you so much, Mrs. Geeta, for being here and giving your precious time to us. Thank you very much. I now invite Ms. Sujata Balkrishnan on stage to conduct the panel discussion. Mrs. Sujata Balkrishnan is going to be the moderator. I call Dr. Radha S. Murthy, President, Dementia Alliance India, Managing Trustee, Nightingale Medical Trust, one of the panelists to come on stage. Shabina Sultana. Shabina is not here. Okay. Ms. Brinda Adike, Social Activist, Founder, Global Concerns India. Professor Ajit Mani, Evaluation Research, Public Policy Analyst. Let me quickly present Ms. Sujata Balkrishnan to the audience. Ms. Sujata Balkrishnan, who runs Theatre for Change, a non-profit community theatre collective, a teacher, counselor, and a theatre practitioner from Bangalore, Ms. Sujata and her team firmly believe that any art form must be able to go beyond entertainment. It must engage and educate the audience to become agents of change. Theatre for Change questions systems of power which have silenced marginalized voices. Traveling across the globe, engaging local talent, they've been successful in making transgender activists, members from working class, senior citizens, and other subaltern groups to lend their voices and support their movement. Theatre for Change has managed to communicate to the society at large that irrespective of age, class, caste, religion, living a life of dignity and a feeling of inclusion is the least that every human being needs to be equipped with. Who other than Ms. Sujata Balkrishnan, with her excellent credentials, can be the moderator to conduct panel discussion? Over to Ms. Sujata to tell you about her panel discussion and tell us a little more about panelists. Thank you.
I hope. How are you all feeling after lunch? Hope you're not feeling sleepy.
Who is it? The name is not given.
You hear me or you need the mic?
Maybe, sir.
Need the mic? How are you all feeling this afternoon? Good. Not sleepy after the heavy, wonderful lunch that was provided?
Let me call Raghu.
Oh, he hasn't come?
He has come.
He's there since morning.
Yeah.
Shabina was supposed to be here. Shabina is not
Okay.
here. She went through
I now invite Mr. K.S. Raghunandan, founder, CEO, Elders India and Elders Wealth, former MD, Cisco Services, India and SAARC. Yeah. Yeah. I want to publicly apologize, Mr. Raghunandan. The thing is, we've been so hard up for time and we are trying to rush through it, and then this is what happens. Please accept my profound apologies. Sorry.
Sorry. So you're all ready for the session? Yes. Okay. I think we have heard enough about ageism in the morning, but unfortunately I have to talk only about that because the panel discussion is focusing that. Age is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it really doesn't matter. Mark Twain. I think how we feel, think, and act about age is so very vital for our physical and mental psyche. Unfortunately, the society starts thinking and feeling. I won't say feeling, starts thinking for us. And I think society is at its best if it has to draw lines for everyone, be it gender lines, be it geriatric lines, and expects everybody to color within these lines. So we need to remember that one size fits all doesn't work here at all. Of course, defying the myth about ageism, I would just like to share my personal anecdote. When I was just getting off a bus, and there was a senior citizen who was 65 plus and he was physically fit. And he just missed one step. That's it. And it was almost about to trip and I held his hand. You know what was the reaction from the people around? They didn't respond. Unfortunately, we react more than responding. In Kannada, he said, Yenappa, e muduka, manel kutkondu nim sose kododu tinkondu alli irbekalla illi yak ban nam tale tintira. Why are you eating our head? Why can't you just sit in the corner of your house and just whatever your daughter-in-law is feeding you, just eat and sit? I was shell-shocked. He looked physically fit. And this could have happened even to a 30-year-old. So that means you are putting people in boxes and you are assigning roles. Gender roles, old age roles. I don't think it is fair to do that. Of course, it does. I don't deny that there are multiple challenges that come with old age. The changing family dynamics, social isolation and loneliness that can lead to geriatric depression, lack of social security pension schemes and affordable health care services. With an aging tsunami, demographic aging due to medical advancement is engulfing the world. And I don't have to give you the statistics. I think somebody has already given it, but it's a steep rise. So I think the urgent need of the hour, like we have had the green revolution, we have had the industrial revolution, now we are on the way to have a gender revolution. I think the need of the hour is a geriatric revolution if we need to improve the quality of life of the elderly. Yeah, now this exactly is the core content of our panel discussion this afternoon, and it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists, the first panel. Yes, we have Professor Ajit Mani. I'm starting from my right side. We have Professor Ajit Mani, a public policy analyst, senior fellow at the Center for Public Research, with a background in development management, supporting entrepreneurs in creating an impact in rural areas. Can we have a big round of applause for him? And next to me, we have Brinda Adige, who does a lot of work, right? Child trafficking, right? Rescuing. And of course, I think I'll just encapsulate, or in short, I would say she's a social activist and the founder of Global Concerns India. Can we have a big round of applause for her as well? And to my left, extreme left, I think we have K.S. Raghunandan, the founder, Elders India and Elders Wealth, former MD Cisco Services India and SAC. And last but not the least, we have Ramani Sundaram, the Executive Director, Dementia India Alliance Bangalore, and the Deputy Director of Nightingale's Medical Trust, with a rich experience in dementia care. Now I think they will take on the stage with me just putting forth the questions. Yeah, that's my job. Yeah. So I think I will start with, Ramani Sundaram of Nightingale Medical Trust. Ma'am, according to the Alzheimer's Disease International Report 2024, over 3.8 million are living with dementia in India, and this is expected to rise over 11.4 million by 2050. The survey also revealed the stigma around this condition is worsening even among healthcare professionals. You have been, working with these patients, I wouldn't say patients, elders with dementia, and you have a rich experience. And we all know that this is a condition due to it's also called the neurocognitive disorder. It's a cognitive decline, the degeneration of the brain cells, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a professional doctor. I'm, of course, a psychologist. And do you think this is an age-related condition, or is it a pathological condition, or a combination of both? And would you also attribute social isolation and loneliness to this condition? Of course, creating an awareness to alleviate the stigma is vital to address this condition. Can you please share the insights and the efforts to address these problems to support family carers through your Nightingale Medical Trust, the Dementia Center?
Sure. Thank you. I'm sure that it's a post-lunch panel and it's very, very difficult to listen to dry topics. Right now, she spoke about the Alzheimer's Disease International Report. Currently, actually, the number of people with dementia in India is assumed to be 8.8 million. That is 88 lakhs is what we are talking about. And this statistics is given that 10% of people ever get a diagnosis. 90% of people don't even have access to diagnosis. And this number is supposed to double by 2036. So we are talking about 1.7 crore people with dementia in India. And we understand that there is a lot of stigma around this condition. Today, when we are talking about aging, she said there's a lot of stigma around aging itself. Now, there's a lot of stigma around mental health. When you combine aging and mental health, it's a dual stigma that is attached to dementia. Usually, dementia starts with memory loss. People will have issues with their memory. What happens is even people who are aging tend to have memory loss. So many times what happens is people usually brush the memory loss due to dementia under the carpet, saying it's due to just aging. So many times we don't diagnose people at the right point of time. They usually come to us very late. There's no treatment for dementia at present, so it has to be managed through different sort of treatments. And it's important that people get diagnosed early, and stigma is the biggest problem when it comes to diagnosis. So we are trying to fight that challenge. We usually try to say, you you have diabetes, hypertension, physical conditions for which you need lifelong treatment, isn't it? If somebody is diagnosed with dementia or diabetes, in both the cases, you need lifelong treatment. When you start seeing mental health condition and physical condition alike, that's when the stigma of the disease would ever end. So that's the first point. And second point is that when it comes to elderly, today the whole day we've been talking about the importance that needs to be given to elders. In our experience, what we have seen is if your child tend to show some hyperactivity sort of symptoms, or your child tend to show less interest in studies, parents get worried. They rush to a pediatrician to check if child's development is fine. They want to know if it is autism or attention deficit disorder and things like that. But when an elder is having problems with behavior, they've become introvert, they're not doing their activities properly, children don't rush to a hospital saying, what's wrong with my parent? So sometimes what happens, the attention that is being paid to symptoms, many times it's not alike in children or in the geriatric population. So I think we treat them very differently. Many times elders are usually seen as a spent force, which is not the right thing to say, right? So now since we are living longer, dementia is a reality and it's very close to many of us. I myself, I'm a family caregiver. I look after my father-in-law with dementia. And whoever I speak to, they know somebody with dementia. When we are talking about people above the age of 60, the statistics is in a room of 100 people above the age of 60, 8 are likely to have dementia. It is an undeniable reality which is close to us. It is important that as a community we are aware that this condition needs to be dealt with a diagnosis and with a management plan, just like diabetes or hypertension. The day we treat it like that, the stigma will be much lesser. And that's what we do at Nightingale's Medical Trust. Spread awareness, support family carers to look after persons with dementia, because they live anywhere between 3 to 12 years, and it's a lot of cost that the family has to bear. Loss of job to look after that person. They need support, and we have various support services through which we help these family carers. Thank you.
I just make a small announcement. So typically, I'm thinking we are giving every speaker 3 minutes time to speak.
Yeah, sort of. 2.5 to 3 minutes.
So I'll have somebody timing it.
Yeah.
So that we
don't overshoot the
time.
Yeah.
So the person who's keeping time will come and stand here, and that's the cue for the person to stop. Yeah? Can we do that? And
so don't do it in the nth hour. Give them 30 seconds so that they will not abruptly stop this.
Yes. We'll just make sure. Shakti, can you please keep time? Yeah? And then you just have to walk and stand here, right in front of the person. No such cozy luck for you. You have to be here and stand as soon as time is up. Okay? You have to give them some 30 seconds to wind up. Sorry for the...
That's fine. Can we start? Yeah? Thank you so much, Ramani, for that valuable input. Now I think we'll move on to Mr. Raghunandan. Elders India is India's foremost holistic elder care platform and service. By being sensitive and understanding the multifaceted demands of caregiving, your comprehensive approach of integrating elder care support into employee well-being policy is a very interesting model to improve the quality of life of caregivers and their parents. Can you please give us an overview of this initiative?
Okay. Thank you, Sujata. So we had a very interesting session this morning, and Mr. Kirmani urged everyone to take care of the parents, and we even had 2 young adults pledging that they'll take care of the parents. But that begs the question: what does taking care of parents mean? When will that taking care of parents start, and what are those needs, and where do I have the time? And typically, when does it begin? We study, those young adults will study and join a job, and there comes a time when you receiving the care from your parents, which is probably lifelong, but at some point the pendulum swings and you become a caregiver. At that point, you are not equipped to deal with. It's one thing to pledge, other thing to talk about what it's all about. And I went through that journey myself. I was introduced, I was working for IBM and Cisco in very senior positions. And suddenly, then you realize that, your father is prone to falls and they had a stroke and dementia and so on. And then you're just not trained for that, right? We're trained to become professionals. We're trained to do so many other things, but you're not trained to become caregivers. It's not just about preaching. So I set out, and when my parents had these issues, I also felt that the holistic care for elderly patients is missing. And that's when as part of my responsibilities, I was asked to go abroad once again. I chose to stay back and then see what I can do in this. And I'm not a medical professional, and I can't solve the holistic care of elderly patient. But then when we stepped back, we then said, why not look at holistic care of elderly as an individual? And that's how the idea of Elders India was born, to make it easier for the employees of corporates, because that's where you go to. It's no longer an agricultural country. It used to be 60% in 1960. Now it's down to 16%. So most of the people will be involved in some manufacturing, service or employment. So that's the idea, to help the employees of the corporates to provide better care. So what does that mean? It looks at multiple needs of elderly, and to make corporates a stakeholder in doing this particular great service, and for corporates to even offer this as a service for their employees. The employees can have their parents anywhere in the country. So it has to be a pan-India platform, and we can use technology. So that's how the concept of Elders India was born, to make sure that regardless of the needs, whether it could be home health care, it could be day-to-day assistance, it could be emergency response, safety and security, social connect. We all talk about loneliness in the morning. So how do we address some of these issues, as well as the financial security at the post-retirement life? Because as longevity increases, you're short by 8 to 20 years of your corpus. So how do we address all of these issues? So that's what the Elders India platform is all about. And Elders Wealth is a financial services venture which looks exclusively at the financial needs and financial security needs of elderly in India. And just today we have launched an initiative called Elders Talent, which looks at the way you can utilize your time when you get into the post-60, whether it's volunteering, it could be working, it could be recreation, it could be learning new things. So you need to be looking at not just the assets, tangible assets, but the productive assets in terms of skills and experience. Somebody talked about, respecting the elders, but also in terms of learning new things, being adaptable, and so on and so forth. So these are the initiatives that we are currently engaged with. Thank you.
So that means basically you tie up with corporates? What is... Yes.
So we encourage the corporates to tie up with us. Through that, they get the access to the platform that all their employees can start to deal with it. So we have over 85 partners on the platform across 140 locations, so that it's no longer an excuse for corporates to say, look, I don't have anybody who provides services across the nation, across multiple needs. So that problem is solved now.
Thank you, Mr. Raghunandan. Now I think we will move on to Professor Ajit. He's a public policy person, and so I don't have much of a distinct in this, but whatever best I could do, I have done it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Your expertise is public policy, and you see that the urgent need is to come up with diverse pension policies for senior citizens that improves their quality of life. That means when I say diverse, it has to be comprehensive, it has to be universal, especially, the informal sectors or the unorganized sectors. Do you think the care and support for the elderly will improve if we have provisions for tax incentives for younger people to be tied to looking after dependent senior citizens? For instance, like the dependent tax rebate.
I don't know. Hello, is it working? Yeah, the cause-effect relationship between tax and elder care, I don't know. And I would not dare to make any prophecies. The first thing I want to say is that what we need is a very clear statement of our policy, which I haven't seen so far. I've been associated with them only for about 2 weeks or something. So we need a very clear statement. For example, here we have 2 statements. One is psychological well-being, elder psychological well-being. Is that the business in which we are? Or is it fostering elder psychological health? Fostering is a very weak verb. It can mean anything. So we need to work on this, what exactly we want to do. Because it will then reveal the many things that require to be done. And you can say, we are going to select 1, 3 and 4. We are going to specialize in this area. Once you've done that, you set to make a framework. A framework will start with a problem, as you have seen it. And famous Hegelian process of converting the problem to something workable. You come up with an objectives tree. And in each of these objectives tree, you need to say what is the objective, what is the indicator by which you will recognize that it's being achieved. Then third is the system of research by which you will know this. Because, by the way, without research, you can't do any of these things. I mean, that's you need to do, like marketing research, we need to do policy research. In other words, it's a huge area which I'd be delighted to spend time with your agency, and I've known Shilpi for a very long time, and I was delighted. Then finally, you need to look at the risk also. There are risks associated with this. You're an engineer, I think. Yeah. So, just like the engineers look at their risks, we can also look at risk, expected value of money and so on. There are various methods by looking at. Now we come to the crucial part. Making policy is legitimately the domain of politics. It is not the domain of NGOs.
True.
Our only contribution can be to do research and to be of help to them and to put pressure on government. That you can do. But don't be fooled for a minute. You can't pass any policy. That's up to the thing.
True.
Because we have to question some of the policies that are being passed, and we have to question also why some policies are not being passed. So, knowing all this, we should set. I would strongly recommend that we first do a logical framework for what you want to do, whatever it is that you want to do. And then we can go on to the next phase of inviting a few policymakers and making a presentation to them. At the moment, I don't think the kind of information we've got here is not good enough to persuade policymakers that, this is a great policy. I will recommend it to my minister or whatever method that they choose. So, this is my strong suggestion.
Okay.
And I'm not just leaving it dangling in the air. I'm offering my services in public. Yeah.
So, okay, on a personal front, when you say a dependent tax rebate, that means if children are taking care of their parents and then they are getting a tax exemption, do you think it will improve the situation? At least an iota of change, do you think it will come? From your personal experience, I'm asking you.
I really don't know.
You really don't know.
I shouldn't BS and tell you, of course it will take care of the problem. No. I don't know. There are certain areas where we don't know how it will reflect. And also, in our country, such rebates and so on, whether it's going to the right person or not, we don't know. And whether there are ways of getting around these loopholes and collecting the money, that's another issue. So, I've already spoken to Mr. Raghunandan, and we had one round. We will definitely have 2 or 3 sessions and make some notes for you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think that was quite well said. Now moving on to Brinda Adige. Yes, we have seen the High Court delivering a verdict. We have seen the Supreme Court delivering a verdict. But here, we have a very interesting model and initiative started by our own Brinda Adige. It is called the Nari Adalat for justice, where the community delivers the verdict. So, Brinda ma'am, can you please throw some light on the context in which this was started and your work on elder abuse and abandonment, with the informal settlements in Koramangala?
Yes, just before that, I want you to go back and look at what Niti Aayog has said. So if you look at the first sentence of Niti Aayog, it says, the intent is there, that needs to be changed and transformed to action. Now when my organization is talking about elder care, well-being, we are talking about it from a rights perspective. It is not enough for the government to just have intent. It has a duty. It has an obligation. And it must begin from there. Because nobody is doling out any charity to any citizen in our country, and certainly not to the elders. So that said, what we do I work with the less privileged, the underprivileged, vulnerable communities, urban poor, that is, we call them urban poor. And we found during COVID that a lot of elders suffered the most. Now, thankfully, nobody died of COVID in the area that I work in, the slum that I work in. But because there was some funding that was coming from the government, for your earlier question about the tax bit of it, so if the person went with a liver disorder, they told the doctor, just say COVID, we're getting 2 lakhs. So that could be also something that we want to look at when we are looking at tax, because the elder or the senior in my house might be forced and pushed into some kind of an emotional, the sidelining of it. So that's what happened. And then they come back out of the hospital. Now should the money go to me, the daughter or the daughter-in-law, or should the money go to the elder? So that became a big fight. That is when we decided that we must talk about the community taking responsibility. Of course, we can go to the government, fight and question and all of it, but that's too far and too long, a tedious, cumbersome battle. So we started something called Nari Adalat, because with due respect to all men over here, we don't really find the men wanting to come into any of these things saying, if it is against my mother, then I don't want to be talking. If it is against my mother-in-law also, I don't want to talk. And you have heard the regular dialogue, no? When a wife says, who do you love more? When she goes and asks the husband, who do you love more? And he will say, my wife is the left eye. My mother is the right eye. Which eye I should love more? So all of that we have Nari Adalat, where these confusions are not there. Here we found that any woman, we began with the woman because they were the ones. Women live longer, biologically. So they were thrown out of their homes, kept near temples, or put near the churches, and nowhere to go when their homes are just 500 meters away from where they are. So this Nari Adalat is something where we get both parties to sit down, talk, discuss, and say, now you know that there is a pension. The government gives a pension, 500 rupees a month. So that is the pension that's coming, but that's also a very important thing. So this pension that is coming, we will try and see if some other corporate organizations can give in a little more. Corporates are not going to give you money, but maybe they can give you ration. Just now at 4 o'clock, there is an elder ration distribution that is happening in the slum where I work. So that way, if you have an elder in the family, then you will get these incentives. So the Nari Adalat is basically looking at all of it, but while we started to look at finding home and shelter for the seniors and the elders, we found that abuse was very high. Emotional, psychological abuse, economic abuse, and abuse where even food is not given. And for that, there's no way you can complain. The police says that you call 112, but by the time the police comes, you and I know what happens. So here we also respond immediately. So it's a crisis and a distress situation where we will respond immediately, and 5, 6, sometimes 10, 15 people from the community go to ensure that that abuse is brought to a stop immediately. In the slums, 30 seconds. In the slums, nobody is going to come and question, who are you to question me? It doesn't happen. And I think we need to reach that space in our communities. If you and I don't stand up and ask for a senior citizen, who else will? But the Constitution also gives us that power. Each of us is a police person. And if you see that there is exploitation, injustice, or some kind of violation, you and I have a duty and also a right to go and intervene.
Thank you so much. Yes, we were talking about that, and also an important point that, I mean, laws are passed, as you said, but then again, you know, the implementation and then the enforcement. Who do you think is to be held responsible or accountable in the enforcement of these laws?
Government.
Because the government. So we are looping back to the same question, right?
But then the government, like it makes all laws, doesn't put in implementation sanctions.
Exactly.
So if you call, let's say, again, come back to the example of 112, the police only direct somebody from the local police station. But they themselves have no information and they don't know what to do because nobody has information. So I think that it is important from this podium and this platform that we talk of a convergent, coordinated helpline or a service where everything is coordinated and CSOs are there along with the government, and I think we need to advocate for something like this. And it just takes a notification on the part of the government to get a helpline of this nature where CSOs can be party to it, and it should be decentralized at the ward or the panchayat level, not somewhere sitting in the police commissioner's office or in Vidhan Saudha. It doesn't work. It has to be community-led and community accountability.
Yeah, that's important because if it's not going to be functional, the helplines and whatever policies, I mean, it makes no sense, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
And we also have to place the responsibility on the government for mindfulness. You know, don't make schemes where the elders are not able to access it.
Exactly.
I mean, if you have an app, and then you get on this app, and then you go, and then you have no Aadhaar, you have no this, you have to make it accessible, you have to make it easy and available to them, which means the services must reach my and your doorsteps. And that is not difficult because we've seen how the government has functioned with SHG groups and Asha Karyakartas. They come all the way to your doorstep. So this cannot be very difficult. Mindful implementation of programs and accountability. That it has reached. Yeah, it has reached. And I think it is time, like my government has so many mission mode stuff. This is now mission mode. You heard Mrs. Geetanjali talking about the numbers. We are talking of nearly 104, 105 million citizens who need this service, which means it has to be on a mission mode. Can't be done tomorrow. It should start today.
Should start now.
Start now. Yes, right now.
Thank you. I think that was valuable input. Yeah, now we'll move on to the questions. Of course, all of you are more than welcome to answer, but this is a question that I am directing to Ramani Sundaram. You see that when India is home to a large elderly population and with life expectancy increasing due to the medical advancement, there's a huge gap in the need and supply of geriatricians, which is a cause for concern. Ironically, until 2011, geriatric care wasn't even part of the Indian medical curriculum. And the study at the KM Hospital, Mumbai says that only 20 geriatricians are produced annually. I mean, where is the demographic aging? Where are we? And where is 20?
It's not led by policy, it's led by economics. You know, where you can make the most money, maybe orthodontists or...
Exactly, we are coming to that point.
Or
yes,
orthopedicians.
we are coming to that point. You're right, we are coming to the point. So can you please throw some light on this, Yeah.
Sure, thank you. that's something that we are also concerned about. So I'm a neuroscientist myself. So when I finished my clinical neuroscience, and we are given clinical posting, you can take pediatric, you can do adult, you can do geriatric, you can do adolescent. It's up to you. When I took geriatric, people literally laughed on my face, saying that, that you can't build a career in geriatric neuroscience. So it is an area which is not looked at as a money-making business. Whoever said that and whoever thought of that, they are wrong today. Because elder care is actually the business today. And nobody can deny it. Today, when you actually talk about why are we having this conference? Why are we talking about elder care so much? Why is he here? Why I am here? Because we all are doing elder care, and we are here at the right time, at the right place. We are talking about millions of people who are going to be old. And in the coming years, India is not going to be known as the young country. We're going to have large number of elderly people. And we know that young people are migrating abroad. So elder people who are in India need innovative solutions to be looked after. They need to be empowered so that they are not someone who need to be cared for. I was just discussing with somebody, people who are at the age of 60 to 70 are quite fit. They're fit to work as well. Many of them can still remain in the workforce. So there are a lot of people who are doing work in terms of re-employment of elderly and things like that. So it is important that people understand that elder care is the business right now. So if they are looking at producing more geriatrician, it is going to happen. Government is seriously considering it, that geriatrician, people who specializes in elder care is important. Having said that, I think also what we have created is a specialization among medical field. Earlier, we all used to go to one doctor who used to have solutions for all our problems. Today, we have multiple domains. Even in pediatrics, there used to be only one pediatrician. Now you have pediatric orthopedician, you have pediatric, different kind of people. So I think we are creating multiple super specialities in that way. But geriatrics is something that government right now at policy level is also taking it very seriously. People are being encouraged to have each geriatric care hospitals to be there in each districts and things like that. So things are definitely improving. So there is a brighter future.
So you think that we'll be able to fill the gap at least to some extent?
I think there's a long way to go in terms of filling the gap, but I think we have put the first step forward.
Okay.
Things are improving.
Good luck to the medical professions. Yeah. I remember a conversation with a senior geriatrician during my recent visit to Berkeley. He told me that he would advise his interns or his students who are going into specialization that if they do not want to take care of the elderly, to choose another career. Because you need a lot of patience. You said that it will bring the same money as any other profession, surgeon or whoever it is. But then, it's a different ball game. Because with seniors, you definitely need oodles and oodles of patience. Right?
That's absolutely right. I've been in the field of dementia care for 14 years. I can vouch for that you need immense amount of patience. Having said that, I think being in geriatric care is a very fulfilling kind of a job. Because when we say caregiving, that means you're giving care to someone, and what you're giving always comes around. For me, in this 14 years, I think I'm highly content to have chosen this field. And I think that's one motivation that we should give to people. Though caring requires patience, it's a completely fulfilling and a giving job.
It's a very rewarding thing, you say.
It is. I'll vouch for that.
I salute. Yes, now we move on to the next question. Anybody else wants to give on the geriatric care? Raghunandan, if you could. Anybody can add on to it. We are looking for responses.
I think Dr. Ramani said it well. I have experienced the whole motivation, as I said, because you see the elderly patient in compartments, and we did not have a wrapper, and many times the attender or the son or daughter will have to put things together. So geriatrician is the way to go, but it's still a long way, and it's not just the government. Even my own daughter is studying medical. I don't know whether geriatrics is top of her choice. So this needs to be a transformation. More education, awareness comes, but eventually people will realize that this is the way things are going. So demographic change will demand the corresponding response from all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Not as a geriatric expert, but as a geriatric. I'm going to be 78 years old in a few months' time. And I can feel the sharpness of my memory declining, that's for sure. Because I'm originally a student of history. And that's why my wife always used to say, if she referred to, I think I cracked this joke with you, I'm going to repeat it. She said, oh, so-and-so is coming. So I said, who's that? So she said, you know which year Robert Clive came to India, you know which year the battle of this was fought, but you don't know my cousin's name. You know, she gets very offended that I'm unable to remember, but I'm able to remember other things. But that's definitely happening. And memory is definitely not as sharp as it was before. But I found a way to get around this, and that's to keep myself occupied. And I think I've mentioned to all of you that I write articles in LinkedIn. If you log into LinkedIn and type my name, you'll find every week, every fortnight there's an article. And that's a way of keeping my mind active. And it's free of cost. I don't have to pay to publish. Although one of my professor friends says, don't call it publish. It's an article, don't call it publish. So it's not publishing. But I'm keeping myself active. So that's the other thing which I have to say. Otherwise, you'll sit and feel sorry for yourself. And self-pity is the worst poison that you can ever have. That's a sure way to go down the drain.
Okay, I think we will have the closing comments from our distinguished panelists. In maneuvering the journey of aging, we must redefine the narrative from one of demographic challenge to demographic resilience, inclusivity, and growth. And the time is to, as I said, act now. For India's silver citizens who have contributed much deserve nothing less than a life of dignity, purpose, and well-being in their golden years. So I think I'll just give 30-40 seconds for each panelist to close the session. Okay, Brinda, I think you can start otherwise, so that he'll follow.
Okay. I will come back again to the government. Okay, because I just cannot let government to go away. All of us will anyway do it, because we think, we are compassionate, we are kind-hearted, we are whatever, but the government has a duty. It has an obligation. And I think it is time that the government puts into place a lot of schemes and notifications. I would love the government to quickly ask how many cases are pending in courts that are, the respondent or the plaintiff is 65 and above, and give like the next 6 months to get those cases finished off, the tribunals and whatever, because it is not fair on the part of the government to allow something like this. Even if the judges have to work 3 shifts, so be it. I have no kindness there. Secondly, I would love the government to also start working on mobile medical units, because we know that a small number of us might have insurances, but a large number does not have. And if anybody talks to me about any of the Ayushman Bharat or any of those things, remember, corruption is very high. So in that corruption, for me to get 5 lakhs, I have to shell out 2 lakhs. It's recorded. I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
So these mobile clinics must be able to cater to those who are not very entitled, who don't have the money. And you and I know that poverty is rising on a daily basis. Migrant laborers, domestic workers, people in the unorganized sectors, they do not have access to any of these things. And we need to be compassionate to them. You cannot feel entitled that I'm giving money and so they have to work for me. All of us know the ones who actually come and work with us or stay with us at night are also 60 plus. The young ones don't want to come and stay with us when we are 80, 85 years old. And the last part of it is, in the morning, Madam Vatsala said, Martin Luther King said, what will you give to others? Every day ask yourselves, what do I want to give to me? Be compassionate to yourself. Because if you can be compassionate to yourself and not judgmental, you will be able to give so much more to the others.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think instead of looking at an institutional level, let us look at an individual level what we can give back to the society, right? Closing comments?
I think today as we are talking about aging, we are talking about dementia, I think many times aging is associated with negative connotation. I think we need to look at the positive side of it. We all are going to age. I can see a lot of people who are 60 plus here, and none of them look either dependent or someone who needs care. They all are active, they all are happy, so the stigma around aging needs to go. We all are going to age. It's an undeniable reality. No one needs to say, I'm 15 or 16 years old. You are 60, and you are healthy, you are hale. We should be proud of aging. And that is very important. And we all need to do it together. So each one, reach one, teach one, that aging is not a stigma.
I think growing old is inevitable. But growing up is an option. I believe that.
Just a comment. We have to see all of this in the light of the super trend that is engulfing the entire world, which is longevity. In the last 100 years, India is adding, life expectancy is adding 4.5 years every decade. So today in the Western world, if you see as teenager, that person has more than 50% probability of living beyond 115 years. So that changes the entire equation. It's not just a problem for or on behalf of elders. It's something that we all need to kind of understand and plan for. You would need to probably have, multiple, we used to have 20 years, 25 years of study, 30 years of work and 10 years of retirement and you're done. But what if 10 years of retirement becomes 40 years? The entire thing changes. So the way you look at your own career, your own education, your own working and planning will all change. And in the meantime, given that the elders population will disproportionately increase between 2022 and 2050, the overall population grows 18%, but greater than 80 plus population grows 279%. 60 plus population grows 140%. That means in the meantime, the single child families that we will have, they would need to be supporting elders, right? There is no escape from it. And that requires a lot of support, even from the corporates and also in terms of educating oneself in terms of what does it mean to take care of your elders. So, and finally, planning for yourselves, positive aging is going to be extremely important. We need to be healthier for longer, productive for longer as you add years to your life. Thank you.
Thank you panelists for your valuable input. I think that's the close of the first session. Thank you audience for being so patient.
I request all of you to be seated, please. Yeah. We'll just quickly have a round of felicitations for all the panelists. With every one of you speaking, I was feeling really bad. This is actually content for one whole day's panel session. I'm sure Shilpi will think of something. Shilpi is like that. A worm gets into her head and then she will do something. I'm sure there'll be a day when, we can have this because it's so meaningful to have this and get all the inputs of people who are experts in this whole thing. While you were all speaking, I was very, very tempted to share one thing. I was reading this book called Wonder Drug. And I want every one of you to read it if you have not already read it, where hard-headed doctors have conducted research and shown that giving is the only thing that will improve people's health, well-being, and, this is such amazing research. And giving takes on a very, very new, impact with the younger ones, because if they want to live well, they have to give. Which is almost become alien for youngsters today. So this amazing research, and I want every one of you to read this book called Wonder Drug. He gives you a lot of statistics. He gives you a lot of research details to show how giving has changed people's lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. We will leave you with this feeling that, we want you more. Now, don't make me cry, Sujata. We'll call you again. We'll call you again because I know how relevant this is. I know how important this is, and I know with how much care you have chosen each of the panelists. So we'll do it again. We'll definitely do it again. And you don't know Shilpi. She's tenacious. Okay, if not anything else. Yeah. So now I call Mr. Bala to felicitate some of our guests here. And I also call Dr. Ravi Shankar, Chairman, Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering. Yeah. Dr. Ravi Shankar too. Yeah. So, we want all of you to wake up from your afternoon siesta and really clap hard. Make up by your clapping. We'll be shortly having a play on the same topic. Yeah. So the play is going to take a few minutes to start. The stage has to be set. So let us talk about a few things. And here I want the audience really engaged. So we've all been talking about policy making, about the financial situation, what the government is going to do. But there are a whole lot of things. I don't like the audience which is not connecting to me. Do I have everybody's undivided attention? Yes? Not even a yes? Okay. Yeah. There's too much of activity here, so. Yeah. Bye, Brinda. Yeah. So there are a whole lot of things that one can do at the individual level to maintain our psychological well-being. For example, managing our expectations, compassion, practicing gratitude, developing multiple perspectives. Such wonderful stories to teach us all this. And we have not given it much attention. Whether you are young or old today, these are all things which are very, very necessary for our psychological well-being. I'm addressing the old people as much as I'm addressing the young here. Nothing that I'm sharing with you right now is unfamiliar to you. But now that we are equipped with this knowledge, that all this is going to help us create a newer brain structure, create more connections in our brain, I think we can do this with renewed enthusiasm. Let's talk about practicing gratitude. I have a lovely story that I want to read to you about gratitude. One day, a poor boy, hey girls, please listen to the story. One day, a poor boy selling goods from door to door to pay his way through school found that he was very hungry and had no money. He decided he would ask for a meal at the next house. However, he lost his nerve when a lovely young woman opened the door. He lost his nerve and asked, instead of a meal, he asked for a glass of water. She thought he looked so hungry and brought him a large glass of milk. He drank it slowly and asked her, "How much do I owe you?" You don't baffled. They finally sent her to the big city where they called in specialists to study her rare disease. Dr. Howard Kelly, the most famous of the specialists, was called in. Dressed in his doctor's gown, he went to see her. He recognized her and decided to do everything to save her. He gave special attention, and after a long struggle, the battle was won. Dr. Kelly requested the bill to be sent to his room. He wrote something on the edge of the bill and sent it to her room. She opened it reluctantly, dreading she would be paying all her life. The writing caught her attention, and she read these words, "Paying in full with 1 glass of milk, Dr. Howard Kelly." So, such a beautiful story. Even people who listen to this story, you will be filled with such a lot of good feeling. And just imagine if you are practicing gratitude or you are the recipient of gratitude, how much of difference that would make. Okay? And compassion. Everybody deserves our compassion. A lot of us believe that, we should not be compassionate to our enemies. I get highly distracted when people speak. So, I want one of the 3 gentlemen to come here. Please come. One of the 3 gentlemen, please come here. Please come here. I don't have a scale. Yeah. Now you are going to tell the audience what is the most important value one should develop as a human being. You're going to tell the audience.
One of the most important value is to listen the speech of the person one who is giving here, which we are not giving. Thank you.
Good one. Yeah. Obviously, some people don't practice what they say, so yeah. So, what about gratitude? Again, we have been told by so many gurus that gratitude is important. You need to maintain a gratitude journal. All this never happens. Because somehow, I don't think that's a very sustainable habit. People will do it for 2 days and then, they'll say, okay, I'll write it tomorrow. I'll write it day after. And then it never happens. But what has worked for me, I would like to personally share with you that just before going to bed, during the day, think of 3 people whom you can thank. 3 people whom you can thank for the day. That really works. So, gratitude, compassion, and another thing I really believe helps is developing multiple perspectives. We are so stuck with one perspective of a person, and then, we go on for the next 2 decades or 3 decades with that. But every time we find something disturbing us, can we ask ourselves, is there another way of looking at this whole thing? I would like to quote this small incident that Stephen Covey mentions in his book. It's a very telling incident. So there is these tube trains in London where people go to work. It's the biggest mode of transport in London. And people travel to work in that. So there are people in the morning who are reading newspapers, who want to have a quiet time before they get to work. They don't want to be disturbed and all that. So into one of the compartments like this, a father with 3 children gets in. And the 3 children are very, very noisy. They are pushing people, they are jumping all over the place, they want the window seat, and they are generally talking in a loud voice, and everybody becomes so resentful. And they're more resentful about the father that he is not trying to mind the children. These children are obviously disturbing everybody, and why isn't this father doing anything? And one of them can't stop himself anymore. He tells the father, you can see that your children are disturbing everybody, and why can't you tell them? And then, as if for the first time, the father is, seeing everything that is happening. He looks around and says, yeah, I know, they are disturbing all of you, right? Yes, I should be actually asking them to behave. But you know what? I'm just coming back from the hospital. The children lost their mother. And I'm trying to see how to break this news to these children that they will never see their mother again. And I want them to have that little time when they are going to be happy, where they still don't know that their world has completely changed. So I just want them to have that happy time. Immediately, all the people in the compartment changed their perspective from what they think about this father as an irresponsible father to one who is grieving for his wife and who has this burden of bringing up these children. So all of them engage in helping the man. They suddenly take it upon themselves to entertain the children. They suddenly take it upon themselves to engage the children in constructive activities. And this Stephen Covey calls attitudinal shift. So when you shift your perspective, you will have a whole different way of looking at things. So what are we trying to achieve with all this? We are trying to achieve peace for ourselves. That's all we are doing. You are not helping anybody by changing your attitude. You are not becoming a good girl. You are only buying some peace. Over and above all things, what I have noticed, it becomes very, very difficult for us to forgive and let go. This is the hardest thing to practice. Can anybody in the audience tell me why we find forgiveness so difficult? Anybody in the audience? Why is forgiveness so difficult? Ego. Yes. Anything else? You have not practiced it sufficiently? Is there any other reason? Dr. Saket probably knows all the reasons, but he's saving up for his own talk. Yeah? So most of us tend to think that forgiving somebody who has made a mistake is a weakness. All of us think the other person is going to think that I am weak if I forgive. So I don't want to forgive. But forgiveness is actually, not a weakness at all. It takes a very, very, very strong person to forgive. It takes a very strong person to forgive. Forgiveness, we have to redefine forgiveness for ourselves. Forgiveness is giving up our right to punish anybody. It's not my job to punish anybody because I did not bring that person into this world. I did not bring him up. I did not teach him the values that he has today, and I am not the one to punish. That's all. Just liberating yourself and letting go. I have this fantastic story that I would like to share with you about letting go. Many of you may already have heard that story because it's a very popular story. There are these two Buddhist monks who are walking on the road. And all of you know that Buddhist monks are... is the team ready? Yeah, they're ready. Yeah. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll sum up the story and we are done. So, these two Buddhist monks are walking on the road. It's rained very, very heavily. And you know these Buddhist monks take a vow of celibacy. The vow of celibacy says that they should not touch women, they should not talk to women, they should not engage with women generally. That's what their vow of celibacy says. And there is this senior monk and a junior monk who are walking. And it has rained heavily. There are huge puddles of water on the road. And there is this helpless 16-year-old woman who's standing on the other side wondering how to cross. The senior monk sees this and he carries her and drops her on the other side. The junior monk is shocked. You have a senior who is violating rules here? How do I handle this? And he turns to the senior hoping that that man will give some explanation as to why he touched woman, why he broke his vow of celibacy. But the senior doesn't open his mouth at all. He just quietly keeps walking and goes about his duties for the rest of the day. At the night when they are putting their beds to sleep, the junior monk cannot control anymore. And then he asks them, why did you touch that woman? What happened to your vow of celibacy? So the senior monk quietly turns to the junior monk and says, I left her there. Are you still carrying her?
We now move on to another very nice visual surprise, a visual expression of a production from the Kahe Vidushak Foundation. First, I'd like to introduce Srinivas, who's going to be on stage today. He's a theatre maker, an actor and director for over 18 years. He has an immense affinity toward folk theatre. He has performed and received accolades nationally for his plays as a director at theatre festivals including Art 2023, the Serengeti Art Festival, the Rangashankara Theatre Festival, Jairangam Windermere Theatre Festival, to name a few. Over the last decade, Srinivas has also been experimenting with theatre as a tool for education and has developed theatre curriculum for schools and colleges. He is in Christ University and the Mount Carmel College as an assistant professor. He is the founder of Kahe Vidushak Foundation, which is a Bangalore-based theatre trust. His productions explore across different genres with an element of folk theatre in all its plays. Vidushak is an elusive character fighting oppression by the powerful. He takes up the role of Vidushak and uses theatre to draw attention to the audience. Now about the play. The name of the play is Sankaraman. Sankaraman primarily narrates the story of the testimony between the father, the son, and mother, a story of everyday struggles between father and son, where the father emphasizes the importance of his daily struggles, sacrifices, and experiences, all accompanied by his wife. The father finds meaning in his life, truths from his perspective, but the son continuously questions the father because he hasn't witnessed the same struggles, the same sacrifices, or the experience that the father has gone through. So this play raises questions about the so-called generation gap and the ideological differences between father and son. This heart-touching play will make you laugh, will make you smile, and perhaps shed a tear or two. Over to, we have today, apart from Srinivas, we have Bansi, the production manager. Over to the play, Shankaraman. Thank you. After which, one of them will give a little introduction about the cast.
बेकार की बिजली फूकी जा रही है।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध तिरुपति के लड्डू में पशुओं की चर्बी के इस्तेमाल किए जाने के मामले पर सियासी हंगामा जारी है। कुछ दिनों पहले आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री एन चंद्रबाबू नायडू ने पिछली वाईएसआरसीपी सरकार पर आरोप लगाए कि पूर्ववर्ती सरकार के दौरान विश्व प्रसिद्ध तिरुपति के लड्डू में पशुओं की चर्बी का इस्तेमाल किया गया था। सीएम नायडू ने
भाई जितने देर में मैं वहां पहुंचूंगा ना उनका दूसरा हो जाएगा यार। चल ठीक है यार, हाँ यार कभी और मिलके सांत्वना दे दूंगा। चल ओके बाय बाय।
कौन मर गया?
अरे कोई नहीं, आप नहीं जानते।
मैं दूसरा जन्म किसका हो रहा है?
अरे एक दोस्त, आप नहीं जानते उसको?
कर दो नहीं जान। अच्छा बउआ ये देखो ये टूट गया है। ये जो है ना इसका ये हैंडल ऐसा टूट गया था। फेविक्विक ला दो।
अरे फेंकिए उसको। क्या आप 2 रुपए के मग के लिए कह रहे हैं कि 10 रुपए का तेल जला के 5 रुपए का फेविक्विक लेने जाऊं? अरे फिर से टूट जाएगा, नया ला दूंगा मैं आपको।
नहीं नया का जरूरत नहीं है। ये भी 2 रुपए के नहीं फ्री है। वो मंजन मंगाओ, कोलगेट ले देगा कोई दूसरा लोकल मेड, वो सुगी वाला। तो उसमें ये टूट गया है तो अच्छा ठीक है, अच्छा है। वैसे कोई जरूरत नहीं है, बलगम के लिए इस्तेमाल कर लेंगे इसको। बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी एमसील है। एमसील
नहीं है।
एमसील नहीं है।
क्या बोले? एमसील क्यों
एमसील वो ऐसे ऐसे करके पेस्ट बनाते हैं ऐसे।
मुझे पता है एमसील क्या है। क्यों चाहिए आपको एमसील?
अरे वो बाथरूम का फ्लश का टंकी वो ऐसा पानी चूते रहता है। वो पैखाना करने बैठो तो ऊपर से पानी ऐसा टप 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 गिरता रहता है। वो पैखाना करने जाते हैं तो नहाना पड़ता है।
ठीक है, थोड़े दिन रुक जाइए, मैं कर दूंगा। अभी नहीं कर सकता हूँ मैं, थोड़े दिन में कर दूंगा मैं।
नहीं ऐसा कोई बात नहीं। एमसी ला देने से क्या है ना, हम ऐसा वो टेबल के ऊपर पे चढ़ के
अरे एक सेकंड, क्या उस पर चढ़ के फिसल के हाथ पैर तुड़वा के मेरा बैंक बैलेंस खाली करवा के आराम से भागेंगे?
ऐसा बात करते बड़े लोग से?
देखिए कास्ट आयरन के पुराने जमाने की टंकी है पापा, हो गई होगी क्रैक। अभी अर्बन क्लैब से बुला के दिखवाएंगे।
नहीं ये अर्बन क्लैब वो सब ये सब मत करो। वो लोग आएगा, वो उसके लिए 500 रुपया लेगा, फिर बोलेगा आप लोग का बाथरूम में गंदा लगा है, 2000 रुपया दीजिए।
प्लम्बर नहीं मानता है ऐसे छोटे मोटे कामों के लिए।
नहीं
उसको इतने 50-100 बार बोल चुका हूँ मैं उसको, लेकिन वो नहीं मान रहा है। आप थोड़े दिन रुक जाइए, देखते हैं, कुछ करवा दूंगा मैं, खुद ही कर दूंगा। नहीं तो
नहीं तुमको करने का क्या जो काम।
और सुनिए ना, नीचे भी एक बाथरूम है, उसमें जाके करिए आप जो कर रहे हैं।
हाँ तो नीचे बाथरूम है तो नीचे जाना भी तो पड़ेगा ना, और फिर वापस ऊपर भी आना पड़ेगा। गठिया का क्या करेंगे फिर? तुमको बोलते नहीं है लेकिन घुटना में बहुत होता है। उसके लिए फिर अलग से कड़वा तेल लाओ, और कड़वा तेल भी ऐसा तो ठीक होगा नहीं, उसमें लहसुन डालो, लहसुन डाल के गर्म करना पड़ेगा, और लहसुन भी घर में है नहीं है पता नहीं है।
हेलो,
फिर जाके बहू को बोलेंगे लहसुन लाने के लिए, बहू बोलेगी स्विगी कर देंगे, फिर उसके लिए फिर लहसुन स्विगी करो, उसके लिए फिर अलग से 50 रुपया, कोई जरूरत नहीं, ऐसे ही ठीक है।
मैंने सोचा वहीं आके
MC ला देगा, यहाँ पे ठीक से हो जाएगा सब कुछ, ऐसे तो लगाना है, ऐसे वो हो जाए। नीचे तक जाने का क्या जरूरत है उसके लिए? नीचे में तुम लोग का अपना रूम है, अपना तुम लोग का प्राइवेसी वगैरह सब है, तुम लोग अपना आराम से रहो। यहाँ ऊपर में बस थोड़ा सा वो MC लगा देने से क्या है, टप 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 गिरेगा नहीं ना, फिर पानी चूता है, फिर वो जाके नहाने के बाद में जाओ तो फिर से नहाना पड़ता है, बहुत सारा झंझट होता है, समझता नहीं है तू।
आते हैं
कहाँ?
अरे बेटा नाश्ता करके जाओ।
कहो तो स्टाम्प पेपर पे लिख के दे दूं, ये घर बर्बाद होके रहेगा, कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। इसलिए देख देख कर कूदता रहता हूं, इससे अच्छा कि मर जाता, ये भगवान मेरी आंखों की रोशनी छीन लेते, यही ठीक रहता ना, न अपनी आंखों से देखता ना अफसोस करता।
ऐसा क्या हो गया? जितना ख्याल आपका बेटा हमारा रखता है, शायद ही कोई और रखता होगा अपने माँ बाप के लिए। ये
ख्याल है? आता हूं, चिल्ला के चला गया, ये ख्याल है? क्या नहीं किया इस घर के लिए मैंने, है? बाप मरे थे तो पूरा 1,500 का कर्ज छोड़ के मरे थे, और तभी का 1,500 मतलब आज का 10 से 12 लाख से क्या कम होगा, है? लेकिन एक एक पाई चुकाई मैंने। माँ के जेवर महाजन के यहाँ गिरवी थे, उनको छुड़ाया, जवान बहन की शादी की, बाबूजी के मरने के बाद माँ 10 साल तक तो और जी।
यही तो मेरा दुर्भाग्य था।
है? क्या मजाल के खाने में कोई कोताही रही हो? माँ जब जब बीमार पड़ी हमेशा डॉक्टरी इलाज कराया, वो भी एलोपैथी, कहने की होम्योपैथी की 2-4 रुपए की पुड़िया पकड़ा थी क्या? और वो मरने से पहले तो 1 महीने तक माँ अस्पताल में भर्ती थी।
आपने भी तो वही किया। अपने माँ के साथ साथ मेरे जेवर भी गिरवी रख दिए।
वो इसलिए क्योंकि मुझे घर का ख्याल था।
ख्याल था।
क्यों नहीं था? कहने को तो बड़े भाई भी थे, रस्म अदायगी के लिए आए भी, लेकिन घर का ख्याल उन्होंने बाबूजी के जिंदा रहते नहीं किया, माँ के मरने पे क्या करते। पूरी जिंदगी ऐसे ही कट गई, बचपन में भी कोई सुख नहीं भोगा। माँ बचपन में रोटी में घी और नमक लगा के देते, वही खा के चले जाता था। जेब खर्च किस चिड़िया का नाम था कभी पता ही नहीं, कभी पैसा की अधन्ना मिल गया नहीं तो उसकी भला से खाली बस्ता लिए चले जा रहे हैं, क्या भूख क्या प्यास। देखो इतने सारे कपड़े हैं, हमारे बचपन में तो हाई स्कूल तक बिना इस्त्री किए ऐसे हाथ के धुले हुए कपड़े पहन के जाते थे। ऊनी पैंट तो पहली बार BA में पहना था, और कोट तब भी नहीं, कोट तो MA में, उधार वाली टाई के साथ में। लेकिन सब्जादी की कोई भी कमी पूरी नहीं होने दी। 2 साल के रहे होंगे तब से, क्या बाटा के शू, टाई, हैट। कौन सा स्कूल था?
TPS।
बचपन से अंग्रेजी मीडियम में पढ़ाया, मास्टर लगा सो अलग, और खाने पीने की तो बात ही छोड़ो, जैम, जेली, अंडा, दूध, दही, मक्खन की कभी ये तो कभी ये कि बेटा उससे खा लो तो बेटा इससे खा लो। बेटे ने कहा गाना गाकर खिलाओ, गाना गाकर खिलाया। बेटे ने कहा मुर्गा बन के खिलाओ, मुर्गा बन के खिलाया। जैसा बेटा खाए ऐसा खुश रहे।
पापा यार शर्तिया सठिया गए। रिटायर होने के 6-8 महीने बाद तक तो ठीक थे, फिर पता नहीं यार क्या हो गया। छोटी छोटी बात पर बिगड़ते रहते हैं, मतलब दिन भर रात भर बस बड़ बड़। अरे मतलब कभी किसी पे बिगड़ रहे हैं, कभी किसी पे। और सबसे ज्यादा तो यार मुझसे ही नाराज रहते हैं। कम से कम 100-150 बार मुझे बता चुके हैं कि कितनी मुश्किल से पढ़ने जाते थे, पैदल पढ़ने जाते थे, कभी कोई जेब खर्च नहीं मिला, बीए में तक सूट टाई नहीं पहनी। अरे ना आप ये ताना किसे मार रहे हो? इसमें मेरा कोई कसूर है क्या? और उस समय जीन्स जैकेट का चलन ही नहीं था, तो पहनते कैसे? जाम जमी मिलती ही नहीं थी तो खाते क्या? सोच, कुछ समय और पहले पैदा हुए होते तो मस्त एक चुटिया रखे, हाथ में डंडा कमंडल लिए जाते, तब जाके भीख मांग के जाते, तब जाके कहीं 2 रोटियां मिलती।
अब तो खैर अपने मर्जी के मालिक हैं, नौकरी करते हैं। शादी एक करवानी थी, वो हमने करवा दी, लेकिन चाल डाल अब भी वही है, नहीं है? महीने में 2-3 हजार रुपए कभी दे दिए तो दे दिए, नहीं तो फिर उन्हीं की बलास है। उनको तो 2 वक्त का रोटी चाहिए बस। घर क्या हुआ, होटल ठहरा है। सवेरे 8 बजे से पहले कभी उठेंगे नहीं, और उठने के बाद बेड टी और फोन, फिर बाथरूम में घुस जाएंगे, आधा घंटे से पहले निकलेंगे नहीं। और निकलते ही मेरे कपड़े कहाँ हैं, मेरे जूते किधर है? टेबल पे बैठ के ढंग से खाता नहीं है, एक निगाह थाली पे, दूसरा निगाह जो है वो घड़ी पे, जो ठूसते बना ठूसा, जूते चरमराते हुए बाहर गैलरी में, मोटरसाइकिल पे बैठ के फट फरा। अब लौटेंगे रात को 10 की 12 बजे।
सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम उनकी मुझसे ये है कि मैं सीधे घर क्यों नहीं आता।
अरे चिंता होने लगती है, सड़कों पे लूट मार होते रहते हैं, एक्सीडेंट होते रहते हैं। नहीं मेरा क्या है, किराए के मकान में जिंदगी भर बिता दी। तुम लोगों को कोई दिक्कत ना होनी पड़े, इसीलिए रिटायर के बाद सारी जमा पूंजी इकट्ठा करके ये घर बनवाया है।
सबसे बड़ी अचीवमेंट उनकी ये है कि मकान बनवा दिया। शायद मेरे हिसाब से ना शाहजहां ने भी ये बात इतनी बार रिपीट नहीं की होगी जितनी बार मेरे बाप कर चुका है। अरे ठीक है, मतलब आपको बोलने से संतुष्टि मिलती है तो बोलिए, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन उनका मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि मकान बनवा दिया। उनके कहने का मतलब ये है कि मकान बनवा के मुझ पर एहसान किया। अब अगर मैं कह पढ़ूं कि अरे मैंने कहा था क्या मकान बनवाने को, तो बिगड़ उठेंगे।
मकान भी तो देख रेख मांगता है कि नहीं मांगता है? मकान देख रेख मांगता है नहीं मांगता है? हाँ, तो इसीलिए उसको बोलते हैं कोई राज मजदूर को पकड़ के ले आओ, कुछ खर्चा होगा, ये जो भी दरारें हैं छोटी मोटी जो भी मरम्मतें है करा लाओ। लेकिन नहीं, साहब बहादुर इसी कान से सुन के उसी कान से बाहर, दूसरा कान तक जाता भी नहीं है, एकदम माँ पे गया है।
यार छिपकलियों के ना पीछे पड़े रहते हैं। शुरू में तो डंडा मारते फिरते थे। हुसैन की पेंटिंग लाया था मैं, एकदम रेयर, 12,000 की पेंटिंग थी, क्या 2,500 मड़ाई दिए थे मैंने। छिपकलियों का तो पता नहीं, लेकिन पूरी पेंटिंग चिकना चूर गई, पता नहीं क्या। अब भागवत भजन में मन लगाओ, गीता या रामायण का पाठ करो, मगर नहीं, पूरे दिन बस खिड़की दरवाजे ठोक बजाकर देखते रहते हैं। और अगर कोई भी खुला रह गया तो पूरा घर सर पर उठा लेंगे।
चोरी हो जाती तो तुम्हारा तो जब देखो बार आ जाता है दरवाजे के पास में। अरे वो वहां से काहे लेती हो सब्जी सब है? दरवाजे पे जो सब्जी आई वो बिकने आई वो ले ली है, तो काम धंधा नहीं है। थोड़ा सा ऐसा नहीं है कि पैदल जाके थोड़ा सब्जी ले आए, और दाम ज्यादा सो अलग। भला से किसी के पेट में अपच हो कि अफरन, गैस हो कि डायरिया, जो चल रहा है वैसे चलेगा, है? अपना आपको बीमारी है तो दवाई खाइए, भुगतिए।
अब जो होना था वो हो गया। अनुपमा को जाना था वो चली। अब किसी के जाने से हम लोग जीना तो नहीं रोक सकते ना।
हमारा फोन में टीवी कब से घुस गया है?
कब तक अफसोस ना
बने बैठे
हैं? सब लोग अभी भी साथ में है ना। दिवाली का त्योहार आने वाला है, सब लोग ऐसे मुंह लटका कर बैठे रहेंगे क्या?
और नहीं तो क्या, वो महारानी तो चली गई मटक मटक के अनुज कपाड़िया के पास, और हमारे हिस्से में क्या छोड़ गई? सिर्फ मनहूसियत।
सब बोलने की क्या जरूरत थी काव्या? सबका मूड ऑलरेडी खराब है और सब लोग अब खाना छोड़ के भी चले गए। Just give them 4-5 days. सब कुछ पहले जैसा हो जाएगा।
पर तुम्हारे बापूजी पहले जैसे नहीं होंगे। अनुपमा इस घर से सुख, शांति और इज्जत तो छीन के ले गई, साथ में मुझसे तुम्हारे बापूजी भी छीन के ले गए।
देखिए तो कैसे सो रहे हैं, ऐसे नंगे बदन सोए, कोई देखेगा ना, घर का नौकर है।
क्या हल्ला गुल्ला हो रहा है? आगे बुआ जब आए हैं? अरे तुम जब जा रहे थे तभी हम तुमको बुलाने वाले थे कि जब आ रहे हो रास्ते में तो वो जो बाजार पड़ता है, बाजार से कुछ सब्जी ले आते हैं। फ्रिज तो पड़ा ही है? और फ्रिज के अंदर सब्जी रख दो।
इनसे आप लिस्ट ले लीजिए, कल मैं ब्लिंकिट करके मंगा दूंगा।
लिकिट क्या होता है?
अरे फोन से मंगा दूंगा मैं।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये सब मत करो। वही हम समझा रहे थे तुम्हारी माँ को, वो सुने नहीं रही। अरे देखो बेटा, ये की बास्केट ये सब नहीं, थैला लो, बाहर जाओ, वर्जिश सब्जी भी ले आओ।
दरवाजे पे आ जाता है ज्यादा।
दरवाजे पे जो आता है वो सड़ा गला होता है बेटा, कितना बार समझा। ऊपर से दाम भी ज्यादा होता है। वो सब
सड़ा गला होता है क्या सब्जी?
नहीं होता है।
आप बताइए, सड़ा गला होता है सब्जी?
नहीं होता है।
कहाँ से सड़ा गला? पूरी दुनिया खा रही है ये सड़ा गला सब्जी।
कौन खा रहा है?
अरे खुद बताइए, तो इतनी बड़ी कंपनी है, सब सड़ा गला सब्जी खा रही है। अभी तक तो कंपनी बंद नहीं हुआ।
हाँ तो बंद हो जाएगा।
अरे कैसे बंद हो जाएगा?
क्यों नहीं होगा?
क्या पूरा दुनिया क्या खेत में जाके सब्जी तुड़वा के लाती है क्या?
अच्छा ठीक है, तो हम अभी तुड़वा के लाने बोले खेत से? नहीं भाई, नहीं, एकदम कुछ बोलने का जरूरत नहीं है। तुम एकदम चुप रहोगी, समझे? तुम कभी नहीं बोलोगे कि ताजा सब्जी चाहिए।
अरे हाँ, नहीं दीजिए गला सब्जी, मैं खाऊंगा।
तुमको क्यों देंगे भाई?
मैं खाऊंगा ना गला सब्जी। क्या बोलते?
घर का मालिक हो। नहीं खाता हूँ तो नहीं, घर का मालिक तो क्यों खाओगे? ब्रेड, अंडा, जैम, जेली ये सब जो खाए हो वही खाओ भाई। हम लोग खाएंगे, हम लोग है ना, हम लोग खाएंगे सारा गला सब। बरस 2 बरस का जिंदगी और रह गया है, कट जाएगा ऐसे ही। थोड़ा शांति दे दो बस। तो आवाज इतना करता है ये सब, कितना बार बोले हैं कि मरम्मत करवा दो। तुमने इतना नहीं है तो पैसा हमें बुला के एमसी वगैरह करना पड़ेगा।
अरे
क्या हुआ?
हड्डी टूट गया है, ऑपरेशन करना पड़ेगा। 10-12 लाख रुपए लगेंगे। सुनो, वो तुम्हारे जेवर चाहिए, वो पैसे कम पड़ रहे हैं, थोड़े दिन में छुड़वा लेंगे, दे दो।
6 महीने हो गए उनको मरे हुए। आज के दिन लगभग इसी समय इन्होंने प्राण त्यागे। अच्छे भले स्ट्रेचर पर लिटाकर ऑपरेशन थिएटर में ले गए और फिर लाश बाहर निकाली। डॉक्टरों का कहना था कि हार्ट फेल हुआ है। पहले से ही खराबी थी, इसीलिए ऐसा हुआ। अब हार्ट फेल हुआ है या कोई कह रहा था कि बेहोशी की दवा ज्यादा दे दी, इसीलिए होश ही नहीं आया। पिंटू तो मारने पे उतारू था डॉक्टरों को, किसी भी तरह मान ही नहीं रहा था। इसका भी कहना सही है, हार्ट पहले से चेक क्यों नहीं कर लिया? हार्ट अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो ऑपरेशन थिएटर में ले क्यों गए? पहले हार्ट का चेकअप हो जाता, वरना ना होता ऑपरेशन। क्या होता? हाँ, ज्यादा से ज्यादा उठ बैठ ना पाते, यही ना। लेकिन कम से कम जिंदा तो रहते। पिंटू तो डॉक्टरों को छोड़ ही नहीं रहा था, सबने उसे पकड़ लिया। अपने बीवी के जेवर गिरवी रख के फंड्स इकट्ठा किए पिंटू ने, पैसे निकाल के फीस भरे। पूरे 1 लाख रुपए गिना कर लिए, तब जाके उन्हें ऑपरेशन थिएटर में ले गए। ये डॉक्टर क्या सब सारे जल्लाद है क्या? मुझे तो लगता है उन्हें महंगाई खा गई। ये हड्डी पर तो बस बहाना है, वरना 65-66 की भी कोई उम्र होती है आजकल। तो वो तो चले गए, लेकिन पता नहीं आजकल पिंटू को क्या होता जा रहा है। उनके मरने के बाद ही जैसे उसकी सूरत से रौनक ही खत्म हो गई हो। जब देखो गुमसुम बैठा रहता है। अफसर से सीधा घर चलाएगा, अपने कमरे में जाके कि कुर्सी में बैठ के अखबार का कोई किताब पढ़ता रहेगा। अरे कितनी बार मैंने कहा है कि जाओ शाम को कहीं घूम फिर आया करो, या फिर और नहीं तो अपने दोस्तों के घर चले जाया करो। लेकिन क्या मजाल कि दफ्तर की जगह कहीं और चला जाए। आप 2-3 दिन में थैला लटका कर सब्जी खरीदने जाता है, लेकिन कुछ और दिन से एक और चीज देख रही हूं। रात को सोने से पहले नल की टोटियां देखता है कि ठीक से बंद है या नहीं। वो बाथरूम की वो मड़ी हुई टंकी तो बदल दी गई, और रसोई में भी नए नल की टोटी लगवा दी गई। सब उन्हीं के लक्षण आते जा रहे हैं। अब 2-4 दिन पहले की बात है, रात में खिटपिट हुई तो मेरी आंख खुल गई। तो क्या देखता हूं कि पिंटू दरवाजे की कुंडली सिटकनी टटोल रहा है कि ठीक से बंद हुआ है कि नहीं। मेरा तो देखते ही मन कांप उठा। ये तो बुढ़ापे पे ये सब काम करते थे।
जा रहा है?
पैसे क्या पेड़ में उगते हैं जो बिजली फूकी जा रही है? अरे
हे भगवान, दया करना।
Thank you so much. I'd just like to introduce you to the cast. We have Shatrughan Bhattacharya, Naman Roy, Vanshi Pagla, our production manager. On lights, we have Sandeep Jain. And on sound and the co-director, Chaitali Das. The script was written by Kamta Nath ji and is adapted and co-directed by me, Srinivas Bise.
Please come in the center. Yes.
Thank you for the play. A fresh round of applause, please. I now request Srinivas Bisetti to say a few words.
First of all, Srini and I have been interacting since a very long time for this play. So I must personally thank Srini for presenting this fabulous one. And this is so close to the context and the cause. So you must say, how did you conceive to do this? And this is a huge contribution for today's sensitization program. Thank you, Srini, and thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Choti mu badi baat. I'll really sum it up in a minute. But when I got introduced to the play, it was almost 15 years ago when I couldn't relate to the text because my father was about 52 years at that point of time, fit and healthy, everything well. And now he's struggling with Parkinson's, and I can really kind of understand. In the past 4-5 years is when I could really relate to the script, and the whole idea of how oneself changes unconsciously into and takes the steps of their own parents, because I've found myself also voluntarily doing that, and that's it. That's when I was in the thoughts of making this play. That's when Shilpi approached, And I said, see, this is the script, this is the concept. If you think this makes sense, then would like to, more than happy to present it. And I'm really grateful to Shilpi and the entire team of Carista to give this opportunity to present this play before you, and we hope to take this forward and also develop into a full-fledged one-act play. Need your prayers and blessings for that. Thank you so much.
I request Abba to come on stage to felicitate Sri Srinivas Bisetti.
Chaitali, Sandeep, if you're there, please come over.
Why did the clapping stop? So we now
he would have thought that he would have done this before, he would have thought that he would have done this before, he would have done that before, but now it was too late at the end. So communication is something that we have to do it with our parents once they are getting old, and it's not about they are pointing mistakes or faults around their surroundings. It's their genuine concern because father over there was having pain in knee. And they don't really complain often about their physical ailments because they want to sound like they are burdening their kids. But then it is our understanding to pick up on cues that to understand what they are going through, and relationship portrayed between father and son. So in general setups, they do not communicate on emotional level, even if there is attachment. This is just an observation I made. Even though they are attached, but then they don't have communication on emotional level to communicate the same feelings. So yeah, that's the observation I made.
Thank you so much. We will have just one more person and then we will start the panel session, please. Is there anybody else? I request all the panelists to be seated. Yeah. Yes. Sujata will introduce all the panelists and tell us what they do. Yeah. It promises to be a very interesting topic. Empathy.
Hello, hello. So first, I think I will start with the person to my extreme right, Vasanti Hariprakash, an award-winning journalist, radio and TV personality, podcast host and founder of Pickle Jar. And then we move on to the person sitting right next to me, Abha Maryada Banerjee, a social design advocate, Supreme Court lawyer, industry pioneer, human potential industry. And to my extreme left there, we have an educator. When I asked her to just give a one-liner on her body of work, this is what she gave, and I said, I must stick to this. So, a humanistic educator with a passion to live life in all its glory. And last but not the least, we have Chella Pandian Pichai. I hope I've, a TEDx speaker, Gen Z and Gen Alpha mentor, ally for women and the LGBT community, DEI global head, culture, values, belongingness at Biocon Biologics. So that's it about the panelists. So we will now start, right away start with the questions, as I think time seems to be an issue, okay? So I think I will start with Vasanti Hariprakash. Vasanti, as a media person, do you think the portrayal of the aged by the media is a major attribute to stereotypes at the personal and the societal level? They're one of the misrepresented, if I believe, or underrepresented groups in media, like any other marginalized community. What's your response to this situation? But with the emergence of social media handles like TikTok, YouTube, and Insta, the underrepresented groups have found a platform to voice themselves as the content is purely in the hands of the user. Do you think this truly is a moral booster for the older generation?
Multiple questions packed into one. Eldrigu namaskara ili bandiruvanta eldriguno. And this means that I will take the next 90 minutes to answer. What, Sujata?
3 minutes.
Okay. You are being generous because I thought 90 seconds is what probably is a good time. But to tell you what I feel the role of the media is, I will have to tell you that I grew up in a joint family, in a tree-laden house in Madras, where my great-grandmother, Shringarama, my grandmother, Padmini, my mother, Vaidehi, and aunts, and I and my cousins lived in absolute normal way of intergenerational living, where we saw active, energetic seniors going about their lives, probably becoming at one point of time not able to do those same tasks. My little nephew, Avyukt, who at the age of 6 probably didn't have this sort of many generation exposure, once came home from his house to see his grandmother, that's my mother, and he told her, he said, Vaidiga, he shortens my mother's name that way, and said, Vaidiga, are you a born grandmother? So my mother said, Adu, no, I was also a young girl, like really desperately saying, like your sister Anagha. So Avyuk actually just sat back, absolutely unconvinced, and said, no, I did not see you. So that is how the media is like Avyuk. It invisibilizes the elders as if they have had no past productive prime, as if they have not had a voice in their own field of work. So I don't hold a flag for the industry that I have now spent 3 decades in, Sujata. Because apart from the misrepresentation or underrepresentation, I mean, even when I was a reporter running with a red mic for a national news television channel, it doesn't occur to us naturally to seek the voice of an elder as normally as one would seek somebody else's, unless, of course, it is to do with tax incentives for senior citizens. So, to your question, whether we are, let's say, with the advent of other media, because social media, the good thing is it has democratized, it has really leveled the ground. You don't have to be at the mercy of big newspaper or television channel groups to have your voice heard. The good news is that there are media influencers in that age, the silver age. I myself follow a few who are dancing, living life at their own terms and rediscovering themselves. So yes, a morale booster, but that is just the surface. When it's my turn, you give me a time again, then probably I will come to that. I don't want to steal somebody else's. But really at the policy level, loneliness, how do you really not perpetrate stereotypes about elders, and how do you really give them the justified space? And what does this really make in terms of a substantial contribution to the psychological well-being of the elder? I shall wait for my turn.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vasanthi. But also, when you see the media, you see a person like Amitabh Bachchan, Rajinikanth, they're all, living their age, even if they are 65s or 70s. But the women, again, are sidelined. Don't you think this is very unfortunate? Even a 30-year-old acts as like a mother. Exactly. Who was a heroine for Rajinikanth and Amitabh Bachchan. So that means, again, gender roles again.
There is gender, there is ageism. We shall, yes, come to that.
Yeah. Thank you. Now I think I will move on to Manjula Raman. Ma'am, I'm sure you will agree with me when I say, laws and policies cannot teach values. It cannot foster love and respect for elders. Like charity begins at home, it is the responsibility of parents to foster empathy and compassion in their children. Isn't this a collective responsibility as a community to raise socially conscious citizens? Educational institutions should sensitize children, youngsters, through programs that connect the two generations in a meaningful way. As a pioneer in the educational field, we would like to hear your valuable thoughts on the same.
Thank you, Sujata. I'll have to just thank many of us borrowing ideas from the West. So the better schools or the elitist schools now seem to be having a grandparents' day, where all the grandparents are called. Well, I think it should be the whole year round. At least the school that I head now, I see all the children who are picked up are by their grandparents. Early in the morning when I just start for school, I see a little Krishna going with the grandfather. Grandfather can't even walk, but the child clings on to the grandfather and moves on. But that child is very lucky to have the grandfather at home. But most of the children do not have. And when I start talking to the elders, they tell me that they stay in a separate flat. So they have duties. So, in the morning they'll drop the child, then they'll take them for karate, then they'll take them for the dance, and the parents will come at the end of the day. And weekends are with the parents, when the parents and children have a great time, and the grandparents keep wishing that the child came, because they're so used to that child. So I think as an educator, I feel the connect between the elders and the children should be a lifelong process. So when we had one such a grandparents' day at school, we asked them, what would you like to do? So some of them said, we would like to make some good food for the children of, the friends of my granddaughter or grandson. So they brought so much of kesari bhat, they brought so much of laddus, they brought so much of chips, and that was the happiest day for them, because they hadn't done that in that school for long. Then when the mic was given, all of them wanted to sing. All of them wanted to sing. So we continued to do that the whole day, although our time was about 2 to 3 hours. So that was one way that they felt that they are recognized. I'm also an elder, and I really connected, and they said, I had so many of them coming back and saying, have it more often, have it more often. And even the children, because the children walked up and said, she's my grandmother, this is my grandfather. Children don't have the differences. Like just now, our co-panelist said that we all grew up in families where we had our grandparents. But the ones who are growing up now just have a nanny. And the nanny keeps changing after every year whenever she puts a nakra. I think as educators, we have to connect. We have to make it a social responsibility of the school to have certain time that the children go to old age homes or connect with the community of elders, do something for them. I'm very proud to say that I have a student who's made that app that we were talking about, the elders, and he kind of connects an elder person to different services. I'm so glad that, he had that empathy. But empathy is something which has to grow. It can't be taught overnight. And I think the teachers, the parents, and the society has to see that they are not marginalized, because there's so much of wealth in them. I was just talking to somebody here, Sugata Mitra. He's opened up a cloud grandparent teaching app where all the grandparents like me can give tuitions to children across the world. I'm so good at maths. I'm still working. That's a different story. But I definitely would like to give 1 hour of my time to teach some children somewhere who want to learn maths from me. And then like this, there are so many grandparents, but we are not utilizing them. So I think a school can go a long way by connecting the children with the elders. And there is a wealth of knowledge with them, whether it is taking them for walks, telling them about the stars and the moon or animals, or even stories of their time, because that's dwindling. And even medicine, like all these herbal medicines, whatever I know is all what I learned from my grandmother. But it'll soon be lost when I am no more. So thank you.
So, but what you said was very right, because this Grandparents' Day, or whatever, like we celebrate the Father's Day, Mother's Day, this all comes just once a year.
Yes.
But that is not enough to sensitize youngsters. So we need to think of a long-term planning kind of thing, where at least,
See, in some ways we have a family, but now the family is me, Papa, Mama, and the dog.
That's because of urbanization, that has led to...
So it's not there. Even if grandparents are in the same town, but when they talk about family, it is just the 4 of them. Because I think there is a change in the way we are looking, but we'll have to bring that back, especially in the Indian context. And let me tell you, in the West, they do take care of their elders. It's not as if they just, tell them to go to an old age home. That's just for the sake of their comfort. It's not that they throw them there. They do have family get-togethers. So it's not like it's just an Indian concept that we have family. But I think we are losing it faster than the West.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I think we'll move on to Mr. Chella Pandian. With age, your skin wrinkles. But if the zest for life dies, your soul wrinkles. With age, the sense of belonging comes crumbling down as they feel there's no purpose in life. So, since you are in that space, I thought this would be an apt question to ask you. Won't intergenerational communities or spaces make them feel they belong? With your expertise in DII, belongingness, I thought this would be apt. The UN Decade for Healthy Aging 2021-30 declared 4 major action areas, and age-friendly environments is one of them. For instance, you could have a university housing where the students, the faculty and the seniors share the space, or a library designed keeping the seniors in mind, or even I would address this question to Manjula Raman as well. Something like a school where you have a senior care and also they use the common facilities. And there's something, because I volunteer in the US public schools, and there's something called the social hour. So during lunchtime, or there is 1 hour allocated for the youngster to interact with the senior. So this is on a long-term basis. So, but unfortunately, we think the old cannot learn anything from the young. It's a myth. But actually, the exchange of knowledge and experience between the two ages is unmatchable. So, I believe this to be a win-win situation, and it fosters a valuable relationship between the two generations. Your valuable input, Chella.
Wow. So, my name is Chellapandin Pichai. I'm often asked a question, do I know Sundar Pichai? Yeah. So the answer is I know him very well.
Then I need to take a picture with you.
No, hold on. I know him very well, but he doesn't know me. I've sent him a LinkedIn invite. I've not got the acceptance yet. So having said that, see the solution, if I have to put it in one word, what's the solution for this generation gap? How do we make it work as empathy? Empathy leads to belongingness, or empathy and belongingness. The short answer. To explain this more, the sense of belongingness is a varying thing. Like if you see multiple generation, I'm not sure you have taken note of what generations we have with a clearly structured generation. We have traditionalist, then baby boomers or Gen boomers, then Gen X, then Gen Y, Gen Z, the next is Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, Gen Gamma, it goes like that. Each generation is 15 years block. Roughly a thumb rule of 40 to 55 is Gen X, 55 to 70 is Gen Boomers, 70 and above is called traditionalist. We will be in a situation, January 1st, the first kid which is going to be born in the world, whichever part of the world, is going to be Gen Beta, which is going to be January 1st. So January 1st, we will have 7 structured generations living in the society. It could be at home, it may not be in corporate because retirement age is 58 and consulting 65, mostly retire except Amitabh Bachchan and Rajnikant. We are not, corporate is not that way, right? So we will be in the stage of 2028, Alpha is coming to workforce. They will turn 18. So 18 years is the eligible age for it being in the corporate. Corporate will have 4 generations for the first time, where, not for the first time, but we will have 4 generations working together. Same thing happens at home. The best place to learn how to mix with generation for a corporate is at home. Because you have grandparents, if you're a joint family or a living together family. Then you have grandparents, you have parents, and then you have different generation, kids, and the adults at home. So already you have about 4 generations if you're lucky. In some cases, 3 generations living together. We can learn from there and bring it to the society and corporate. But what's happening is there is so much of... I call it as 3 A's: adopt, adapt, abort. It's going to be very different if any generation boomers or Gen traditionalist sitting here, you may not like it. But the point is, I spent a lot of time with Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Right? I was in Sarla Academy last week, and then I was with brilliant students of 6th standard to 10th standard. Spent a lot of time, and also I go to colleges a lot of Gen Z coaching I do. The problem is generation gap is because of they're not able to connect. So we are always expecting youngsters to connect with the elders. Why not the other way around? Why not we have the Gen boomers or the elder generation or older generation to come to college or school, not to teach but to learn. The learning has to be 2 ways, right? If you're not in a position to adopt, adapt, and abort is letting go. The elder generation struggle today is they're not willing to let go. But they want to tell this is how our world is. Our world was different. We can't bring that and say this is how I lived. Principles, values, yes. But it's a different era. The next generation will be having even more different expectation. There's a huge expectation gap. Hence, it's becoming a nuclear family. Right? A lot of times, if even I challenge this with some of the Gen Zs, they say, why not we put them into old age home? What's wrong in that? And their reason to that, if I'm keeping for a society's sake, neighbor's sake, or family's sake, and do not treat them well, where I'm giving it to a subject matter expert, I'm willing to spend that money, and I want them to be there. So here we'll have to take the emotions out, love out, and see what's best for them. And they say this is the right thing to do because I can't do such a good job of what a nurse will do in a hospital or a subject matter expert would do. But that doesn't mean I don't love them. I love them, hence I want to be at the best place where they're taken care well. Different thought. So I'm going and aborting my, because I left all the fancy job and crores of rupees, came back to India to be with my parents. I lost my mother 2 months back. If I had not come, I would have felt guilt for a lifetime. So for her sake and my father's sake, I left the job and came back 3 years back during COVID time. So that's me as principal, but I'm not pushing this to the younger generation to think you should do this. It's up to them, right? So I think empathy, we need to understand, redefine empathy. Empathy is just being with them and treat them bad. I'm giving a hypothetical. Or not really taking care of them, or it's okay to leave them at the place they are best taken care. So I don't have an answer, but I started listening to this conversation with Gen Z, because this is what the younger generation is looking at. Not everybody. I'm not generalizing, but these kind of thoughts also coming and they're justifying. Well?
Yeah, this is a very difficult question to answer. I mean, you cannot stand in judgment as well. But then, when you say that children say that they want to put them in a cinema, but then you also need to understand that personally I feel you're outsourcing love. If you ask me, I would say that. Even love is being outsourced now because the children feel that they do not have that kind of time because lifestyles are changing, as he says. Priorities are changing.
I asked this question, it's a beautiful question. I also felt, you know what they said? You have learned. Why can't you teach homeschool and teach the kids? Why are you sending kids to the school? Because you're outsourcing education to the subject matter expert. Same way, I love. Does it mean that you don't love kids? No, but you want them to be at the best place. So this is the answer I got it from group of Gen Z students where I was having this conversation. Because under diversity, we focus on elders. Just last point, like the way you have grandparents' day, we are bringing extended family of employees to the organization, and we are building a skill program for 6 months, and we're going to certify them and graduate them on skills which they feel belonging to at the age where they are currently. So as a corporate also we do that.
I'll just add one line. Well, I'm a baby boomer. The swinging 17s and 60s. And today, at 68, I absolutely connect with my alpha granddaughter, who talks about skibbity toilet and all kinds of language. And I keep going on to the Google to learn those, because I won't know what she's talking. And I don't want her to feel like that. And let me just add you, there's a little bit of calm in my mind as I age, is that the present elders, they have also learned to adapt, to learn a new language, to be self-dependent, so to have fun. Like I just said, like I want to live life to the fullest. I don't want anybody to be talking about all the, awards that I have got, that's gone by. Today is a beautiful day. Let me live it today. So that's more important than anything else. And I think that's really a calm. And I think many of us in the room were and are the Gen Boomers. We are the best.
Absolutely. I think that's a solution. She's already given a solution. How do you abort and adapt? I think that's a solution.
Okay, thank you. Now I think I move on to Abha Banerjee. So I have a question on the legal side and the other one on the social side. So you tell me which one you would like to address first.
I think, I'm sorry, first of all, I'll have to apologize for my voice. Because you'll have to bear with it because मेरी मदर कहती है जब मौसम बदलता है ना तो ठंडा पानी और बर्फ नहीं खानी चाहिए. मैंने कल रात को खाई है, तो जो है उसका नतीजा आज है. So you'll have to bear with my voice a little bit. So you can ask the legal one. That will be short and simple. Because the answer is going to be a bad one, straightforward. It's not working.
We want the legalities. Elder abuse is a global problem where 1 out of 6 aged 60 and above experience abuse. The rate at institutions are higher, yet this remains a global low global priority. In India, the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizen Acts of 2007 ensures that senior citizens are not abused or abandoned by their children. Is this only a social problem, or do you think there is an economic factor that also attributes to this immoral behavior? More importantly, the major concern is the implementation of these acts and the enforcement of the laws. How accountable and conscientious are the regulatory bodies in executing their responsibility? And just adding on, is it feasible to have a central act for universal pension for seniors above 70? As many of us are unaware of the laws that govern the legal rights of seniors, as a legal expert, your input would enrich us in that direction.
Yes, Sujata, the pension rules have come in. So there is something that's going on that ground. The maintenance of and welfare of senior citizens is an act which is in existence. And is it a social issue? Is it a legal issue? Or is it an economic issue? It's a question that can be answered in all three forms. It is, if we remember that little skit here, the difference between what the father was talking, what the son was listening, how the son was reacting, how the father was reacting, what happened when he fell down, the reasons are 90% of the time economic. That's number one. Number two, it is the gap, the expectation management between the generations, where it is so difficult to understand why a father is such a way. Why the son who's in his aspirational mode does not understand what the father is talking about, because he's been raised in a certain way and the father believes that's the right way, but the son has figured a different way, is not able to grasp that this was the way then, this is the way now, and there is no need to fight for that. But the fight continues. So the reasons mostly are economic. Eventually, I think people have not evolved to a point that I never ask, the younger generation will not, the older doesn't ask, why are you saying what you're saying? The context is always different. Why would there be a conflict? If the context is same, you are probably slightly older than me and you can discuss it. I'm open-minded enough and you're open-minded enough to say, all right, I'm not going to fight with you, but I can understand why you're saying what you're saying. This conversation never happens. We want to believe, as much as we have stereotypically branded, labeled women, we've branded men, so we have branded the senior citizens, we have branded children, we branded schools. We want certainty about everything. And life today and life always has been so uncertain. The one lesson that we all had to learn, whether the older generation or the younger generation, that we needed to evolve. We needed to evolve at every stage of life. And as the evolvement happens, I think I'll understand you better. You'll understand me better. All of us are raised differently, so I do not know why you're talking what you're talking. But I learn from you when you say something. If we don't learn from each other, and it doesn't matter who I learn from. It doesn't matter I learn from a kid. It doesn't matter I learn from an older person. It doesn't matter I learn from somebody I do not know. But if I came in that mode, I would not be struck with everything and judging everything, questioning everything, calling everything wrong or right, because there are no wrongs and rights. Except for the fact that yes, when people are in need, older people are in need, are we in a position to go up there and help them? So then when the laws, when you ask about the law part, the law today, if you have to bring in a law which means our society has deteriorated. 2 days ago I was talking about the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act. If you have to bring in a law to ask men to behave themselves, if you have to bring in a law to tell children to take care of their parents, we need to start looking back at ourselves. Something's wrong. You know, this didn't happen maybe in our times. In those times when we were living in joint families. सबका ख्याल रख लेते थे. सब कुछ चलता रहता था. पता ही नहीं चलता था. आया गया, चला गया, हो गया. चलते रही, family चलती रही, आते रहा. अभी क्योंकि distinct हो गया. Nuclear family में you say the aspirations are there. People are struggling for their own life. Now when it comes to economics, when it comes to a parent who you know is at home and will be okay, who if fed well and met once in a day, called up once in a day will be all right. More than that, even children are not able to take. Why? They are busy in their own thing. Now parents have become useful, like you said, drop karne jao, pick karne jao, फिर function पे आ जाओ, फिर जब ड्रामा होगा उस टाइम आ जाओ, फिर शाम को कराटे की क्लास में ले जाओ, फिर उसके बाद एक दिन एक साल में जू चलते हैं, चलो सबके सब. तो it has become I believe it's more of an obligation now. It doesn't come naturally to all of us that this is my parent, this is my grandparent, this is my older, this is my friend. We meet young, we meet older people. What's wrong with us? Why do we need to do this? You know, because we've lost the sense of sheer humanity. We've lost context. We've lost, I would say, the humane version of, you know, why. And one more thing that I always feel, we all grow up, you know, come as a soul in here as a little child. And today the older generation probably is the soul of the society. They are carrying so much inside of themselves. Why are we not prepared? We know so much.
I would like to add.
Yes, and just 1 second, just one last sentence. Why are we not prepared? Why not the children? Why not the parents? What's wrong with us? Why do we have to go through this? You know, one has to find a way. I'm not saying that everything is perfect and all of us we can pre-think. No, we can't. But we have not evolved. We've left so many gaps in the middle that those gaps are causing the problems today. And I'm saying if we need a law for that, it means something is missing. The gap needs to be filled, and how we can fill the gap, what action steps do we need to take, what is the older generation, what can it do, what can we do, what can we do together, how can we create a different context, what is the context today, and how can I create a better context now for all of us to survive and coexist more respectfully, more supportingly, more for each other. Is it a possibility, or are we just talking? Now I'll give it to you.
One of the, you know, I feel that, you know, when you're talking about empathy, you have to, I would agree with Chelandian in one way, saying that it is also for the elders to change their lens matra alla kannadka, the chashma. So, let's say, I wrote in my column, you know, in Deccan Herald, something called the window seat. And I just said that India needs a grand plan for its grandparents. So I just said that, you know, when you look at an old person who is probably just, you know, this thing, you feel like reaching out, even if you're not related to that old person. If there's a beggar on the street and they're older, so there is that mushy spot. But when that fondness that you have for, let's say, grandparents or for the older citizens, and that warm feeling kind of washes all over us, and then suddenly you have the same person living under the same roof with you, then that fondness somewhere slightly turns into frustration. Because there are medical bills, there is, of course, the commerce aspect, there is pension that we have spoken about. And I just feel that if the person, and it is so crucial, this pension, the finance piece, the medical costs, the government's role, there's just so much we have to pack into this limited time, that, you know, if, let's say, the parents are not in an earning capacity, then what we do is to put them on rotation between the children. In the movie Bagban, let's say, that we saw. And then what is happening to the young person? I don't want to really believe in this bleak picture that somehow we have lost soul and humanity. I feel that a lot of young people, including, who come back for their parents, great, like what Chela was saying about it. But those who don't come, I don't think we should judge them at all. Right? But then there are those that happening. I see that all over social media. Like I had a friend actually yesterday, we were doing a poll on the group that I'm a part of. And then she was saying that during COVID time, we were locked out. We couldn't come. But because she was taking a safari at COVID, she got asked, why can't you just come back to India and take care of your old father? Right? So I'm saying that somewhere that sort of an empathy is really need to be we need to be enablers of that empathy by being active contributors to that.
And one more thing I'd like to add is, I'll take it from you, that there is this sense of guilt that is suddenly attached to everything when it comes to the older generation, which I feel just makes it more difficult. You know, we need to have our view of whatever we can do as normal. You know, whatever normally can I do, would I want to do, my empathy, my love, my compassion, my need to help somebody is all there. But the moment you put a sense of guilt on top of it, you've literally capped it. I think you've reduced it to something which is a totally different emotion, and it falls under a negative emotion. It falls under a painful, burdensome emotion, and not an emotion where from you open your heart and say, listen, here I am here for you. That's the difficult part. So when we can I answer the social part of the question? So social design, I really believe, I'll agree with you, Chela, over here, and ma'am, you too, that I think we are in a place where all of us are all aspirational people, and I believe the request for all the old age people, please bring in your aspirations back to life. Please, because life is just a one-time experience for all of us. And we do want to do too many things. My own husband, my former husband, he came back from Jakarta with his mother, 80-year-old mother, just like you did. And, because of the guilt, because we are living in a foreign country, we have all the money, we send the money. Now mother is suffering from just old age issues, and there is permanent guilt that is hurting you. Over the phone, over the weekends, from the family, from the relatives. So it is not easy on the mind. So we have to evolve to be emotionally more mature, mentally more mature, to be able to handle issues that are happening to the older generation and issues that are happening to us. We don't want to burden anybody with anybody's issues. We want to do a lot more, but I think everybody wants. Everybody wants, whether it is a younger generation, people like us in the mid-zone somewhere, or anybody for that matter. No judging anybody. I wish, let's begin in the context of even the senior generation become more aspirational. Let's make them more productive. Let's involve them. Let's make them more relevant. Let's see how we get them in. That inclusion has to happen. We can't just be treating them as, retired burdens upon the entire society. No, they are not that. They are not that. And if we tell them to, they will disagree with if anybody tells them that. So let's start on a different Shilpi. That's between me and you. I'll talk to you. There has to be some action step taken after this, where we are able to allow some level of inclusion. Let's start two things together. It doesn't have to be your own grandchildren. It could be somebody else's grandchildren. It doesn't have to be your daughter-in-law. It could be somebody else's daughter-in-law. It doesn't have to be your own children, and it doesn't have to be your parents all the time if you're there. I just came across a project, housing project. घर बेच रहे हैं senior citizens के उसमें, ताकि उनकी जो जमा पूंजी है वो एक प्रॉपर्टी में इन्वेस्ट हो जाए, और उसी गेटेड कम्युनिटी के अंदर सारे सीनियर सिटीजन हैं. वो रोज शाम को बैठ के उनके गेम्स होते हैं, वो लोग मस्ती करते हैं, उन लोग टीवी देखते हैं, बैठ के पिक्चर देखते हैं, तो वो अकेले भी नहीं है. तो अच्छा थॉट था. I went and saw it over there. I was quite surprised.
Most often in these gated communities, seniors have to live by the rules of that. So that also needs a.
They are not kids. No, that's Vasanti. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. All I'm saying is that let us. Can we experiment now? We've all reached a state where we know this needs to be. Something needs to be done. What is that something needs to be defined? That something is still not clear. We are still very vague, very ambiguous. We still have to be able to define what all can happen. So I think it's an open forum. It's an open space. And whatever all of us over here can sit and do, law, believe me, can't help. Unless and until law का नाम सुनते सबको लगता है दूर भागो. लॉ एक बहुत अच्छा रिसोर्स है, यूज कीजिए, उसको यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ओल्ड एज लोग आके जब वहां पे खड़े रहते हैं 10-10 साल, वी हैव सीन द केसेस, 10-15 साल से चक्कर लगा रहे हैं कोर्टों में, और प्रोसेस ही नहीं खत्म होता है वहां. किसी की गलती नहीं है, प्रोसेस ऐसा ही है, एंड दे आर विलिंग टू फाइट. So I said, I know some of them. I said, sir, are you okay? You will go on and on. He said, नहीं, जब तक हम लोग यहाँ पे गड्ढे में नहीं गिरेंगे तब तक लड़ते रहेंगे. अच्छा चलो लड़ो, आराम से लड़ो, कोई बात, आपको लड़ने का मन है लड़ो. So we have to give that space. I think we need to open our minds to give that space to everybody. We are not open-minded enough. We try to look at, we are not open-minded enough to look at options. So when you said that, we can switch the mindset and look at it another way, that is the only solution. We need to begin to switch, and the switches have to be faster. There are too many things happening over here. We can't stick to one, solve one by the time other one will come. तो switching में जरा adaptability में जरा जल्दी करना जरूरी है, कि शायद हमारा दिमाग खुलना सबसे पहले जरूरी है. So I think
Just getting on to the closing comment. Closing comments from each of the panelists.
I think I've done mine.
I think it's as much as Mr. Challa said that the elders have to take that first step forward to be very confident that the youngsters are not ignoring you, but you don't become a pain to them.
Empathy is not being in the shoes of others, and how are you seeing is also important. Many times we are in the other shoes, but you see from your side. Seeing in other shoes and see for them, that's empathy. Exactly. That's empathy. I said 3A, adopt, adapt, abort. That's for the elder generation. For youngsters or the upcoming generation, it is I see, I feel, I do. I see, then I feel because of what I see. If I feel these things are not right, I should do something about it. I can't just keep cribbing, commenting, criticizing. Can I do something about it? Because you have lots of energy and age and life for you. So can you do something about it?
Your closing comments, please.
Netflix Blue Zones I recommend for a watch of people in some islands who have been researched, documented to live beyond 100 years. And what is their secret of joyous living? So it's not about longevity. And I think youngsters also, I mean, just to add to my previous point, just like how people have to adapt, the youngest generation also has to let go, not really smother people with overprotection. We've been having a discussion on some housing complex in Bangalore that was thinking that after the age of 75, people must have a caretaker. No, it may be a thought right now, but I'm like, please, I mean, let's do all it takes to also empower people, seniors, elders to live on their own terms. And if it means living alone independently, let's just leave them and let's all get a life. Thank you.
Yeah, get a life. Yes. I'm sorry. मेरी बारी खत्म हो गई पर मैं आपकी परमिशन से. Seriously, we all need to get a life.
Madam is watching.
You know, ना मैडम को मैं बाद में संभाल लूँगी. मैडम हमारे को जो है ना दिल्ली से बुलाया मैडम ने. तो मुझे जो है बोलने दो 1 मिनट यार मेरे को थोड़ा 2 मिनट. बोलिए. All right. So now when it comes to joyous living, I think everybody deserves it. You know, everybody deserves it, and if we can, if people can't do it on their own, let's get together and give it to the other person. If we can, this is what we need to do. We can't solve every problem. I can't solve a financial problem for everybody. If I can give you joy, Sujata, you'll remember me for the rest of your life. You know, and that is what I think everybody should intend to do. मुझे जितनी बड़ी problem सही, अगर मैं आपको थोड़ा बहुत खुशी दे सकती हूँ ना, तो हम एक दूसरे को मदद करने आए हैं, हम एक दूसरे को I'm sorry. We are here to help each other. We are here to support each other. We are here to make each other's life easier, not difficult.
You have proven that by coming all the way from Delhi here.
And with that kind of a throat, you know, and I've had a lot of honitas in the morning. So that's what I'm saying. So we are here to spread joy in every aspect of life. Whether I'm a kid, I have to spread. Am I not meant to spread joy for my parents? When I get younger, am I not spreading joy for my friends? When I get married, am I not spreading joy for my family? As a parent, am I not spreading joy for my kids? Why are we missing the point? We are here to be happy people. Can I spread that little happiness to the person next to me? Can I spread this happiness to my friend here? Can I spread this happiness to the people, to the senior citizens? They may be in a bad mood. They are not probably listening to us. They're not probably, adapting to the new circumstances. I get it, but so what? Come on. We can be slightly bigger than that, right? क्या होगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा? They will say, I do not like you. All right. I will evolve myself enough to say, all right, sir, you don't like, no problem. I'll still spread the joy. And you'll give in at some point, because I know happiness is the ultimate desire of every individual, young and old. If we can spread that, I think we'll be doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much for panelists for the engaging conversations and the patient audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very, very enriching decision. I want all of you to sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we still have to felicitate you, and which is why,
And after Sujata's closing remarks, I want to make my remarks too. Yeah. So I would partly agree with Mr. Chella and partly with Abha. Not for the same reasons though. But what I would like to say is, we are all talking so much about the youngsters not taking care of their elders and all that. Let me tell you my own experience. I find it impossible to live with my children, with the kind of lifestyles they have, and it's impossible to shut up and keep quiet and not say anything. And it's such a strain. It's such a strain. So I like to live by myself. It's not, I don't want to complain that my children are not taking care of me. I find a burden to stay with them. I want to tell them, look here, I've done everything that I can. Now I want to get rid of you and take care of myself. So I think we should create, that's where, I think what Abha is saying and what Mr. Challa is saying, we need to create happier old age homes where you're spending time with your like-minded people. And beyond, as Abha says, I think only people beyond 60 will be able to appreciate this, that it doesn't matter that it isn't your own grandchild, as long as there is a child that you can play with, as long as you have a companion with whom you can share something. So I think it's time for us to enlarge our canvas. And I think to that extent, whatever that you were all saying fills me with a lot of optimism, because we're not thinking along very rigid, very predictable lines, and we have to think of something different, and that fills me with a lot of hope, not for myself, for the ones who are coming behind me. Thank you. Yeah. So I now request Dr. Shamrock, an international percussionist, Guinness Book Records holder, and a sound healer, to come on stage and felicitate all our panelists. Yeah, and I also, after the felicitation is over, I request all the audience to come closer, please. We're smaller in number, let's become a more intimate crowd. So please, all of you, come closer. Don't forget to clap. Yes. I'd love to have your card. Yeah, sure. And I your card.
I think now a round of applause for being such a wonderful audience. I'm truly impressed. Thank you. So, we now have Dr. Saket. So, the 10 minute speech that Dr. Saket is going to make is very, very crucial because he's going to talk about how meditation, chanting, mantras can help the brain. What I was trying to tell you about creating new neurons, new neural pathways in the brain, and all about neuroplasticity. So today, again, I want to end the last bit of my comparing with what I had begun first. We are all so lucky because we have so much to keep our brains active today. We have a variety of activities to choose from, like traveling, word games, puzzles, listening to podcasts on various subjects, and reading. All this with the aid of one smartphone. Apart from this, chanting mantras, practicing conscious breathing, listening to music and meditation. So Dr. Saket is going to talk about the effects of sound and music on your brains. Over to Dr. Saket. Let me give you a short introduction, sir. I have great pleasure in introducing a senior research fellow at the Center of Consciousness Studies. With a PhD on understanding the impact of meditation on the brain, his research shows the profound impact of meditation in shaping one's inner experience and perception and behavior, evident through sophisticated devices like electroencephalography and magnetic resonance imaging, EEG and MRI for short. Apart from his innovative research into the function of the brain, his passion about biodiversity has led him to work towards creating a conscious planet. His commitment is to make sure that everyone has access to science and tools of well-being. His research has been published in high-impact journals. He is extremely popular on social media platforms, a sure marker that he has established himself in society. Dr. Saket will now address the audience on the fascinating, hitherto unknown aspects of our brain and how our brains can be rewired. His talk will reveal to us how human consciousness, memory, and well-being can be transformed by sound and music. And before I hand over the mic to Dr. Saket, I want to tell all of you, immediately after Dr. Saket's talk, we have sound healing concert. I want every one of you to listen, experience how soothing experience it is. Only when you experience. I don't want to put it in words. Please, all of you, participate in this concert and see for yourself what a beautiful experience that can be. After which, we reach the end of the program and we have coffee, tea and pakoras. We will break in a very good mood after that. No harsh feelings for keeping you occupied till now. Okay? Over to Dr. Saket.
Good evening, everybody. A warm welcome to my presentation. I think all of you must have been tired listening to so many talks. And we have yet another academic talk before a wonderful session, the music session, which is going to happen next. So what I was thinking is just briefly talk you through the research that I have done and the impact of meditation on the brain. My core work has been meditation, pranayama, yoga on the human brain, how it influences various brain aspects, brain functions, and the impact it has on cognition, well-being, etc. So we study groups of meditators who are proficient in their practice. Like these are the people who are like Olympic level in terms of mental training. and we try to understand their mind, practice meditation, and what kind of changes happen in the brain oscillations. So we use various technologies like electroencephalography, which is a technique to measure the brain oscillations, and MRI, which is magnetic resonance imaging, which tells us about what parts of the brain are activated when somebody is practicing meditation, how they're connected, etc. So I'll take you through some of the implications of these practices. And so thank you again, Charista Foundation, for giving me this opportunity. It's been a fantastic platform to talk about a very, very important issue, that is elder psychological well-being. So, Jeet, yeah. So as we've been hearing from morning, there have been multiple very, very startling statistics on dementia, the rise of dementia over the past decade, and how it is projected to increase in the next 20-25 years. So just to give a perspective, 1 in every 3 seconds is developing dementia. And this is projected to increase to 153 million by 2050. To give a perspective of how huge this is, cost for dementia is right now 1.1% of the global GDP, which is a massive, massive challenge which we are going to face, which we are facing and which we are going to face in the future. And apart from there's loneliness and depression, which is prevalent in the elderly, which all these 3 things basically pose a massive challenge. And if you see the rise in numbers, there has been a dramatic increase in the dementia cases in the last 20 years, and 2050, 153 million people, massive challenges. Next slide. So this year, the Lancet Commission has synthesized the best available evidence on dementia and how to prevent it. And this is what they say. The potential, the previous slide, the potential for prevention is high, and overall, nearly half of dementias could be prevented by eliminating 14 risk factors. These findings provide hope. So, next slide, please. So, they have identified 14 preventable risk factors starting from early life until late life. So, early life, less education is a massive, massive factor when it comes to making one vulnerable to dementia in later life. Not having education is going to be risky. And in the midlife, you'll be surprised to know that hearing loss is one of the major factors. And there is high LDL cholesterol. And in the late life, social isolation, air pollution, visual loss. So like this, 45% of the dementia cases are potentially preventable if we work on these 14 important risk factors. Next slide. So basically, to prevent and delay dementia, we have to work on these 14 preventable factors. And if you see, the 2 most important factors are reduce stress and inflammation and build cognitive and brain reserve. So what are the factors which help us build a cognitive reserve, and what are the factors which help us overcome stress and inflammation are crucial when it comes to preventing and delaying dementia. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, cognitive reserve. What is cognitive reserve, and can we build it over a period of life? So, cognitive reserve is a term which means our ability to withstand brain pathological changes. So, most amazing features, fascinating features of the human brain is its ability to be plastic. Neuroplasticity is all about how effectively it can adapt what's happening around us, how our experiences are shaping our brain, etc. So even though there's a damage to a brain, neuropathological damage, still brain is plastic enough to withstand the damage and reroute the information and build new pathways which will potentially delay dementia. So this cognitive reserve, next slide please, comes from a landmark study which was done in 1998, which talked about, which looked at how, even though there was studied a group of people, and they observed that some people had damage in the brain which tells that they had Alzheimer's disease. Even though they had pathological changes which say they have Alzheimer's disease, what they observed was that none of them presented with any symptoms of dementia. So even though they had these damage, they did not present symptoms of dementia like cognitive decline. What this indicates is that brain has this incredible capacity for plasticity. So this is a big hope for all of us. Even though our bodies age, it's inevitable, our brains need not age in the same manner. So there is chronological age and there is brain age or biological age. Chronological age, inevitable. But brain age, we can prevent the decline by doing certain things which will enhance the cognitive reserve. So how can we enhance this cognitive reserve? As we all know, leading a healthy lifestyle, having less stress, eating good food, having good education, being socially active, being cognitively active throughout our life. All these simple things can make a massive difference when it comes to how we can build the cognitive reserve. And so I will be focusing for the next few slides on one of the very powerful things which all of us can do, which can make a big difference when it comes to delaying dementia. And that is meditation and other yogic practices like pranayama. Here's a small video of the work which we carry out in the lab, which tells you about how we measure these brain oscillations and how we track the changes over time. Audio, yeah. Yeah. What you see here is a technique called as electroencephalography, which measures the brain oscillations. Our brain is an electrochemical device, and it generates all these oscillations all the time. Everybody would have heard of alpha oscillations. Everybody talks about theta being in the theta state, how it enhances relaxation, how gamma state helps one focus better, etc. So our brain has different oscillations ranging from the low frequency delta oscillations, which we observe in deep sleep, to the very high frequency gamma oscillations, which are observed when somebody is very intensely focusing on something, attending to something in a state of flow. And theta oscillations are, again seen during states of relaxation, calmness, during navigation, memory, etc. And there are alpha oscillations, which are seen in mostly anybody and everybody. If you just close your eyes, you will observe alpha oscillations in your brain. And beta is more towards active thinking, focusing, etc. And these oscillations are fascinating because I have spent the last 7 years trying to understand how these oscillations change in people who practice meditation. Next slides, please. So, for example, this is one of the EEG record of a person who is an intense meditation practitioner doing meditation, practicing meditation for 10 years, 15 years. What you see are those very synchronous oscillations in the alpha theta range. Whenever you're in a very calm state, very relaxed, your brain synchronizes its activity. And when these neurons synchronize, the oscillations appear like this. There's more what we call it as power. There's more power in the brain. And this is one of the very good markers for how meditation influences one's state of mind. Next slide, please. So don't be concerned about all this colors and all that. What it tells basically is how much time does it take to see changes in the brain? How much time do you have to practice meditation to see changes real time? Do you have to practice for 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What is the minimum duration which is required to see substantial changes in the brain? And we have identified that practicing for 2 to 3 minutes brings about plastic changes in the brain. In very important brain regions, which are important for decision making, planning, reasoning, etc. So the prefrontal cortex, the previous slide. So the prefrontal cortex is an important, very, very important brain region which is involved in all these functions which I just described. And that's the brain region, one of the important brain regions, which also produces these theta oscillations. And what you can see is the changes in those, these are the prefrontal regions where you see the change. The next slide, please. And there's one more very, very interesting thing about what we observed in our study was the state of relaxed alertness which the meditators experience. So relaxation is one thing which all of us are familiar with. All of us are also familiar with states of alertness. But what is this state of relaxed alertness? So this is a state wherein one can experience relaxation but not drowsiness. Alertness but not hyper-arousal and agitation of the mind. How can one train oneself to be in that state of relaxed alertness is what meditation is doing. And what we observe is usually when the brain oscillations are in the low frequency range, which are like theta, alpha, delta range, you don't observe high frequency oscillations like beta and gamma. But is it possible for the brain to produce both low frequency oscillations like theta and also high frequency oscillations like gamma at the same time? Usually this is not observed. But in states of meditation, we observe both the things happening at the same time. That is, you see gamma and theta at the same time. That's one of the unique and fascinating aspects of what we found. And what is the potential of all this for brain aging? So we extracted many different EEG features which potentially change with age. And what we discovered was that, as you see on the left hand side, that's the group of people who do not practice any form of meditation, the controls. And what you see on the right hand side are the expert Olympic level training, people who have trained on mental training. So what we observe is that there are changes which happen in the controls, as you can see, with age, and you don't see any of those changes happening in the expert meditators, which is potentially very, very significant in delaying the onset of dementia and also preserving the brain age. Next slide. And so I talked about the state of relaxedness. So I was invited by Shilpi a couple of weeks back, wherein I got an experience of a sound music session. And I could experience some of this same states during that sound training, sound healing session, wherein there was relaxation and happening at the same time. So if somebody who is not trained in meditation, is it possible to get into those states? Yes, I think sound is one of the very powerful ways by which we can tap into those states which are usually attained with years of meditation practice. And you could experience probably those states today after the session. And why is it important to experience those states? One thing is it enhances cognitive reserve. Second, it reduces stress and inflammation, which are two important things for dementia. So how does music sound help in bringing about these changes in the brain? So this is neural entrainment comes into picture. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. So next slide. So neural entrainment is a phenomenon wherein the brain tries to adapt to what is happening around it. For example, if I talk to you in a certain frequency, brain produces similar frequencies to match with what's happening in the environment. Similarly, if you listen to something in a particular frequency, a sound a pure frequency of 4 hertz or 40 hertz, the brain naturally synchronizes with the incoming input and it goes into that state. So that is the concept of neural entrainment, and this lies at the heart of how any form of sound or music can influence our cognitive states and mental states. Next slide, please. So, for example, there are these binaural beats of 40 hertz, 6 hertz. So, if you listen to this beats, automatically your brain tends to go into those theta and gamma states. So this is probably one of the very easiest ways to get into states of relaxation and calmness. So I think the potential is huge, and research also indicates that. Next slide, please. So there is emerging evidence which shows that music therapy can help with delaying some of these symptoms of cognitive decline, and also helping a person recover from some of the symptoms like memory loss, attention, executive functions, etc. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and you can reach out to me at Saket Reddy 21, or you can just meet me after this talk if you want to do some research these lines and want to collaborate on any of these aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saket. That was very, very informative. And I think that is the difference between a lay person trying to talk about brain and a person who has researched for 7 years talking about it. But somehow your research and its findings were also very surprising. You were very surprising, because when I heard the name Dr. Saket, I was expecting a nice 60-year-old gentleman to walk in and talk about these things. I'm so surprised you're so young, and you're interested in something like this. And of course, not what a wonderful, few optimistic research this is for the future. That that we can keep our brains from aging fills all of us here with such a lot of hope. And thank you so much for that. I now request Alina on stage and felicitate Dr. Saket. Be going to gamma and theta states. And after which, I don't know what happens when you eat pakoda and tea and what state you will reach. Beta, is it? Okay. Then you can come back to beta stage after that. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And I think we have planned this beautifully, that we talk about gamma and theta, and then we allow you to go into those states. Please sit back and relax and enjoy the concert. A very, very fitting finale to the whole day's session. Thank you. I thank all the organizers, and of course we'll come back on stage and formally finish with the thanking. Thank you.
Can we take this chair away? Volunteers, have you given...
I please request all of you to put your phones on silent.
Yes, very important.
Please do it. And also, I noticed that phones have become an addiction, you may want to remove your mask and see who's trying to contact you. There is no need for being connected all the time. 10 minutes of connection, disconnection.
Come forward here, closer to the vibrations.
Yeah. And 10 minutes of disconnection will do you a world of good. So please put aside your phones. Don't look at it. Don't even put into vibration mode. Put it into silent, because even that vibration may stop this vibration. So,
thank you, Vatsaladi. That's very, very important.
She's got it spot on.
Absolutely. The teacher in her is still alive. Okay, the seats are empty here. Please come. You get better vibrations when you're sitting right in front of the instruments. Please come. Come closer. I don't know how many of you have gone through this kind of an experience before. Has anybody?
I have.
Yes, you have. You have. You have? Okay. You have, I know. Come forward. So everybody has masks? Yes, I will. Journey. Surrender yourself to the power of sounds. This is ancient but very unique. The West has caught up with it. We are still lagging behind, but today you are going to go through this experience. I will be introducing you to my fellow practitioners and the musicians and sound healers here. Where is Jeet? Please come, Jeet. The youngest one, I think, here is Jeet. Jeet tries to look old. He's not. Your lights on, please. So this is Jeet. He is a technocrat, an IT professional, but sound is his calling. So you will find him most of the time during his weekends doing sound healing for groups and groups and groups over weekends and weekends. So if you want to experience it over any weekends, you can always reach out to Jeet. Okay, he's an amazing sound healer. He uses so much of his intuitive power to play all the instruments that you see here, gongs and singing bowls, and there are all other little instruments that produce beautiful frequencies. And I always call him, when I think that I need healing, I call him, Jeet, please come, I need healing. So he's always there. Jeet, you want to say a few words about sound? There's the mic. Yes, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Going back to Kirmani sir's conversation, we were listening in the afternoon. Thank you for tolerating all through and adding value to this session today by being here. I think I'll let the sound energy talk more than me right now. And then if we have more conversations, we can, of course, have more richer interaction after the session. Thank you again for coming.
Sarvottam, he travels around the world with his handpan. He's a percussionist. He started with tabla and moved on to a very unique instrument which origin is Switzerland, but the inspiration is Ghatam, right? Yeah, so he plays handpan, he's an expert instrument, and he's exploring classical ragas with the handpan, and he travels around the world with his music. He too is a technocrat. Okay, but you see the way these people are pursuing music and sound to keep their soul alive. It is just inspirational. Sarvo, you have to say something, please.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity, Shilpi, and kudos to all of you to be part of this session. I just have one thing to say. I think science connects a lot of minds, right? But music connects a lot of hearts. So I think that's where we are trying to, present something, what little we know. I hope you will sit back and enjoy and get to the state what we are expecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Servo. Like Dr. Saket said, he talked so much about science and then he took us to music. And that is how we know that there is music in the entire universe. There is rhythm in the entire universe, but it is us who live against that rhythm in music. So today we are going to introduce that rhythm back into your system and see how you feel the rest of the day and tomorrow. Shamrock. This is Dr. Shamrock. He is the founder of Drum Events India and Dr. Shamrock Foundation. And they're also promoting sound and music for healing and therapy purposes. He travels the world too, and his name is there in Guinness Book of World Records, Limca Book of World Records for his drum circle events. He's a drummer. Then he took up sound healing as his extension of drumming, and into the profession of music, he took up sound healing as a profession too. And he's a TEDx speaker as well. And I received my first sound healing session from Dr. Shamrock. And that is how he inspired me to take it up as a profession. Dr. Shamrock, please.
So I don't want to stand between the experience and you. So let the experience talk, and we are adding some love and piece of our heart to these vibrations. And let's go ahead with this procedure. Thank you, Shilpi, for inviting us here to be with the team, and it's a great pleasure to spread the message of the great power of sound. It's a need of the hour, because we are all going through a lot of stress at different parts of life. So your experience should talk to the world rather than we talk. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So one thing that we want to tell you is that, first of all, this event today, the National Symposium of Elder Psychological Wellbeing, wouldn't have been possible without that unflinching support from our partner, SENI, who have been there with us from 2022, since the time we launched NSAPW. And this is the second edition. They're still with us. And I hope we carry forward this association for the next many editions. And we are trying to promote sound therapy or music therapy or sounds as a way of de-stressing our elders, our caregivers, and you too, because, we are all living in an environment full of stress, and stress is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. We have to combat stress. So there is stress everywhere, in relationships, in office environment, everywhere around you. And if you can introduce these rhythm back into your system, you will see that amidst all the chaos outside, you will feel stillness inside you. And if you can give this gift to your elders, and because most of you are probably caregivers, or if you hire caregivers for your elders, we will be doing a wonderful job for the society. And today you will see that all of you are going to get entrained at the same time with the same frequencies. So you will feel that the collective consciousness of this group here today, who has waited back and is now attending the session, will be heightened to a much higher level. And just observe yourself. I'm not asking you to buy whatever I'm saying. Experience it yourself. Okay? All right, so all of you with your eye masks on, phones on silent, please. You can keep all your belongings aside on some other chairs if they are empty or below. Don't let anything disturb you. Just let go completely.
You may all now slowly, gently take your time. Come back to your physical bodies if you have gone into a meditative state. Feel your body. Be alert and aware of your surroundings. Be gentle. Be slow. Be considerate of yourself. Be affectionate to yourself that you have taken yourself through this journey of de-stressing yourself, rejuvenating yourself with these magical sounds, these healing sounds, right from the cosmos, in tune with the universe. Come back to your bodies. Come back to this space, slowly, gently becoming aware of yourself. And when you're ready, you can slowly take off your eye mask. With your eyes closed though, take your time. Let's not rush. And rub your hands, rub your palms against each other. Apply that gentle warmth on your eyes, reminding yourself that there's so much to life we might be missing out on. That gentleness, that empathy, that love and compassion deep inside our hearts, which is meant to be given away, all in turn to receive for yourself. I hope you're all feeling good in the stillness.
Careful. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I didn't notice this.
Okay. It's all okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just breathe.
Thank you so much, Jeet. How do you all feel? Heavenly? Can we have some of the lights here? I was too engrossed. I didn't even remember that thing kept there. You didn't want it to end. Okay. Yes, Somin? You enjoyed it, Somin? Okay, thank you. How did you like it, Lopita? Good. I'm sorry? I am good. With sounds, I'm always good. That tripping doesn't matter because I'm so engrossed in the sounds. How did you feel, sir? Good? Yeah. Anybody would like to share anything very specific about this experience that you had? How did you feel? Yes, Somin, you would like to?
When you go to movie, so you put that goggles and the 3D animation, everything appears in front of you. I actually felt the bell was ringing right, outside my ear. I was thinking that guy has come close to me because I was closed eyes. So it was appearing as if it was just, the ringing next to my ears. So that 3D surround, 8D surround sound, right? So I got that feeling. It was amazing. Oh, absolutely. And that water sound, when I was looking in a jungle, in a jungle, water sound coming, some insect sound coming, oh man. It was like I was transformed to a different world.
We are all a part of the nature. We are away from nature in our daily lives.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else would like to share anything? Shall we?
My headache's almost gone.
I told you.
So I actually started to feel more warmer because this is the environment under body is supposed to be cool, but as a neuropsychologist student, I know that when your heart starts to relax, your body temperature tends to rise. So I think this indicates that the music healing was very well working for me. And like Sir, whenever I started to perceive sounds, I started to imagine corresponding visuals which calmed me down more. So I think this is Madhumita.
Yeah, so I was saying, I was telling her, excuse me, because I think I'll have to leave because I had a really bad headache all of a sudden. And it's almost gone now. Thank you. It's beautiful.
Actually, in the beginning, I felt a little scary. I don't know if anyone will be able to relate to it, because I felt that, I'm losing control over my body, and it was a little uncertain where it goes, because maybe it was first time experience for me. But then slowly I started feeling so relaxed that I knew that I was not asleep, but I was in a very relaxed state. And lately I have been so occupied in thinking so many different things, but it gave me a moment, and I was just there, and it was so soothing. My name is Arushi. Yeah, Jain University. I think I spoke to you. I'm still not well. But still, I made it. I'm glad I made it. Yeah, thank you.
I'm beginning to see why hearing loss is such a huge risk factor for developing dementia later in life. And for me, it just helped me just step away from the complexities of the mind and just approach the simplicity of the heart. And and I genuinely just enjoyed so many of the sounds, how they were just so heavily inspired from nature, and that's always very enjoyable for me.
What's your name?
Yashaswini.
Thank you.
Okay. That's somebody else. Yes.
Just during this music session, what I felt is no thoughts came to my mind. Because see, we get so many thoughts, even like fraction of second also, some few thoughts will be coming. But in this time, not a single thought came. And like we were only focusing on the sounds, different sounds. That's what it like made me very relaxed. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
When your mind doesn't think anything, you go into meditative state. Right?
Yes. And the body temperature suddenly became higher. I mean, what is the reason because for that? Okay, so that's what we were feeling a little hot. Okay.
Or maybe there's a release happening, if there's a detox and release happening, if there's a lot of stress toxins inside your body, if they are leaving, then you might feel warm. If you're very relaxed, then you might feel
cool.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not the same for everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for experiencing this. Over to Vatsaladi.
Yeah, 1 second.
We have tea, coffee, and pakoras ready outside. After this, we will be having that, and you can discuss amongst yourself. Vatsala Didi.
Thank you, Shilpi. I'm sure that was a much needed session after the very intense day of information overload that all of you had, and this was a very soothing thing. I think it all ended beautifully. Now we have the oath-taking ceremony by Asha. Oath-taking by Asha. Is there an Asha who is going to take? Shilpi, is there an Asha who is going? Vijaya, is it? Okay, but the thing says Asha, so yeah. I'm so sorry. It is Vijaya who is going to do the oath-taking ceremony. Yeah.
Vijaya is with an amazing voice. She's a voice artist.
Shilpi is my trainer.
I'm her guru.
Yeah, I'm getting better
in my voiceover skills with every passing day. Trust me, this is the best thing, Shilpi is the best thing that has happened to me. And I think going forward, our bond is just going to increase and it's never going to be coming to an end. We just, I don't know. I'm so glad that I found her.
Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed now. Okay, so can we repeat with her whatever she's going to say? An oath for the cause, for the initiative? Can we all stand up and take the oath, please?
Do they need to reason?
Come, let's take the oath, please. Ji.
I pledge to consecrate my life to service of humanity, justice,
to service of humanity and social justice,
and consider my peers as my brothers and sisters.
and consider my peers as my brothers and sisters.
I'll practice my individual social responsibly
I practice my individual social responsibility
with conscience, integrity, and dignity towards the elderly, and will be consistent with their values, ethical principles, and standards, while standing against any social injustice involving elders. The welfare of elders is my priority. I will maintain by all means and power the honor and the traditions of the social work profession. I will maintain the utmost respect for the inherent dignity and worth of every human being, even under threat to myself. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Thank you. Happy aging to all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The vote of thanks by Veena. Just 2 more minutes, we'll have the vote of thanks by Veena.
Shiva, no? Yeah, put them on. What a wonderful day. I don't think we want this day to end. Isn't it? What do you all say? I know it's long, but I think last session really transported us to a rather ethereal reality. It was fantastic. I must thank the Carista Foundation for opening this day out in front of us. This day would never have been possible without the support of Seni, Miss Alina and Seni, and all that you did, all the products that you displayed, the videos, the documentaries, your presence, the presence of Rohit, the presentation, everything, the presence of your staff and so many dealers that were around you. You made this day possible, collaboration with Carista. Thank you for that. Yeah. We had two very eminent chief guests among us today. Padma Shri Syed Kirmani. We thank him for always batting for the social cause and keeping the cause for elders. Geetanjali Vikram Kirloskar, she was spot on with whatever she said. She's somebody who's a rare gem from the corporate sector, who's really broken the glass ceiling, and she made this commitment on behalf of the sector. We have to thank both of them for it. We have the panel moderator, Sujata Balakrishna. Wherever you are, I hope you, she's left, but it's not an easy feat to have moderated 2 panels with such a diverse mix of experts who were wanting to talk, and they had so many things to say, but she blended it all so beautifully together with great dexterity and sensitivity. This comes from her Theatre for Change background. Yeah. The panelists of the day who brought in their expertise, Ramani Sundaram, Brinda Adige, K.S. Raghunandan, Professor Ajit Mani, Asha Banerjee, Chella Pichai, Manjula Raman, Vasanti Hariprakash. Both these panels put together opened before us the experiences, the depth of experiences that they were working with over the years, and they laid it out before us in a brilliant manner. We thank them for it. Imagine if we were sitting in this hall from 9:30 in the morning to 7 o'clock with just panels and lectures and discussion without any interludes in between. But thanks to Shilpi, she had it with so many interludes. We had the fireside chat with Sridharan and Bala. They did not want to stop. They had to be made to stop. Dr. Tony Pass and his dance recital was brilliant. I heard many people say we really flipped for his eyes and his expressions. Thank you for entertaining us with your dance. The play, Shankaraman, opened to us a real dilemma of the generation gap as they meant to expose that to us. They really laid it out before us in a very good manner. It was a very moving experience. We thank Srinivas and the foundation for bringing that play to us. The sound and music, Poonam, of course. We have seen it before. Stop seeing it again and enjoying it and learning the depths of meaning from that film. The sound and music concert at the end takes the cake. Thank you, Shilpi, Shamrock, Jeet, and Dr. Saket. You set the tone for it by talking about dementia, Alzheimer's, and the effect of sound and music on the brain.
A round of applause for Dr. Saket.
And can you imagine if we had all this brilliant program in an empty hall, what a killjoy it would be. Therefore, you, the audience, to come here really deserves a very good applause. So to the audience and the respectable delegates, thank you very much for filling the hall, lending us your ears and eyes, and soaking every bit of the depth of the day that was presented. Thank you to the very enthusiastic students and volunteers, the faculty members, all of us huddled together in this venue, and we must thank BIC for this beautiful hall, and to the caterers for giving us our culinary delights. We have enjoyed the day, but the photographers, the videographers, the rapporteurs, the press, and the media and TV, they really have helped to keep this day for us, capture this day, memory of this day for posterity. Thank you for that. Thank them for that. It might seem like a small job, but the usherers, the timekeepers, the volunteers, no event is possible without you. And Shiva and your team for the light and sounds. All this, every little person in this room has contributed your might to making this day happen. Thank you, Karista, for designing such a well thought through program. Shilpi, the brain behind it all, and Anil, the backbone, as you said.
Backbone is at the back somewhere.
Backbone directly in the place where he belongs. I have no words enough to express the wonderful job also done by the chief MC Vatsala. She really put her teacher hat on, made sure that we were not sleeping, interspersed it with all those nuggets in between. It was brilliant. So thank you, Karista. Thank you, Shilpi, Anil, Vatsala, Seni. Thank you for this beautiful, enlightened, educative day's program. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I enjoyed every bit of it.
Thank you very much. I have to thank one person. Asha, please come. Asha has been unflinchingly working with us to support us get the students here, because we really were keen that the younger generation should be here. So she is the one handedly coordinating with students from various colleges from the psychology and sociology departments. She's also a voiceover artist with an amazing voice. Thank you, Asha. I cannot thank you enough for all the botheration that I have caused you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear audience. Thank you, Reena. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vatsala. And thank you, all of you. And big thanks to Seni, Alina, Mache, the entire team. It wouldn't have been possible without your unflinching support once again. Thank you so much for taking this call to the next level. And we hope we will only reach greater heights with this. Do some implementation soon. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to next year.
My fall was not designed in the program. Fall was just happened.
I thought that was completely designed to wake us all up.
No, she fell for somebody, but she won't say who. Yes, she'll fall.
Thank you. So, can we all have some tea, coffee, pakoda?
Hey, national anthem.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
We have the teacher, we won't forget.
Teacher.
Yeah. All of you will have to anyway stand up for the national anthem. Yeah. Can I request
Asha? Come, Asha, Vijaya.
And Vijaya to come. For national anthem, I want them to come on stage.
Yeah, come.
You want
Asha.
my sister-in-law?
She has been volunteering since then.
So what? There have been other volunteers.
Okay.
You can't play favorites. But she will come if I ask.
Okay, come.
Anil, please come.
Anil, please come.
All those of you who have beautiful voices, please go near the mic.
No.
The not so beautiful voices. Wait.
Come, Asha.
Yes.
Okay, come.
Yeah, come. Okay. Now for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
बोलो भारत माता की जय. Hip hip hooray to Karishta. Okay, so Karishta.
Hip hip hooray.
Seni.
Hip hip hooray.
Shilpi.
Hip hip hooray.
Anil.
Hip hip hooray. Vatsala.
Hip hip hooray.
Thank you so much. Thanks a ton. We have young volunteers. Tarun, Shriya. I'm forgetting names because I'm meeting you for the first time. Sneha, you tell me the names.
Sneha, Shriya and
Anushri, thank you so much, children.
I'm going to get their certificates now. Should
We will be sending the certificates. Okay, we'll be sending the certificates of participation to the students and the volunteers. We'll be sending by mails. We'll be asking you for sharing your addresses. Okay, you'll get a physical certificate for the participation for the contribution today. Okay. Yes, we had a story competition which was submitted by the students of the various colleges who attended here. So we will announce the results to them and send in the prizes and the certificates to the students if the students are here. Okay, please do convey it to your fellow students, fellow classmates. Thank you so much. You can proceed for the chai, coffee, pakoda outside waiting for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
नहीं चले गए क्या?
Oh, you have learned no, the thing is, really going to have your programs may be very interesting, but audience will listen. You were awesome. You were awesome. What's your name? Anthony. Yeah,